82 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was a rough evening for the Sacramento Kings as they wrapped up a 4-game homestand with a loss to the Toronto Raptors, 113-95. Toronto beat the Kings on the boards, out-rebounding Sacramento 41-34, while also having their way with the Kings' defense in the interior, scoring 58 points in the paint. Sacramento begins a season-long 7-game road trip Saturday in Minnesota. 5 San Francisco 49ers were named finalists for NFL awards, including quarterback Brock Purdy for Offensive Rookie of the Year. Kyle Shanahan was one of the other 4 as he was nominated for Coach of the Year. Nick Bosa nominated for Defensive Player of the Year. Christian McCaffrey was nominated for Comeback Player of the Year, and defensive coordinator DeMeco Ryans was nominated for Assistant Coach of the Year. Those are your headlines. Time to say hi to Carmichael Dave right here on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone, he's not on the microphone, he's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Who did it?
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Swear to God. I think
Which one?
I would imagine the word Nick Cattle says the most around the station is, huh? Like, because I don't think he can hear.
I think it was it yesterday or the day before I walked in and you plugged your headphones in and I thought there were 2 radios going on.
Thank you for, like,
I've heard it.
I'm not exaggerating. I wish there was a way to, like, I'm honestly worried about it. And the only thing I can think of is maybe he has headphones with a volume control on it that's turned down, so he turns this up, or his headphones are just naturally weirdly muted.
There's some guys that just blast that stuff, man. Rami's not much better. That day I came into the studio, like the one time I hopped in on air in that studio with you, I plugged into where Rami does, and my ears almost blew
I
out.
wonder what that is. I honestly wonder what that is, if that's a hearing thing. I'm all for
Do you
it.
need to see their medicals?
Dude. Don Geronimo was famous for this. His headphones you could hear from across the room, and he'd always say, I want to swim in it. I want to swim in the sound. I want to hear everything, the listener, the levels, all that stuff.
There's swimming and there's drowning. That's drowning.
Well, the Kings were drowning last night.
Look at you.
Yeah, thank
Coming
you.
in on fire.
Golly. Good morning, everybody. January 26th. It is a Thursday, and we have a fine show planned for you. So sit back and relax. Apologies, too, and I want to address this. So yesterday, the podcast that we upload after the show, and by we, I mean other people, and I mean probably Jay, but I'm not sure, but the people that work hard. It was a repeat from the day before, and sometimes, listen, there's so many moving parts, and I'm going to stand in front of Jay and anyone else. There's so many moving parts on a radio station like this that sometimes...
Dude was up there for like 5 minutes.
Right. That isn't even my point is in no way, shape, or form to criticize you or anyone else.
Well, I'm feeling criticized.
It's to thank and appreciate those that took the time to point it out, like literally right after it went up. And they were very apologetic. Hey, man, I'm really sorry to do this. I don't want to sound like a whiner. It's like, are you kidding? You're waiting.
A whiner.
You're waiting to listen to the content crap we put out.
5 hours of it.
You have 100,000 TV channels, podcasts, audiobooks, Spotify's. There's so many. It used to be you have 3, 10, 13, and maybe 40 and 31 on TV, and then 58 came along. You have, your handful of FMs. You got a bunch of AMs. You don't have Spotify. You can't Bluetooth your phone.
YouTube. You can't watch the radio shows.
No. The landscape right now of options is staggering, and it makes our job more challenging for sure. But when people take the time, not just to listen live, but to say, hey, I missed some of this, I want to go back and listen to it. I will never not be amazed, humbled, and a little bit questioning, like, what is wrong with you? Why are you doing this? But the fact that they are, anytime there's an issue like that, feel free to reach out to myself, to Jay, to Jason Ross. We always want to know, and we always want to.
But do it in DM. Come on, guys, you're calling us out live on Twitter. That's just mean.
I know, right?
Your DMs are open. Mine are closed for reasons.
My DMs are open, and they're
DM him.
My direct messages are open, and it's supposed to be open for people who are like having trouble, feeling depressed, having thoughts of self-harm.
Clearly, that's why you need to DM when the show's wrong, because that's all going to lead to some bad feelings.
The amount of people that DM me are like, "Hey, have you seen this Top Shot card?" Yeah, okay. We're gonna have I'm in a good mood today, weirdly enough, but I'm also in a really salty mood, and not just because the Kings lost, and that means all my jokes are gonna be less funny today to the audience. This is the second game in a row now they've screwed up the broadcast, and I really don't care whose fault it is. But
you're demanding heads,
dude. Like somebody, I don't understand. Like you gotta. I'm not one for advocating for jobs being taken away, but you at least like throw somebody on a 5-game suspension without pay, please, because it's
or a stern warning.
It's getting, in the words of a famous local philosopher, as a matter of fact, it's getting ridiculous out here. Okay. It's getting ridiculous, man. It's getting ridiculous.
For those of you that know, that's La Bogue, the Sacramento poet laureate. Is that right?
B-O-U-G-I-E yes. With the thingy.
La Bogue.
La Bogue. We're going to get to leading off. I'm going to stand in front of YouTube TV today, though. It wasn't on them last night.
Dude, why are you playing Captain Sava this morning?
Because I'm very loyal to YouTube TV. Plus, I think I got half the city turned on to it, so I feel a little responsible for it. I'm like, again, I'm a YouTube TV evangelist.
So basically, guys, it wasn't my fault.
It wasn't. The game before it was YouTube TV. I know what happened last night, and I'll explain it here in a second.
Someone did hit a button.
Somebody marked Sacramento as a blackout area for Kings games.
You know what, though? A few seasons ago, I could see why they would do that. Not this season, but a few seasons ago, that made a lot of sense.
Well, judging the way the Kings ended up playing, I kind of wish they'd kept it blacked out.
No kidding.
Leading off, cut number un.
Let's do it. Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
Because of the size that Toronto has. So, they barely escaped with a win in Toronto.
Hey, the good news, if you're looking for one, Mike Brown didn't get kicked out of the game tonight.
TV feed, is that because of the thing?
Yeah, that's the thing.
All right, we're that's good. That's Katie. That is Mark. That is a loss.
Shout out to Mark, though, finding the silver lining.
Yeah, what did he say again?
The good news is Mike Brown didn't get kicked out tonight.
It's a silver line.
Might have needed to get kicked out again.
Yeah, this might have been a night where hey, listen, you're going to drop stinkers every once in a while, but the conversation we're going to have today is that, was this just one of those games? Because I don't think it was. It's not because they were sick. It's not because they weren't rested. Remember, let's look at the last 3 games here. They lost to Philadelphia without Embiid and Harden, and they got destroyed on the boards. They come back to a jawless Memphis team that takes the lead in the third. I don't want to take credit away. They turn it on in the fourth. This game, I won't. They didn't get destroyed on the boards. 41-34 isn't getting destroyed.
But you lost.
But you lost, and your offense got held to 95 by Toronto. You scored 17 points in the third. Your bench was a combined, 4, 5, 7 of
points.
What?
23 total points.
Yeah, but your bench was a combined 7 of 23. Yeah, for 23 points. And by the way, Sabonis had maybe his worst game as a King.
I guess that's the part that bothers me, though. He did have a bad game, not excusing it or anything, but it was very obvious that Toronto and Nick Nurse, like they were scheming and keying in on Sabonis last night. They were going to take him away. And once they did that, nobody else knew what to do. It seemed like nobody else stepped up. That includes De'Aaron Fox. That's what I took away. It's like, all right, Is this a coaching adjustment, or are you guys just lost out there without him?
Yeah.
Or is it both?
And here's the thing that we need to really talk about today. This is the thing we really need to talk about. The Sacramento Kings were 16-12 after beating Detroit in Michigan and coming home to play Charlotte. 16-12. They're 27-20 now. That's an 11-8 record. We looked at this stretch. Charlotte, Lakers, Wizards, to Denver, Utah at Memphis, Utah, Atlanta, Lakers, Orlando, Houston, Spurs, Lakers, Oklahoma City, Philly, Memphis, Toronto. I don't want to mess with the vibes here, especially after what happened after the Memphis game, and I don't want to overreact to one game. I'm going to overreact to 19 games. I'm going to overreact to the last 2 of the last 3 games. This is a problem. The Sacramento Kings are the healthiest team in the NBA. The Sacramento Kings have had tremendous luck this year. And by the way, the Sacramento Kings are 27-20 and firmly in the 3rd spot. New Orleans lost last night as well. But 11-8 does not cut it on that stretch.
No.
Not if you have higher aspirations than the play-in or a low playoff seed.
No.
It doesn't cut it.
And it's not just that. I mean, I look at the home floor in general, especially this year. Especially this year when this fan base has been coming into these games rabid.
Yeah.
They're selling out games at the highest clip, I think, since the arena opened. You're only 4 games above 500 at home. And again, there's some bad losses there.
There's some really bad losses, and you can start with the Charlotte and Washington losses.
Yeah.
You now have a Charlotte loss, a Washington loss.
I think Philly at home was a bad loss.
Philly at home was a bad. No, it was a bad loss.
Toronto's not even a playing team right now in the East. They're talking about blowing that squad up.
I mean, it would be kind of interesting to see. Honestly, we should go back and look at this. The Sacramento Kings at home are 16-11. How many of those 11 losses came to teams that are 500?
I'm sorry, they're 5 games above 500.
Yeah. How many of those losses are to teams that were 500 or below?
Well, we just said 3 of them.
Yeah.
Washington, Charlotte, and last night to Toronto.
But they also, I think, have one to the Lakers when they were below 500. There's a couple. I don't know. Anyways, bad moon rising here. I hope not, but I think there is. Number 2.
The only place you'll find Harrison Barnes is Sactown Sports.
I meant we're going to break.
He's got
Be
the
right back.
bucket at the buzzer. Harrison Barnes.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Harrison Barnes, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Welcome, Doug Christie here for the Good Feet Store with a question. How is the game of basketball like the Good Feet Store? And the answer is the very best basketball players do it all. Shoot, defend, rebound, they do it all. And the Good Feet Store does it all too. Good Feet manufactures their own line of arch supports, over 300 styles, sizes, and flexibilities. Good Feet arch support specialists at every store personally fit every customer for free with no obligation. Lastly, Good Feet sells its arch supports exclusively at over 200 Good Feet stores nationwide. Sore feet, aching back, knee or hip pain, even plantar fasciitis? When nothing else works, come to the Good Feet Store and experience the comfort, balance, and support of the Good Feet 3-step arch support system. The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville off Nut Tree Parkway by Sprouts, online at goodfeet.com.
Live and local.
Carmichael Dave on Sactown Sports.
You see the picture of Mr. Tweet wearing the A's jersey?
Yeah.
A's fans are gripping right now. Elon Musk decked out in a full-on A's jersey.
Maybe he'll buy him.
Hey, listen. That would be incredibly... Here's the thing. That would be entertaining just to watch A's fan.
Well, you get Tesla sponsorships. You get Twitter sponsorships.
I think a lot of A's fans would explode because Elon Musk is a very polarizing figure, but so is John Fisher.
Put it this way: if I'm A's fan and you're asking me to pick between the two of them, at least you know Elon Musk would be involved.
Yeah, that's true. But he also might have the pitcher's having to pitch like when you're snapping the ball as a center. Like you don't know what
more
innovations.
More entertaining than what they got out there right now.
I mean, listen, if I'm Elon Musk PR guy, I say, hey, listen, some people love you, some people hate you. Buy the A's, build the ballpark. Everyone will love that.
Yeah, no, the Tesla Coliseum. I'm in for it.
Steve Ballmer is the richest owner in American pro sports, the owner of the Clippers. Elon Musk would lap him a little bit.
A little bit.
Little bit.
You think he'd spend on payroll?
That's the thing, yeah. But I think he the first 5, I can tell you this, the first 5 years of Elon Musk's tenure as A's owner would be it would make Vivek look like Red Auerbach and Jerry Buss had a baby. That's how bad it would be.
Wait, say that one more time.
Elon Musk's first 5 years of ownership would make Vivek's first 5 years of ownership look like Red Auerbach of the Celtics and Jerry Buss of the Lakers had a baby, and that was the owner. My point is that I'm poorly making.
It's an ugly kid.
Say what you want about Vivek starting out as an owner, and you can say a lot. I think Elon Musk would be an unmitigated. He'd try to disrupt like all new owners do.
You know what, though? With baseball, I'm here for it. Screw it.
You know what? You kind of have
it might make baseball entertaining.
You kind of have a. Although John's bringing up a good point, he might also cut the A's down to eight employees like he did with Twitter.
Okay, well, they already have 8 employees. You can't cut anymore.
But they signed what I see yesterday. They signed
Jesus Aguilar.
Yeah, the A's found Jesus. Good for them. They also signed a guy out of Japan too. Everyone's excited about. We'll get to an A's update here in June when we need to. In the meantime, there is a new All-Star format because we needed one for basketball. We really did.
Tweaking this thing.
Why? Oh well, I know why.
Ratings, revenue,
revenue and sponsorships. So they're trying to find the secret sauce so they can sell it to, Dunkin' Donuts presents the All-Star Pick'em roster brought to you by Oscar Mayer Wieners. So what's going to happen here is you're going to have almost, you're going to have LeBron on one side, Giannis on the other, the big vote getters. They're going to pick their teammates live right before the game, which the thing I like about this is that every year somebody's picked last, and I always think that's kind of funny.
Is that Mr. Irrelevant, All-Star gamically speaking?
The problem is you're picked last of the All-Stars. You're picked last of the All-Star. You're still an All-Star. So here's my question. If you are, I'm going to throw some stuff out at you here. All right. And everybody play along at home.
Or in the car.
In the Western Conference. Or wait, does it work like that? They can pick from either conference, right?
I think so, yeah.
I think they can too. So we'll combine them. I'm going to set the over-under. I'm going to set the over-under at 6.5 for Domantas Sabonis and where he's picked. Now, keep in mind. Yeah. So here's why. LeBron, Giannis.
So they're the two picking.
Huh?
They're the two picking.
Right? Oh, you're right, actually.
Yes,
you know
LeBron
what?
and Giannis are
you're
picking.
Right. Okay, you're at you know what? That changes things. I'll set it at 5.5. Jokic, KD, Tatum.
KD's not playing.
Is he officially not playing?
I think he's gonna hurt.
Okay.
I doubt he's gonna play.
Jokic, Tatum, AD. I know. Embiid. I mean, honestly, the over-under should be 4.5.
Set it at 4.5.
Well, Curry. I didn't even.
Who are the starters in the West?
Starters in the West, as it is right now, it looks like it's going to be LeBron, Jokic, Davis, Curry, Doncic. And in the East, Giannis, KD, Embiid, or Tatum, actually. Kyrie, Donovan Mitchell. Yeah, I my point is, I think Sabonis.
You think Sabonis is gonna be the last guy picked?
No. I think he's gonna be a top 10 pick.
Oh,
I really do. I think probably around 10 now because I completely forgot.
Who do you think appreciates his game more, Giannis or LeBron?
Giannis.
LeBron.
Do you think so?
I think so.
I'm thinking Giannis because he came up in that international game. Although LeBron is one of the most gifted passers ever. You bring up a good point. I think that's very interesting. I also Here's the thing. If Fox were to make the team, he's not picked last, is he?
Here's the thing. I think if Fox makes the team, he'll be an injury replacement, but that's irrelevant to your conversation.
Sure.
So I don't think he's picked last. I mean, first of all, I have to see who the other guys are.
Yeah.
I don't think Fox is picked last. I mean, I think LeBron would actually pick Fox rather high as well.
I agree
you heard what he said in those post-game comments after the Kings beat them last. It's like, we couldn't stop De'Aaron Fox. Like, he knows it. LeBron has had a first-hand experience with De'Aaron this year.
Plus,
I think he picks De'Aaron.
Hey, I'm about to make an extremely clever double entendre, Ray.
Look at you.
You know the other reason he picks Fox? Because he's clutch.
That can work both ways.
That's why I said double. Because he's clutch.
C and a K.
Mm-hmm.
Like Louis. No, not like Louis.
No. So you're gonna you're gonna have this. I just want this thing to wrap up so we can get there. Just get.
I know.
There.
I'm over the spec.
So am I.
I hate the spec.
Why am I? We have one for sure and possibly 2 All-Stars coming up this year. Why am I angry at the All-Star? I'm like angry at the All-Star.
You know what it is, and I've noticed this, and I get it. By the way, I totally understand it because I fall into this category as well. We're getting greedy.
Yeah,
we're getting greedy. We you know what Kings fans are right now? They're new money. We are new money.
Are we nouveau riche?
Yes.
Wow.
Kings fans are new money right now, man. We're greedy.
So we're living in Toronto.
Yeah.
We're driving like the really cool Tesla P100.
Yep. But it's amongst all the people that have had money for a long time. They're kind of looking at us like, bro, you don't flash like that right away. You gotta, incrementally show off your wealth.
Kind of funny, like Serrano in that area is like all the like real housewives and house husbands of El Dorado Hills, that whole thing. And meanwhile, like the old money's still in Carmichael or Fair Oaks off a Winding Way.
Right. And, they send in all their kids to private school and they have like generational kids in private school there.
Yes.
And, they're not super flashy. And here we are pulling up in the brand new Benz.
No. Meanwhile, the new crowd's pounding bottles of Camus at noon.
Yes.
Having sandwiches at the club.
Yep.
We'll take a break.
Running up the bill.
All right. When we get back, it's our re-rack of the day. Monte McNair from yesterday. Hey, everybody, listen. In the I shouldn't do this. I was going to say everybody in the YouTube chat. We really need to start doing this. Somewhere in this interview, there will be a secret word, and it can win you a prize. We need to come up. I want everybody in the chat that's going to whine about this. I want them to have.
Okay.
Yes.
Today's secret word is dodgeball. Listen for it.
Don't. I am bound to tell you, as an employee of Bonneville, blah 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 blah, that there will be no contest during the next interview, and you can listen at your own little way. Monte McNair next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local
from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports, your local sports leader.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Quick Quack Car Wash.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA3 Weather Center, and a chilly start this morning, but we will be warming up with sunny skies this afternoon. Temperatures will be climbing into the 60s for daytime highs with the winds anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. Get the latest forecasts on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
Great outdoors, exciting and beautiful, but they're also dusty and muddy. So after every adventure, I head to Quick Quack Car Wash. No one would expect I spent more of my weekend parked on a trail than in my garage. Head to Quick Quack for a shine that lets you defy expectations.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, if you're taking Viagra or any other pill for ED, I want you to ask yourself this question. Do I want to continue to do this for the rest of my life? If you're like most men, the answer is no. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we can restore blood flow naturally without pumping your body full of chemicals like you've been doing. Guys, you need to come in today and fix this problem now. Why are you putting this off? Viagra's not going to magically start working next week, and you don't want to use shots or go under the knife. Call us today and speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today like the thousands of men who already have. If you're tired of dealing with ED or Peyronie's disease, then call West Coast Men's Health.
With offices in Sacramento and San Mateo, call 916-829-8273. That's 916-829-8273. 916-829-8273. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome.
We all know the pain of being stuck in the past. But with Roseville Electric, you can get current. Roseville Electric provides you with clean, reliable electric solutions for your home or business. Whether you're looking to go electric, reduce your carbon footprint, or simply save on your monthly energy bill, Roseville Electric has a solution for you. For more info, visit getcurrentroseville.com today.
It all started with a group of cowboys who broke from the mold and wanted more. 30 years later, the ride continues, and the professional bull riders have never been more ranked.
The best ever! We were here for it!
Don't be a... Celebrate 30 years with 3 huge nights this February 3rd through 5th at the Golden One Center in downtown Sacramento. Stop by Loop Neighborhood Market, where Monster Energy is available now.
What's going on? Joined as always by Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Chad, what's up with the Chrysler Start Something New event?
Hoblet is the most trusted dealer in California and is known for having the largest inventory of heavy-duty trucks in the state. We have every type of Ram 2500 heavy-duty available and zero dealer markup. In fact, right now you can save up to $12,000 off MSRP on new 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cabs, with financing starting at 1.9% and prices as low as $39,630.
Oh, is that all?
No, that's not it. We also have up to $8,000 off MSRP on new 2022 Ram 1500 Laramie Crew Cabs as well.
What are you waiting for? Stop by the Hoblet Ram Truck Center off County Road 102 and I-5 today, or search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com. Best prices, best selection, period.
$12,000 in total net savings after $6,000 factory rebates and $6,000 dealer discount. Rebates include $2,000 Chrysler Captive bonus cash. Must finance with Chrysler Captive qualified. 1.9% financing available for 36 months on approved credit. $28.61 per $1,000 borrowed. $8,000 total net savings after $2,000 factory rebates and $6,000 dealer discount. 10 at each net savings. See dealer for details.
Time to check out Coastside Medical Clinic, who's dedicated to providing breakthrough remedies for men.
Carmichael Dave
on Sactown Sports.
Joining us right now, our friend, your general manager, and your friend too, the king of the gifts on Twitter and so much more. And he will be here with his beautiful family for much longer, we hope. Monte McNair. Good morning, Monty.
Good morning, Dave. Good morning, Jason. How are we?
Great. How are we?
We are great.
Well, one of us is a lot richer. The rest of us are up here in the morning talking about it. Now that you're a contract extended GM, does that mean you're a morning guy? 7:30, dude. Jeez.
I was never a morning guy until about 6.5 years ago when we had our first, right. and now 7:30 is sleeping in. So thanks for letting me get a little extra shut eye.
We're going to have some fun with this, obviously, but in reality, just real quick, I know that you are very connected to the fan base. I know you listen, you read some things you probably shouldn't, but you do anyways. And you've seen as Jason was just talking about, the universal love and admiration, and the fact that you have an entire fan base incredibly interested in your contract, and not Guerin, not DeMontis, not Coach Brown, in your contract situation. I know you love Kings fans already, but this has to prove that we're as wackier than any other fan base in the league.
Well, it's great to see. It's been obviously a fun season to start out for all of us, but especially to follow the fans, and you and I have talked about it, Dave, and all that they've been through the years, and that they still come out in droves, that we're selling out, every game in Golden One, and that everybody's enjoying at least a little bit of success that we've had so far. Obviously, we have a long way to go, and we hope that's in the playoffs for many years to come.
As we're talking with Monte McNair here, Monte, I'm thinking about, credit to you, congratulations to Wes, this is a lot of people getting extended here. And, this is your career, this is your passion. I'm thinking, when it all gets finalized, who's the first person you wanted to tell?
Certainly my wife. And as everybody, I think, with a family knows, that's first and foremost. She, I don't even know if the fan base knows, but, she's pregnant with our fourth, due in June.
Big times.
Uh-oh. Congratulations.
So all the Beam-related baby names, bring them. But, she's at home. I'm often on the road or busy, and we got 3 6 and under and a fourth on the way. And all that she puts up with me, with them. And so just to share it with her, and, her support is amazing. But, there's, I think, being in my seat, you get a lot of the credit, but a lot of sometimes the blame. But it certainly takes a village. We have a fantastic group. Lots of thank yous I could go around. Certainly starts with Vivek, and appreciate his support throughout all this. Matina, JR, our business side folks have been great to work with. Obviously, Wes Wilcox, our assistant GM, has been instrumental in some of our huge moves. Phil Jabor, Paul Johnson, I could go on forever. Obviously, Mike and his staff, our players. It's not just one thing, which we talked about. We know we had a lot to change to get to the point we're at now. We have a lot to do to continue to go forward, but I'd be remiss if I didn't at least get some of those thank yous out of the way. I'm sure I missed some folks, but truly a village, and I appreciate everyone who has helped me along the way.
So by the time your contract's up, are you going for the starting five at home? You go for the full roster? You get 12?
We're done. We're going to be 4 and done. And we're thrilled, but also excited to move on to whatever the next stage of parenting is. Right now our kids still like us for the most part. Mm-hmm. So we got a few years of that, and then we'll deal with the next stage, which will have its own challenges.
Monte McNair joining us. Listen, I know all along, anytime you were asked or the question was broached, and I know this is you on and off record, on and off air, I'm paraphrasing you, Monty, but the work will speak for itself. I'm just focused on the work. We're just trying to win. Everything will take care of itself in the long run. So this wasn't something where you were like pining for this and pouting and all that. You were very much with your team focused on the job at hand. That being said, obviously you have a family to take care of. You've got, all those things going on. Is it good also to just get this out of the way? You got the trade deadline coming up. You got a playoff March, knock on wood, coming up. Just one more thing off your plate here.
Yeah, it certainly helps. I think, we've talked about not just telling fans to trust us because we don't have a track record to go on as a new front office. And we wanted the results to show and speak for themselves. And I think all this does is say that, our group is now tasked with the next set of challenges that are going to come up over the next few years. And obviously we're excited about where we're at to start this season. That starts with the rest of this season, like you said, knock on wood for a playoff push here. And then, the good thing is that expectations will move. Our expectations will move, and it'll be a new set of challenges that we'll be tasked to accomplish. And, thank you to Vivek and everybody for, giving us that chance to prove ourselves.
All guests come to you for the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop, as we're talking with Monte McNair. Monte, obviously you do this for every move you make. You think you're making the right move. I mean, people are going to critique it, whether they like it, whether they dislike it or not. But right now, where this team is, and to hear your name and the front office's name as far as executive of the year candidates, how does that help validate some of the things you have decided upon? Does that feel good to be in this position where people are mentioning you as executive of the year?
Yeah, and I think I always say when one person gets voted as executive of the year, it's really a commendation of the group, and we're just happy to be mentioned in the breadth of some of those other teams around the league. But yeah, we've all had a bit of a vision. You never know exactly which way it'll go, and I think it's been really cool to see the success that the team has had so far. The fans just enjoying it, and look, in the NBA, 29 teams end up without a championship. But there's a lot of other successes along the way. I'm happy that the fans are enjoying this. And we are too. There's a lot of positives. And I think it's a validation of so far of some of the moves we've made, but also that we feel like we can continue to build on this, that we have a long way to go, and that we hope that we can continue to grow this team together and build towards something bigger and better.
Kings GM Monte McNair joining us. We're celebrating his contract extension. I want to pay a compliment, Monte, and this is from an off-air conversation we had. I'm going to violate at least on my end, but with you being in this situation, you were, a week ago on the final year of your deal. I'd like to think the cynic in me that there are other executives, perhaps past and present, that would say, okay, I got draft picks. I got a lot of things I can work with. We got to make the playoffs this year. I got a family to feed. I need an extension. I want to do this. Well, you other than the Herter trade, I mean, the cupboard is full, not to mention our talent. The cupboard is full. And I'm not going to ask you if you were tempted, because I know you weren't. But at the same time, I think I speak for a lot of fans when we say, despite whatever situation you were in with your contract, the fact that the future of this team is as bright or even brighter than the present for this team, I think is a compliment to you and your staff as well.
We've always felt our job is to, kind of steward the organization and, put it in the best spot we can, both for the present and the future. We've certainly talked about, we all know there's a playoff drought. Ending that is a top priority. But doing that in a way that we can then go on to the next step. And we still, like you said, have a full cupboard and things that we can do to progress is huge. And that's, I think, obviously we hope to be, rewarded for our job like everybody. But, number one is that we got to do our job. And, the second we lose sight of that, we won't be able to do it. So that part is actually easy. And the hard part is executing on it. But the rewards and seeing, like the beam chant, sometimes too early, folks. Like my wife asked me, I believe it was the Brooklyn game earlier on TNT. We were up by about 20 at half, and she said, when are you going to feel comfortable? I said, well, we're up 40. And we got up 39. She goes, you're almost there. I said 50. Okay. So that's right. The mindset that we have during the game. But it's just so awesome to see. And there's so few fan bases. I think, I saw something on Twitter that, we might be right now, the fan base may be one of the happiest in the NBA. And that's just fantastic. And I hope that the fans enjoy it. And I hope this continues, but you also have to live in the moment and enjoy the good times when they come. Our job, being my staff, is to make those good times continue as long as possible.
I don't know if you have this, but maybe it's your wife, maybe it's Wes, maybe it's someone in the front office, but I don't know how you resist the "I told you so" to the media or to those that do this for a living and say things like malpractice, the league needs to step in, or you shouldn't have drafted this guy. What are the Kings doing? I know you're not going to do that publicly, but is there someone privately that you're able to go, what were they thinking? Why were they so critical of some of these moves?
Well, Jason, you do this long enough, you know that the flip side will come, and nobody bats 1,000. But that's also why we don't try to win the press conference. We know that the proof is in the pudding, and we got the wins have to come, and that's going to be ultimately what we're judged on, and not whether it sounds good in the moment or it looks good on paper. We know that's going to come. And so, if it's an unpopular choice at the time, but it's the risk that we think is worth taking, we'll do it because, for where we're as a team, we think that's validation of what we've done. But no, it really is, everybody's got an opinion, and I love that the fans do that. And, the second I go and try to taunt them, I think karma's going to slap me right back. And, so we try to stay humble and, bat. I don't even know what are batting averages these days. Like
984,
5. Like I would say over 300, but that's a pipe dream. But we're just trying to do as good as we can. As Coach Brown says, hit singles, obviously hit doubles, triples, and home runs when we can. But really just take good cuts to take this analogy way too far.
When you were on the way here, when you got hired, you knew about the fan base. You knew how tough it's been, and you said it yourself, this fan base deserves so much more. When when I don't know if you were on social media at all last night or this morning. I'm sure you heard about it somewhere, somehow. But even before that, Monte McNair needs an extension tweets and the topics on Reddit and God knows wherever about the fan base universally not only wanting you to stick around, but pushing for it, and people tweeting about it every day and having countdowns. Obviously, it's flattering. But Monty, when you came here, did you think? I mean, I want to just put it in perspective. This fan base loves you so much. They're so happy. They're celebrating an executive's extension. And could you even imagine that when you were on your way on that first flight or drive here to Sacramento?
No, I'll say no. It was, there's so much going on at that time, but it's to me, it just shows our fan base, how amazing they are, and how much they, value the organization, the team, and just what the guys have done on the floor. And first and foremost, credit to De'Aaron, Domas, and the rest of our guys who have put in the work and are the ones out there winning games for us. I'm really happy for our group. These guys, we got, 10 dozens of folks here, in our front office and our support staff that, work hard every day, behind the scenes. And, it's for moments like this where we're, I don't even know what it is. 7 out of 8. We got another home game coming up here, which will be great. And, it's fun to see. We know the same group will call for our heads when things aren't as good. But all that means is that they want more, and that pushes us. So it's fun in the moment. We also know we have to continue to do our job to continue to earn their adulation and praise.
That's Monte McNair, GM for a long time coming of your Sacramento Kings. And as we said before you came on, Monty, and you kind of reiterated it, congratulations to Wes and the rest of your staff. When we say Monte McNair, we mean the Royal Monty, but it's the entire crowd that you guys have assembled getting it done. And obviously with the personal news you dropped at the top of the hour, you needed that extension. So congratulations to you as well.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Take care. Congratulations.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
I was very professional, too. You notice at the end there, he thanked me, but then went right back and thanked Jason, and he should. I think you should thank Jason for everything, to be honest with you. Hi. Hope you enjoyed that. By the way, available on YouTube and all our socials, if you missed part of that as well. But at some point during the show, we should talk about it. Was signing Monte McNair to an extension a bad thing? They have not won since that happened. In fact, they've gotten blown out in every game since he signed an extension. Don't get blown out with cold air, especially during the winter months. American Energy wants to make sure you and your family are all kinds of safe this winter with a $49 furnace tune-up to ensure your system is running safely and efficiently. Plus, if you're ready for a new one, get half off with American Energy's 50% off furnace special. When you purchase a whole home HVAC system, get your furnace half off. 0% financing, payment plan options available for you. There's no reason to keep putting off making your home safe, warm, and comfy for you and your family this holiday. Plus, support the show. Go hang out with our sponsors. We never send you somewhere bad. Never have, never will. Call American Energy today at 916-520-9990 or visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. When we get back, the Achilles heel of the Sacramento Kings. We're going to talk about it next.
Carmichael Dave
on Sactown Sports.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Here are 5 things every golfer should know about repairing a ball mark on the green. Insert the ball mark repair tool behind the ball mark and gently pull the top of the tool toward the center. Continue working around the ball mark, pulling the surrounding turf in toward the center. Don't lift or twist because this can damage turf roots. Now, gently tamper your putter. Unrepaired ball marks can take weeks to heal. The damage to the putting surface is also an entry point for weeds that can cause serious problems. It's important to be mindful of repairing your own ball mark and a few unrepaired other ones nearby. When putting greens are wet or soft, ball marks will be more of an issue. This is just one of the reasons why superintendents work hard to promote firm playing conditions. Almost any pointed tool, including a golf tee, can be used to repair a ball mark. The proper technique is the key to success. After hitting a great shot onto the putting green, fixing your ball mark is an excellent way to celebrate.
Really?
That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopier.com.
The Black Crowes, live. A night of all their iconic songs. Saturday, May 6th, a special set from the Crowes at the all-new and all-incredible The Venue at Thunder Valley. Tickets on sale now at ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss the Black Crowes at The Venue at Thunder Valley.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREON info.com.
Carmichael Dave, weekday mornings on Sactown Sports.
Yo-ho! Our thanks to, once again, Monte McNair and the Sacramento Kings for making all that possible. Congratulations to him. Again, do we blame last night's loss? Do we blame it on the extension? What an angle that would be. Hey, you extend the guy. You extend the guy, and they lose. Obviously, one didn't have anything to do with the other, but that's not a way you want to kick that off. They should have come out and won by 50. We got our guy. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you guys caught this on, if you follow on social media. It was actually kind of cool. Kevin Phippen, longtime huge Kings fan, Sactown royalty, now the Kings Herald. Huge voice in the relocation. Just a good dude. Huge Kings fans at the game last night and says, "Hey, what's Monty's Venmo? Can we buy him a drink?" And Monty responds and says on Twitter, what section are you in? And I'm watching this. I'm like, Monty's not going to go get a drink during the game, right? And according to Kevin, when he tweeted it out, Monty went over there because you saw a picture of the two of them. They took a selfie, or I guess an Ussie, and bought him a Diet Coke, which is nice. And that's part of the thing. Listen, Monte McNair's job is to make trades and sign people and make the team better. And if he snored at every press conference and never talked to fans, as long as he wasn't rude, yeah, that's fine. I think we would much rather have that in a winning team than a super nice, fan-friendly GM and a crap team. But the cool thing about Monty is you get both. He really, really, truly likes the fans, loves this city, loves the fan base, and also is pretty darn good at his job, which means he may need to do some more things this year. It's an interesting position for him and Wes and that whole crew coming into the deadline, because there are needs for this team. There are needs for this team, and a big part of that's bench. Now, we've honed in specifically, like they need a better backup big. They need a rim protector. Maybe they need another wing. Whatever it may be. But let's zoom out for a second, if we will. The bench in the last 4 losses: 23, 20, 24, and 18 points. That's Toronto, Philly, Lakers, Atlanta. By the way, I'm always willing to say that sometimes that's just simply matchups. Other teams get paid as well. Their job is to hold you scoring. I get it. That's fine. Sometimes other teams' benches are better than your bench. Sometimes your bench is coming in because your starters aren't getting it done, and now your bench is going against the A team on the other side. That's why it's very difficult to quantify and just say, well, they scored this many points. Well, okay, but did they score those many points? What was the other lineup? What was the game situation? Did they have a giant lead? Did they not need to score? Were they running more clock? Were there more defensive specialists on the floor for the opponent? Again, you have to look a little deeper than just, well, they had 18 points. But when it's a consistent thing, as it has been inconsistent, the bench has been inconsistent. You go back to the Memphis game. The bench was fantastic. We're singing Trey Lyles praises. Malik Monk almost had a triple-double. It was awesome. There are no problems with the bench at all. And by the way, the bench had, let me do the quick math here, 30, 42, 52, 55. They had 57 points. 57 points against the Grizzlies. But of those 57 points, 37 came out of Trey Lyles and Malik Monk. And that's the thing. I don't know that you're going to have a crazy balanced scoring situation off the bench all the time, but you're going to have to figure something out there. And I guess it also matters too, before we go to break, context. You're going to have to, I say, well, no, you don't. But I think if you want to take a top 4 seed and have a chance at hosting a playoff game or a playoff series, you're going to have to. You just want to make the playoffs and or the play-in? No, you don't have to. I think this team is good enough to do that without any sort of moves. We'll take a break. When we come back, let's look at the All-Star game. Could Domantas Sabonis be an All-Star? Could he be an All-Star starter? Excuse me. We've got some audio. We'll make a case for it next.
The only place you'll find De'Aaron Fox is Sactown Sports.
Spins away from the defender, in the paint, soft floater. That's a great play by De'Aaron Fox.
Hey, Sacramento, it's De'Aaron Fox, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by RC Willey Home Furnishings.
I'm Dirk Fedorn in the KCRA 3 Weather Center, and a chilly start this morning, but we will be warming up with sunny skies this afternoon. Temperatures will be climbing into the 60s for daytime highs with the winds anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. Get the latest forecasts on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
This week during RC Willey's Winter Savings Event, you'll find incredible savings in every department. Plus, enjoy coupon savings from $50 up to $200 on your new purchase. Come in today and save in our Rockland or South Sacramento store near Elk Grove. RC Willey.
This is Monster Jam! Get ready for massive stunts, all-out racing, and crazy skills. Monster Jam, as big as it gets. The fun begins at the pit party, where you can meet the drivers, get autographs, take pictures, and see the trucks up close. Get your $20 pit party pass at monsterjam.com today. Must have valid event ticket to enter pit party. Restrictions may apply. Rules and activities are subject to change. Visit website for event details. It's full throttle family fun. Coming to Golden One Center this weekend.
At Ashton & Price, we get injury victims to yes. Experience, yes. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years. No more insurance companies? Yes. Our clients focus on getting better, and we handle all the rest. Results? Yes. We've collected over $100 million for injury victims. No fee until we win? Yes. Our clients pay nothing until we win. Ashton & Price, the best at getting to yes. Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
It all started with a group of cowboys who broke from the mold and wanted more. 30 years later, the ride continues, and the professional bull riders have never been more ranked.
The best ever! We were here for it!
Don't be a... Celebrate 30 years this February 3rd through 5th at the Golden One Center in downtown Sacramento. Stop by any participating Save Mart for a 20% off discount ticket code when you buy Monster Energy.
Don't miss your final chances at $50,000 with Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge Big Guy Vince Bloom and Sactown Sports Pick'em Contest. Win a Twin Peaks gift card and a chance at $50,000 at the Hard Rock Casino Resort at season's end. Visit SactownSports.com for details.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary. Subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all areas. Actual Pie customer.
The other workers' comp insurance company, they were going to reclassify our business, and then they were going to charge me $50,000.
Meet Natalie, owner of the carpentry shop. Shocked by an unexpected bill, she knew it was time to switch her workers' comp provider. That's when she found Pie Insurance.
When we got the quote back from Pie, it was a sigh of relief. They put us in a policy where we fit.
Is your small business overpaying for workers' comp insurance? See how much you could save at trypie.com. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified.
I'm grateful that there's a company out there that's willing to insure us little guys because every dollar counts.
With Pie Insurance, you get pricing and coverage made for small businesses. What are you waiting for? Ask your agent for Pie or get a quote in 3 minutes at trypie.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
Welcome, Doug Christie here for the Good Feet Store with a question. How is the game of basketball like the Good Feet Store? And the answer is the very best basketball players do it all. Shoot, defend, rebound, they do it all. And the Good Feet Store does it all too. Good Feet manufactures their own line of arch supports, over 300 styles, sizes, and flexibilities. Good Feet arch support specialists at every store personally fit every customer for free with no obligation. Lastly, Good Feet sells its arch supports exclusively at over 200 Good Feet stores nationwide. Sore feet, aching back, knee or hip pain, even plantar fasciitis? When nothing else works, come to the Good Feet Store and experience the comfort, balance, and support of the Good Feet 3-step arch support system. The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville off Nut Tree Parkway by Sprout, online at goodfeet.com.
Jiffy Lube's Country in the Park, Northern California's biggest country music festival of the year, is back May 5th and 6th at Cal Expo, starring Lady A, Chris Young, Brett Eldridge, and so many more. Plus, a Boots Boot and Line Dance Saloon, interactive lounges, and Sacramento's best food trucks. Weekend passes start at just $85. Tickets are on sale now at SactownSports.com. Country in the Park, brought to you by Coors Light, Public Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center, and the United States Marines.
Capital Casino back with indoor gaming and dining located inside at 411 North 16th Street, downtown Sacramento.
from the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. Your home for the biggest matchups in the NFL. Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports.
Headlines. With your Sactown Sports headlines, good morning. I am Jay Mars. It was a rough night last night for the Sacramento Kings as they wrapped up a 4-game homestand with a loss to the Toronto Raptors 113-95. Toronto beat the Kings on the boards, out-rebounding Sacramento 41-34, while also having their way with the Kings' defense in the interior, scoring 58 points in the paint. Sacramento begins a season-long 7-game road trip Saturday in Minnesota. 5 San Francisco 49ers were named finalists for NFL awards, including quarterback Brock Purdy for Offensive Rookie of the Year. The other 4 were Kyle Shanahan, nominated for Coach of the Year, Nick Bosa, nominated for Defensive Player of the Year, Christian McCaffrey was nominated for Comeback Player of the Year, and defensive coordinator DeMeco Ryans was nominated for Assistant Coach of the Year. Those are your headlines. Time to start the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross right here on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then
boom, with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
So last night, Jason, welcome in.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Your Bandon Dunes vest.
Yes.
Jealous.
Comfy.
Very jealous. That's your trip every single year. Golf Mecca. Jason will be with us together, at least, for the next 3 hours. And then the Jason Raw Show, 10 to 11. I noticed you have your own little overlay.
I heard about that.
I'm such a 4-year-old. I want it overlay too.
I don't even know what that means.
Not about YouTube, the little thing over, No, I'm saying that to the audience. So shouts to Kings game viewers from yesterday. This is the second game in a row for many. If you're a YouTube subscriber, YouTube TV subscriber, this is the second game in a row that you have missed a large chunk of the game, the first part of it, against Memphis, when many of you were watching, whether it's in person or somewhere else, when many of you were watching the Kings set a record or tie a record for most threes in the quarter. We were watching Fifi the Pekingese from a 5-year-old dog show, from a 5-year-old dog show that was prancing around while we were tuned into either Sactown Sports and G-Man or on the NBC Sports app.
Yeah.
So that was neat, and that got remedied about a quarter and a half of the way through. Last night.
Who is this Denise?
Oh, God. Okay, so last night I was about ready, and I'm a YouTube TV evangelist. I've said this before. I love the service. I think it's amazing. I'm always there for tech support when necessary for people on Twitter. It's great. I thought it was a YouTube TV issue, and I went and started yelling at the YouTube TV people on Twitter. It was not. It was an everybody issue. From what I have gathered, there was a mistake made back east in the NBC sports world, and Sacramento was listed as one of the areas that you need to black out for Kings games.
Okay.
Obviously a mistake. And what I don't understand, and it's because of my own ignorance, because I don't know what goes into it, but this didn't get fixed until right before halftime. I'm watching, and I go to the NBC Sports app, which, by the way, I'm sorry, and I know a lot of people over there, and this isn't, and I'm probably saying nothing that they don't agree with either. Dude, that app sucks. Oh my God, it is so user unfriendly, and they got NBC money. Somebody needs to get in there and fix it. And the Denise thing is that anytime you switch a channel on there, so they had I kept having to switch channels because I finally get it on the Kings game, and it had closed captioning. I had the Kings game on my phone, and then I was Apple casting it to my TV.
Okay.
People say, well, hold on, Dave, you have a smart TV. I'm sure. Why don't you do? Because I go on the NBC Sports app. Yes, I was signed in. Check that too. There's not even NBA listed as a category. So I don't know what kind of dumb, outdated app I had, but I've never had that problem before. I've watched it that way before. So I'm casting it from my phone. Here's the fun part. There's closed captionings. And you know where the closed captions are? The middle of the screen, not the bottom, the middle.
You didn't miss anything.
And then I go to hit the little button that says closed captioning. And it says, you want to turn off closed captioning? I say, yes, I do. And whatever the last closed caption was, it now freezes that in the middle of the screen. So for about 5 minutes in the second quarter, I had Mark, Sabonis with the rebound in the middle of the screen. So you're trying to like look around the words, like that'll help looking around the words on the TV to see the rim.
Yeah.
I don't understand why it takes 2 quarters of basketball for them to flip the switch, to press the button, to undo the thing on top of the thing. Like what was there a meeting? Did they have to have an executive order? What are we doing?
Yeah.
So last night was on NBC back east. I know that the NBC people out here, that's who I was talking to a little bit. They were freaking out, working their butts off. They were all over it. They were having the same issues we were, but they were getting all the crap. So anyways, then by the time it comes back on, I think it came back on, and I heard Mark Jones say the Kings are leaking oil. Oh, well, that's not great.
But accurate. I wanted to do my version of a troll, which isn't really much. I was about to tweet out because I saw all that stuff out there. The game. Perfect time to say the games are always on the radio at Sactown Sports.
Somebody actually did put out a troll tweet last night. They sent it to me, and I thought it was. At first, I went to the NBC app to see if it was real. They had the NBC Twitter account, as you can see right here, the Kings on NBC Sports California. It says, the fans who left in 2015 to become Warrior fans have now come back to being Kings fans and crashed our servers. We're working diligently to restore the broadcast. Thank you for your patience.
Well done.
Which would have been an amazing tweet from them, but they also run Warrior games. That probably wouldn't have been too popular. Despite the loss, despite the broadcast issue, Domas Sabonis is pretty good.
He's been incredible. The last couple games, he's had some issues, but he has had a great season.
I know we're going way back in the memory machine to October. Tougher stretch. Sabonis over the last 3 games or the first 3 or 4 games of the year. Remember when he couldn't get out of foul trouble?
I feel like the first 3 or 4 games.
I agree with you.
I mean, this is turnovers. I credit other teams. He's been a little sloppy. And in a game where he had a bunch of turnovers, he had a triple-double as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean,
double streak goes away yesterday.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
I know you'll have something on that later, I believe, in the top 10 at 10, if I was reading correctly. Now, he's going to be an all-star. I think we're all kind of landing there.
100%.
100%.
Travesty if he's not.
Travis Schumacher, even.
Yes, all that.
So the question here, Jason, is could he start? Could he start? Now, let's first hear from DeMontis on that, on him starting in general.
It's crazy, I've heard some things too, family and friends send it, but, you never know, but it just shows what we're doing here, especially, I feel like that's a team effort. If I'm in those conversations, it's only because the team is winning, you know what I mean, and I'm grateful for that. It's awesome, and for Fox, I really hope he makes it. He should make it. He is an all-star. He's been an all-star for us all year, and when he makes it, it's a different kind of feeling. I feel like everyone growing up has watched the All-Star Weekend, and every basketball player has wanted to be there. So, him making it, I think, means that's him, but I feel like he's going to be happy.
It's funny. He's asked about it. All he wants to do is talk about Fox.
I know.
Which I love that.
That is cool. But what's interesting is I know Sam Amick has recently said it. I've seen it maybe 2 or 3 other national people who get a chance to vote on that, because remember, there's portion that are fans, portion that, this is for the starters, which are going to be announced tonight. And some have been talking about Sabonis as a starter.
Sure.
And I think there's no doubt he's going to be in the game. It's just, that's an extra honor if that does happen. Based on the way he's played, he has played like he's a starter in the All-Star game. But
let's look at it. Let's look at the front court. Remember, I believe they can, as they announced yesterday, they're going to do the picks live right before the game. The 2 team captains, LeBron James and Giannis Antetokounmpo. And I believe they can still pick from either side, either conference.
Yes.
It's not okay. Yeah. So let's look at the front court nominees here. LeBron James, obviously. Giannis. So you're going to have...
Well, no, so that... They'll still pick the 12 Western Conference, when they're all there, that's when the draft is.
That's when right. But then as far as who's going to start, I would imagine.
I think the starters are still 5 East, 5 West. I think that's what it's been.
It is 5 East, 5 West.
Isn't that right? Am I right, Jay? On that?
Now I'm thinking. Now I'm confused. We should know this because if it's 5 East, 5 West, then how could you cross teams?
Because so let's just say they pick 12 West, 12 East, and then now what they're doing is like moments before the All-Star game. If you're a captain, I'm a captain. Dave, you have first pick. I'm taking Jan or whatever. Okay, give me LeBron, and then I could now take 3 Eastern teams, or so
you're picking the starters first in the draft out of the starters that are voted in. Jay, we're getting really confused here.
I think so.
So there will be 10 starters voted in.
Correct, and the leading vote getters in the East and West will be voted captains.
And I believe they pick starters
first,
so they'll pick 4 apiece of the 8 other starters.
Correct, and from either conference.
Correct.
Okay, so.
But it's not meaning there's potential of there's going to be 3 East front court guys, 3 West Coast, Western Conference, front court guys.
Okay. Because they have to start.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So when you were just saying you had said you put Giannis in there and LeBron, like they're separate.
They're
separate conferences.
But they're both going to start.
Correct.
Okay. I'm trying to make the room here on.
You're trying to make the room for Sabonis.
Yes.
So we're just looking at 3 Western Conference front court guys.
Okay.
So LeBron is right.
LeBron, Jokic, they're in. They're in ahead of Sabonis.
Yeah, and voting, and they're going to be picked. The third one right now in voting was AD or Zion.
Right.
Now, besides voting is fans, and besides the fan voting is the media and others that pick this.
I don't think
that's the spot potentially.
My guess is that Zion's not going to play.
Okay.
I think that would be really weird if he missed this much of the season and then went and played in the All-Star game.
And AD came back last night.
AD came back
but
last night.
He's missed a lot.
He has missed a lot. But I imagine that's where it's going to come down to, because really after that, I don't think Lauri Markkanen gets the start over him. Mm-hmm. Draymond won't. Looney, come on. Paul George.
These are the vote getters right now?
These are the vote getters. Paul George, no. I don't think so. Wiggins, no. Really comes down to Davis or Sabonis.
Mm-hmm.
And I would start Davis if I was one of those captains.
Okay.
I would pick him over. If Davis is healthy, I would pick him over Sabonis. If I'm trying to win the game,
mm-hmm.
I don't need Jokic and Sabonis at the same. I need Davis more than I need a double Jokic. I think that's where he gets screwed a little bit. I think if Davis plays, not to mention the fact that, especially with LeBron there, he's going to want to pick his teammate. He's going to want to pick his clutch guy with a K.
I think it's tonight, right? It's All-Star starters announced. So
I believe so.
Yeah.
So we will, but it's close.
Yeah.
We're going to take a break here in a second. I want to talk to you first before we go to break. If there's an all-star team made up of car dealerships, not as how about the top vote getter, they're starting all 10 positions. Right now, they can save you money with their all-star savings on Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew cabs. No payments for 90 days. 1500 Laramie Crew cabs. 2022 Jeep Wranglers, the Rubicon, the Sahara, you pick. And with those electric versions, you get a $7,500 federal income tax credit. It's that hybrid Jeep. Number 1 Ram truck dealer in California, number 3 in the United States. And you got to look at Hoblet's true pricing at HobletDodge.com, because the price you see is the price you pay. We've all been there. You go to the dealership. Hey, it's $33,999. And then you walk out of there. Hey, it's $44,999 because you had to pay Bill, the sales guy, and all the taxes. The price you see is the price you pay. There's no hidden fees. There's no add-ons. There's no surprises. No dealer markup on the most popular Ram and Jeep models. Other dealers marking it up. Not Hoblet. Check the Yelp reviews. Check the Google reviews. Everyone talks about great service and how Hoblet does not mark up their vehicle. J.D. Power Customer First Award winners since 2019 for excellence. Search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com. No hassle, no pressure, ever. Dealership. Get up there today. Just 5 minutes from the airport. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent ya. 3 for Madness. Look, no break, kids. It's nonstop sports talk. Here's Jay Mars right now.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
Oh, right to me today?
Hey, we're all business, dog.
Oh, boy.
All business
Well,
today.
let me put the business suit on and the business cap. The Sacramento Kings now embark on a season-long 7-game roadie.
They do.
How many wins do the Kings need for this trip to be deemed successful?
4. I think they
You're
go.
so boring.
I know. I think if they come back off a 7-game roadie, and I think anytime you're 500 or better, and in this case you can't be 500 on this road on a road trip, you're doing well. Now they got 2 in Minnesota. Let's whatever, call that a split. San Antonio winnable. Indiana, I mean, they're all winnable, but you get my point. They will probably be favored in those games, is what I'm guessing. I think they'll split Minnesota, be favored in San Antonio and Indiana. New Orleans right now winnable, who knows? And then 2 in Houston. Beating. They're going to play Houston twice in 2. Excuse me. They're going to play Houston 4 times between January 11th and February 8th. So you're playing Houston both in back-to-backs.
Yep.
4 times in less than a month. Again, they were favored over Toronto last night. That doesn't mean anything. 4-3 at minimum, I think. Anything less, 3-4 or whatever, we got a problem.
Yeah, I think, again, it becomes one of those that when you predict it and then you watch it, right? It's going to be how do they play? How do they look? Last night was kind of the first time you just went, wait, this doesn't look like the team that we've seen as far as the number 1 offense. But when you look at this layout, it's very favorable. The teams that they play, there's only 1 back-to-back, and it's New Orleans to Houston. I would argue the most important games are probably New Orleans, for sure, and the 2 with Minnesota. So if you somehow got those 3, I wouldn't say 3 and 4 would be successful, but those would be really impactful as far as the standings go. You haven't faced either team yet. If you go up 2-0 in the season series with Minnesota and push them back, and if you beat New Orleans in the first game, that would be tremendous. I know if they came home 3 and 4 with losses in the other, I would be disappointed, especially losing the last 2 to Houston. But I think as far as impact and standings, those 3 are the most important games. But 4 feels like the low mark to me, and I would take that because, again, if they go 4-3 to your point, Dave, and they knock off 7 games off the schedule, that would put them back to 8 games above 500. They'd be in fantastic position.
I said this to Jay earlier, I'll take you back to that Detroit road win when they split that that trip. They were 3-3 and they came home, and they had a 19-game stretch through yesterday before this road trip. We talked a lot about this stretch, 19-game stretch in which 5 of those teams were above 500 because you're playing the Grizzlies twice. That's almost half of it. They went 11-8, and
it's pretty good.
I disagree. I don't think so.
There were only 5 teams above 500?
There were only 5 teams above 500 out of 19. They went 11-8. I
guess the results are good because they're third, and what else has happened around them?
What's happened, that's exactly right. But for me, 11-8 in that situation when you're playing almost all those teams at home.
Yeah.
So hopefully they come back and they make some of that up on the road. Number 2.
Question 2.
Big if.
Big if.
Brock Purdy is the presumed starting quarterback for the 49ers next season. Is Trey Lance his backup, or will he be traded?
Is Trey Lance his backup, or will he be traded?
Or both?
We're talking about this guy, by the way.
And we're going to feel like the fans of the Philadelphia Eagles after they get conquered by Brock Purdy of the 49ers.
The Niners have gone 8-0 with Purdy either starting or taking the bulk of the snaps. Since entering the lineup, Brock Purdy, guys, is a QBR of 66. That's 5th in the NFL. He's completed 68.3% of his passes. That's 5th. He's averaged 218 passing yards a game. That's 12th. 8.12 yards per attempt. That's 2nd. 13 touchdown passes is tied for 1st. 3 interceptions tied for 4th fewest. And the offensive output for San Francisco has jumped to 31, almost 32 points per game. That's 1st. Their offensive efficiency is 1st. Their expected points added, 1st. Just over 6 yards per play. 2nd, just to give you some context, before Purdy stepped in, the Niners ranked 15th, 7th, 12th, and 6th in those categories. Now, there's a little bit of a mirage here because you also got the Christian McCaffrey addition as well to kind of coincide with that. But again, this is going to be the topic of the offseason. We've been talking about it for a while now, and we're still going in the season, Jason. I just don't see how Brock Purdy isn't your starter next year.
Yeah, and on the part for Lance, you just go, there's so much more unknown. We all know what they did and why they felt he was the guy to be the 49ers quarterback of the future, but he hasn't proven any of that. No. Not to his fault. He had one game in Chicago, got hurt in the second game. With him being the leader of this team, I think with the elements around him, I think he would have done pretty well. I don't know if it would have been as good as what Brock Purdy has done.
Sure.
But if it's not, I mean, I think it's Brock Purdy's team, but who's the backup if it's not Trey Lance? Like, can you work out a deal where you keep Jimmy again, and then then I would deal Trey Lance.
Sure.
But if it's a Nate Sudfeld type, I'd be a little bit nervous about that with a team that's still going to be Super Bowl caliber next year.
It's so tough. It's so tough to deal Trey Lance because
you're selling low, right?
You're selling rock bottom.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you get lucky and there's a team out there that saw the same talent you did.
Yeah.
They're not giving you 3 first-rounders, but at this point, if somebody comes along and offers up a first-rounder for Trey Lance, do you just cut your losses?
You could. I mean, there's no doubt in their mind they see Trey Lance as more talented. At some point they did. Sure. Whether they still do, but there's talent there. Can they get that out of him? And do you want that out of him as a backup?
I also wonder what Brock Purdy would have done in those first 7 games, and I wonder what Trey Lance would be doing right now.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm going to make a prediction, and I'm going to stick with this until proven wrong. I think Kyle is going to start Trey Lance next year because I think that's just Kyle. I think that's his guy. That's Lynch's guy, and they're going to start him. I think they're just going to middle finger it and say, we know what we're doing. Screw you. We're starting this guy. We believe in him. And Brock Purdy ain't going anywhere. That's the other thing, too. I think it actually behooves them to do that in a sense because you either find out Trey Lance is a super badass or you're at least showcasing him to either find out, A, he sucks, or B, okay, he's decent enough to where we can get something for him. Brock Purdy's not going anywhere, and I think they're going to play that a little bit next year, too. Number 2.
Question 3.
On this day, 20 years ago, 2003, can't believe it, the Buccaneers blew out the Raiders 48-21 in Super Bowl 37. Will the Raiders make a Super Bowl at some point over the next 20 years?
That hurts.
Yeah, at 20 years, yes.
Like on accident?
Well, here's why. If I said, hey, guys, I just came back from the future and in my DeLorean, and the Raiders in the offseason either signed Tom Brady, traded for Aaron Rodgers, made some huge quarterback move, and next year they made their way through the AFC, and they're actually going to be in the Super Bowl. Guys, I can't tell you whether they won or lost, but the Raiders made the Super Bowl last year, and they signed or traded for one of those 2 quarterbacks. You're going to be like, oh, wow. But are you going to be like, what? No. I mean, I could see it. And by the way, there's still 19 more years after that.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, the whole thing about the NFL, that is kind of the beauty of it. It feels like it changes over all the time. You have a lot of different opportunities. But then I start to go back in the last 20 years and go, well, one, the Raiders haven't been there. The Lions, the Browns. Right. I mean, there's the Jags. There's quite a few teams that haven't been able to do it. And right now, for the next foreseeable future, in the AFC with Burrow and Trevor Lawrence and Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson and whoever else becomes that next young stud, hopefully it becomes a Raider. But my instant thought, 20 is forever, but I'd say no. And that hurts.
I would say upset pick, by the way, to your point, whether it's Rodgers or Brady or whomever it is. There's like this little tiny bug in the back of my head that's going,
Trey Lance.
Although honestly, couldn't you see Lamar Jackson being a Raider someday?
Yeah.
I absolutely could. And if things go, listen, it ain't going to happen, but if things go wonky with that whole contract thing that they can't seem to work out, I just wonder what Baltimore would get a haul for him. And I think the Raiders would be one of those teams that might line up to do it. All right, we will take a break. When we come back, last night's game sucked. Did Toronto find a blueprint for beating the Kings, though? We'll go over it next.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Dirk Bedorn in the KCRA3 Weather Center, and a chilly start this morning, but we will be warming up with sunny skies this afternoon. Temperatures will be climbing into the 60s for daytime highs with the winds anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
Treat yourself to a new car in the new year. Shop Folsom Lake Kia for your favorite Kia model. Low interest rates, low payments, even zero down deals with approved credit. Over 20 years right here in Sacramento. That's Folsom Lake Kia.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. And right now, we're offering a free treatment just for coming in. That's right. You can try this treatment at no cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
With clinics in Sacramento and San Mateo, call 916-829-8273. That's 916-829-8273. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Ryan Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Kale, you've got this gift. Always known the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Kale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wool's on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming January 26th, only on Peacock.
Bedtime is rough, even for Peanut. That's why people will try anything to fall asleep. Headstands before bed, even blowing bubbles. But Ashley has a trick that works every time. A new Tempur-Pedic mattress. It adapts to your body's needs to help you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. You'll wake up feeling refreshed every day. Even Peanut agrees. So ditch the wacky bedtime rituals. Head to Ashley to take home a Tempur-Pedic today.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never thought about space in my cramped apartment, but in this house, all I see is empty space. The sofa and ottoman look like tiny islands in a sea of hardwood floors. I could get 2 ottomans in the living room, but then I'd need another sofa. I could tell people I'm into minimalism.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided in service by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Hagen Oaks is introducing the next generation of speed with the long-awaited Ping G430 line of clubs. With more ball speed, improved sound, and movable weights, the Max Driver is something special. You'll find distance with forgiveness in the fairways, carbon fly wrap in the hybrids, and 7 to 10 yards more in the irons. G430 was worth the wait. Ask about the full line of Ping G430 woods and irons at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at hagenoaks.com.
Time to check out Coastside Medical Clinic, who's dedicated to providing breakthrough remedies for men.
Sactown Sports
Headlines. With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was a rough evening for the Sacramento Kings as they wrapped up a 4-game homestand with a loss to the Toronto Raptors 113-95. Toronto beat the Kings on the boards, out-rebounding Sacramento 41-34, while also having their way with the Kings' defense in the interior, scoring 58 points in the paint. Sacramento begins a season-long 7-game road trip Saturday in Minnesota. 5 San Francisco 49ers were named finalists for NFL awards, including quarterback Brock Purdy for Offensive Rookie of the Year. Kyle Shanahan was also one of the 4 nominees for Coach of the Year. Nick Bosa nominated for Defensive Player of the Year. Christian McCaffrey was nominated for Comeback Player of the Year, and defensive coordinator DeMeco Ryans was nominated for Assistant Coach of the Year. Those are your headlines. Back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sactown Sports.
Dang it.
Technology.
This is why we're idiots. Well, okay. This is why I'm an idiot and Jason was playing along. Our fridge died, so we had to get a new fridge. And for some stupid reason, it has a It has a camera so you can see inside the fridge from the app on your phone. So I made Melissa go in and open the fridge door and wave at it. And I was super excited to see like if I could see somebody going in the fridge.
Yeah.
And then we found out it's like on a tape. It's like on a tape delay.
Yeah, still haven't seen it.
It's like 3 minutes old now.
He looked at it, the dog show was on.
Yeah, it had the big. Oh, and one more note. Again, you're at every game working it, so you don't. One more note to our friends. I don't know whose deal this is. NBC Sports, whatever it is. When the game ends, sometimes I'll fall asleep, like watching the post game, and then as soon as they're done with the broadcast, they go to a blue screen that says like your programming is over. Dude, the music they play,
it's like super loud.
Oh my God. It almost doubles.
Yeah.
And it's not like soft classical. It's like, gonna storm the castle.
Yeah. It's not Welcome to the Masters.
No, that's what they should play. Yeah. Something like that. The amount of times that I have, and I'll bet you there's somebody listening right now that goes, been there. The amount of times that I've been taking a dad nap after a Kings game, and all of a sudden I just shoot straight up like, oh my God. Yeah.
I took one during the game last night.
Dude, I'm telling you, I think there were a lot of people that wish they were napping. Good morning, AC. 1-800-920-1140 for all the rest of you if you want to talk to Jason Ross. Good morning.
Good morning. You guys are on top of your game today, man. Too bad the Kings weren't last night, but you guys are putting on a great show today.
Appreciate you. Thanks, brother.
I got you mentioned the blueprint for beating the Kings, and I have it, and I think a lot of people would probably agree. The Toronto Raptors were more handsy than a teenage boy in his first date. There was one clip where De'Aaron Fox had a guy had him in a headlock, and there was no call. And it's the refs swallowing the whistles that's the blueprint to beat the Kings, because Domantas Sabonis gets hammered every night, and we know that. But he's been getting some calls, and De'Aaron has too. But last night, the refs, for whatever reason, let the Toronto Raptors do what they wanted.
Now, let me ask you this, because I don't disagree with the spirit of what you're saying, but honestly, and I'm not setting you up for an argument, AC. I'm just curious. Do you think the refs are why the Kings lost the game last night?
Well,
I mean, honestly,
the Toronto refs. Honestly, I'm not complaining about the refs. That's an old Kings fan thing, right? I'm just saying that it was different than other games, Dave. The Raptors were very, very physical, and the refs let them do that, and that's okay. And we didn't respond. And Domantas had a game where he looked like he had gotten drunk before the game. He was losing the ball everywhere. It was really kind of sad. But we could have won that game. But that's a real playoff team. Toronto's a good team.
No, listen. Toronto's struggled lately, but they're well coached.
Well coached.
Nick Nurse is fantastic. And any team that has OG Anunoby, Pascal Siakam, Scotty Barnes, Fred VanVleet, and by the way, Gary Trent Jr. is a phenomenal defender and he had 16 points last night. I do agree with AC that the Raptors have really been underperforming this year.
Clearly.
So much to the point where it's generally where you would look at, has the coach lost this team? Is there something internal going on? Because they're way too talented to be sitting at 22 and before yesterday, 21 and 27 in the East.
Yeah, watching the game in person, it felt like this to me, and I don't know how it felt to you, Dave, but a well-crafted and executed game plan, or a well-crafted game plan came together with execution perfectly.
I agree.
Now, someone had to do it, and that was Toronto. That's the most I've seen anybody take the Kings out of what they do. And it was a struggle to get 95 points. The Kings get 30-point quarters. The other night, 2 nights ago, hit 47 in the first quarter, nearly a franchise record. They didn't have 47 at the half, did they? Well, they had 50 at the half. And it was just a battle. It was a grind. It's the first team I've seen do this, which was really smart, and I'm surprised no one else has. Early in the game, Sabonis gets one of those rebounds, and he's his own one-man fast break. Mm-hmm. Scotty Barnes was waiting for him in the backcourt. Made him go right, made him go left. I mean, he made him turn 2 or 3 times. It was no longer a fast break. I went, oh, that was pretty smart. Got another rebound. One-man fast break. Nope, Scotty Barnes waiting for him. Pushed him right, pushed him left. There was no fast break again. So those were things. They were obviously super aggressive with Sabonis. The fact that he didn't get to the free throw line, makes me wonder, because he's as physical a player as there is, with 9 turnovers. Part of the credit absolutely has to go to Toronto, but the fact that they could put Achua, Boucher, Siakam, Anunoby, the versatility of them to switch and guard everybody, and then they space the floor. They had the double whammy where they could score on the Kings when they wanted and could guard them. That's the first team I've seen that could do that. Maybe the Knicks game was the other closest one, but I felt like the Knicks game, the Kings were just off. This one, I really want to put most of the credit to Toronto. I thought they were incredible.
I think when you talk about, and I agree with you, when you talk about emerging blueprints to beat the Kings.
Yeah.
And on the surface, this is going to sound very duh.
But who else can do it?
Good defensive team.
Yeah.
That's the blueprint.
Right.
Teams that play hard-nosed, good defense, that's when I don't think there's maybe 1 or 2 out there. Okay, there's 2 or 3 out there, teams in this league that can keep up with the Kings offensively.
Mm-hmm.
I think the problem with the Kings, if there is a blueprint, is if you D up on them, if you get physical, if you get in their face, if you cut off their passing lanes, they can't get in a rhythm.
Yeah.
You ever see, like in baseball, you ever see the pitcher that ticks everybody in the stadium off because, or the hitter, Nomar Garciaparra was famous for this. He would step out of the box, do his batting glove thing, do all this stuff. And his whole point was, I'm never going to let the pitcher get in a rhythm during my at-bat. It's a real advantage. I think that's the key with the Kings. When you look at their losses, or most of them at least, the Clippers, good defensive team.
Yeah.
Golden State, I'm just looking at the third year, good defensive team, or at least played great defense then. Memphis, good defensive team. Miami, good defensive team. Golden State, again, that loss. Atlanta, not good defensive team, not terrible defensive team. Boston, good defensive team. That Phoenix loss, the loss to Phoenix, when you have guys like
they had their guys back then.
Yeah, that good defensive team. Let's keep going. Milwaukee Bucks loss, good defensive team. New York, Tom Thibodeau, defense. Philadelphia in Philadelphia, defense. Now you lost to Charlotte and Washington and Denver. Okay, fine. Memphis again, Atlanta again, Philly, who didn't have their 2 stars, but they still had Matisse Thybulle and friends. I mean, Thybulle wasn't that great. Defense, and then last night, Toronto defense. If you get in their face and you punk them around, they're not going to do well.
Yeah, and Sabonis, to me, is so good. I feel like he is the guy that wants to play physically, but if you go at him first, he doesn't back down, but he just looked agitated and bothered, and they defended him. You know, when teams decide to double or triple, there's so many different ways to do it. Do you do it on the catch? Do you do it when he dribbles? It felt like not only did they have all the answers where they just had him blanketed, but also, I mean, literally it felt like one of those things. Do they have 6 defenders?
Right.
Like, okay, 2 are on Sabonis. He'll find the open passer, and then he looked to pass, and as soon as he did, it felt like everyone else was covered.
Yes.
And that's at least what he saw, and there were turnovers, and I think Mike Brown made this point in the postgame. Because they're so switchable, they can move all these different guys. You might see, oh, look, Sabonis is being guarded now by the, quote, small forward.
Sure.
But that's Anunoby, and he can get around or deny the pass, or you force a play and go, oh, we got to go down to the block. No, it's not. It wasn't open, but you're thinking, hey, the center is on me. I'm saying small, but it's another 6'8" guy that's on Sabonis.
Right.
That's not a matchup advantage as much as you think it is. And the Kings forced a lot of those.
Here's Mike Brown on Sabonis in those turnovers.
You hope it's one of those stretches, but the reality of it is they've gotten up in him and they've pressured him. And when he puts it on the floor, they're shrinking. And so what he has to do, and we talked about it in there, what he has to do, he just got to make the simple pass. He may have to get the this is funny because it's Toronto, I guess, and it's hockey, but he may have to get the hockey assist instead of the assist because of the pressure that he's facing, because of the defense's ability, the defense shrinking the floor and making it tough on him. And then, in the post tonight, they did a great job of mixing up some double teams and not mixing up some double teams, which caused not only confusion from him, but confusion from the rest of our guys tonight too. But it's more so just making all of us, it's more so just making a simple pass, not getting too deep, and allowing them to use their length and athleticism to get deflections.
That's Mike Brown on Domantas Sabonis. A lot more of that later because we're going to need to answer the following question. Is this an Achilles heel? Is it a blueprint? Is this something they have to address before the trade deadline if they want to make any sort of noise in the postseason, which they still should make? We will take a break. When we come back, the 49ers play the Eagles noon Sunday, NFC Championship in Philadelphia, and we have what Joey Bosa called yesterday the quarterback of the defensive line, Aril Armstead. He joins us, video and audio, next.
Sactown Sports goes 100%.
Okay. You good on time? I mean, we're not going to go forever, but you got a few minutes. to plug or talk about, or you just want me to do what they send me?
Yeah, whatever they sent. It's fine.
Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1. Joining us right now, and I'm so glad this isn't a wrap-up interview. This is a preview interview, and we'll look a little behind us to last weekend. For your San Francisco 49ers, 2 wins away from a championship, but we never look ahead of the next game. From Sacramento, Aril Armstead. What's up, buddy?
What's up? How you doing?
I am, the thing is, I've known you long enough. This is sad. You're out there. You're the one risking injury. You're the one hitting and getting hit. I just have a feeling that my blood pressure was probably higher than yours last week, and that's how I'm doing. I'm nervous, but I'm excited.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, games are pretty intense, but at the end of the day, it's just football for us. So we go out there and do what we do.
What's different for you now from your first year or two, maybe, when you've always been such an even-keeled dude, but is there anything different from when you were a rookie or second year to now when you get in these situations? Do they still phase you? Do you still get nervous at all?
Yeah, this is my 3rd NFC championship now at this point. So I have some experience playing in big-time games. And, it really just comes down to, which each game, things get magnified a little bit, but it really just comes down to the simple things in football. And, that's, playing physical, for me, getting off blocks, making plays, for other positions, throwing the ball, catching the ball, covering people, the simple things and execution is what wins you games at this point.
I'm just going to get it out of the way right away because I'm sure you've been hearing about it all week. When I saw the play with Dak towards the end of the game in the end zone, all I could think of was Eric didn't want to get a flag. I heard a couple of your comments afterwards. Sounds like that was part of it. Is that just you being cautious in that situation?
Yeah, for sure. He took his hand off the ball to throw, and in that situation, I didn't want to get a roughing the passer, and then he tucked the ball back when he saw me, and it was just a bang play that I was a little hesitant in because of all the roughing the passer calls as of late in the league. So I wish I would have had that one back and just would have tackled him down, obviously. But it is what it is, and we're moving on.
Yeah, but at the same time, and I think that's an IQ play on your part, a good IQ play, because it obviously didn't end up hurting anything. You guys won the game. But the part people don't think about is, okay, what if you did throw the ball? What if you do get the rough in the passer? Momentum change. It's just people don't think that way.
Yeah, for sure. They think about what happened and not about what could have happened. And, football is a game of inches. It's a lot going on. Quick decisions have to be made. And in that situation, I was running straight at him. I thought he saw me and was going to throw the ball, and obviously I didn't want to kill him and get a roughing the passer call. So
yep.
I kind of let up a little bit in that situation. And, looking back, I wish I hadn't, obviously, more than I think I wanted a game-ending sack safety more than anyone else in the world does. So, but it is what it is.
Is what it is. Aril Armstead with us. You remember Floyd Mayweather, the boxer?
For sure.
So Floyd used to do this thing. If you ever watched him fight, where first few rounds, maybe his opponent would get a round or two. Floyd wouldn't throw a lot of shots. He'd just kind of do his thing. And then he would just dominate the last 6, 7, 8 championship rounds. And I keep thinking about your defense and Floyd Mayweather and how he did that. It almost seems like if you're going to get to you guys, get to you early, because once the third and fourth quarter hit, it just seems like you guys have, I don't know if you're in a rhythm, if you've downloaded everything. I know halftime adjustments are overrated, but it really seems kind of like that Mayweather style where you've downloaded what you need, and the third and fourth quarter, you guys are just airtight.
Yeah, well, I mean, that comes down to, traditionally offenses have their first 15 plays. They're on a script of things they want to do. The offensive coordinator, he has these 15 plays that they've been practicing all week and trying to attack your weaknesses. And then after that, it's just football. There's only so many you can do, so many different plays you can run, and so after that, it's just settling in, making those adjustments, and it's just man on man football at that point. There's no tricking anybody. There's no scheming you up. It's just who's going to execute in those moments.
You guys got the win, and the press is going as usual crazy in Dallas. But that really seemed like a tough game. I know what the score was. I know it was close, but man, that really seemed like an old school football, hard hitting, every point counted type of matchup.
Yeah, for sure. It was a dogfight game. We knew it would be. They have a good team. Fortunately, we made enough plays to win the game in the end, but we knew what kind of game that was going to be. Two, great defenses. They also have a talented offense as well. We have an extremely talented offense. So it was just going to come down to those crucial moments, and we made plays to win the game. But we have a good team, and I'm sure they're going through it in Dallas and have high expectations. And, we sent them 2 years in a row. So I'm sure that's a tough pill to swallow.
Well, you and I grew up and not too far removed from the old school rivalry. There's always been that rivalry with Cowboy and Cowboy fans, who I absolutely can't stand. I know you got to be a little more classy than I do, but it's got to mean a little extra something to send all those people back home with the L.
Yeah, it's anytime you call yourself America's team, it's it's a good feeling. There's more people that aren't fans in America of the Cowboys than that are. So it's a good feeling for sure.
Aril Armstead with us. Nick Bosa, who is almost certainly, I would think, going to be Defensive Player of the Year. He said today that Aril Armstead is the quarterback of the D-line. He sent a group text early this week to the 49ers outlining what they need to do to handle Philly. When you hear something like that, obviously, I know you take being a leader very, very seriously, but to have somebody like Nick and the rest of that line really look up to you and really follow your lead, that's got to feel really good.
Yeah, for sure. I just feel like that's my responsibility as a person, as a player on this team that's been here a while and has seen a lot. It's my responsibility to help out the other guys, and stuff I see, I share with them. Give them ideas and just what it's going to take to win this game, and how offenses are trying to attack us and how they're trying to exploit what we do, and things to be aware of. And, that's my responsibility, for this group heading into games, heading into big time games. It's imperative that we execute at a high level, and it's going to be the little things that win you the game.
So obviously, both as a Niner fan and as a friend of yours, I won't ask you what was in the text. Maybe after you guys won the Super Bowl, I'll ask. But I'm not going to ask you what was in the text. But I am curious. As much as you're willing to talk about, is it a long, detailed, this matchup and this matchup type of thing? Is it more of let's go out and beat some tail and kill it? Or do you get into the details and stuff like that?
Yeah, for sure. It's a few big hitter items that I feel like we need to be aware of. And, kind of what I think of, what I think of our opponent and how ways that we can beat them and be successful. And, of course, I'm confident walking into the game with my guys and our group that we're going to win and go out there and get that done.
Going into Philadelphia, those fans, somebody said to me the other day, Philly fans are what people think Cowboy fans are. And there aren't that many more hostile environments than that. I got to imagine that adds, you don't need the motivation, but that gets the hair on the neck a little bit up.
Yeah, for sure. Philly is a sports town. I'm sure they're going to be loud, and it's, going to be a crazy atmosphere. And that's fun and exciting for us as well to play in an environment like that, go on the road, and hopefully silence the crowd.
Talk to me just a tiny bit about Philly. Obviously, you guys are going to keep a lot close to your chest, and we all appreciate that. But Jalen Hurts, I imagine, head of the snake, proposes a lot of different issues for you guys. So how do you approach a team like that had a ton of regular season success?
Yeah, they're a really good team, and I think they've been really, buying into the type of quarterback that Jalen Hurts is, and running their offense around that. And they have talent all across the board, and it's definitely going to be a huge challenge for us. But I think we'll be up for it.
And do you think in these situations, once you get this far, Philly's kind of really come on this year, and I won't say out of nowhere, but really come on this year. You guys, as you said, this is your third NFC Championship game. You guys have a Super Bowl meeting as well with the Chiefs from a few years back. You're used to this type of pressure. Does that make a difference, do you think? Is there an advantage for the Niners being under those lights at all?
Yeah, I mean, we have experience of playing in these big-time games, as do they. They have a bunch of guys who won a Super Bowl not too long ago on their team. So I think everybody knows what type of game it's going to be. And I'm sure everyone can't wait to partake in it.
Last question for you. I know we've talked about routine before, and we've talked about diet, nutrition, all kinds of stuff. Eric, Saturday hits. Take me through Saturday night. Once you're done with work and all that, what are you doing Saturday night, Sunday morning until you until you get there? What's your mindset? What's your routine?
Well, we don't typically get out of meetings until about 9:30 Saturday night, so there's not much time. Grab a snack. If we have a later game, later in the day game, I may stay up watching a little more film Saturday night, and then just getting some sleep and waking up and starting to prepare mentally, get a good breakfast and head over to the stadium, start getting my body ready and everything going for the game.
I know you're disciplined, so I got to ask you this too. Do you ever have to force yourself to go to, do you ever find yourself watching film the night before and saying, Eric, I got to put this iPad down, I got to go to bed, or is that not a challenge for you?
Yeah, 100%. Sleep, I am pretty disciplined, but sleep is always a challenge of, forcing myself to go to sleep sometimes.
Now you got the little at home too, so you know what it's like to work on no sleep. So, hey, listen, as always, I tell you this every time. Stay healthy out there. Be safe as you can. And my hands are getting clammy right now just thinking about this. You got the whole 916 and beyond behind you guys, and good luck out there. And let's have another Super Bowl conversation here in a each and every week. I want to make sure we get that out there, helping out a lot of people. Also, we're going to talk to Sam Amick. Yeah, that's right. Sam Amick of The Athletic. His Thursday 8 a.m. show starts next.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on sports.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA3 Weather Center, and a chilly start this morning, but we will be warming up with sunny skies this afternoon. Temperatures will be climbing into the 60s for daytime highs with the winds anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
When it comes to your sewer, what goes down must come out. Get a detailed video inspection absolutely free with any sewer drain cleaning, and keep life flowing in the right direction. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com.
Hey guys, if you have Peyronie's disease, West Coast Men's Health can help. Acoustic wave therapy can dissolve the knot that's causing the problem. No pill or cream will ever do that. And right now, we're offering a free treatment just for coming in. If you suffer from Peyronie's or ED, call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Sacramento and San Mateo, call 916-829-8273. That's 916-829-8273. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
What's up? We're joined by Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. What's going on, Chad, for Chrysler's Start Something New events?
Now is your chance to save up to $4,000 off MSRP on new 2022 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xE. If you've been looking for a way to move the family around while saving money on gas, this is the Jeep that can do both.
Well, saving gas is good, but there's nothing like the sound of American muscle.
I know. And now you can hear it every day on your way to work with savings up to $5,000 off MSRP on new 2022 Dodge Challenger GTs, starting as low as $29,995. Plus, we have tons of savings on California's best selection of Ram trucks, too.
So why are you waiting? Get the new car or truck of your dreams with no dealer markup and no games at Hoblet Dodge in historic downtown Woodland. Or search, select, and save through their full inventory at hobletdodge.com. Best prices, best selection, period.
$4,000 in total net savings on 2022 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xE base. $5,500 total net savings on select 2022 Dodge Challenger GTs after $2,500 factor rebates and $3,000 dealer discount. 5 at each net savings. See dealer for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts provides more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also offer free check engine light diagnosis. We can scan your vehicle and provide a list of possible fixes. Find the right parts for you or recommend a great local repair shop. Don't ignore your check engine light. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Bedtime is rough, even for Peanut. That's why people will try anything to fall asleep. Headstands before bed, even blowing bubbles. But Ashley has a trick that works every time. A new Tempur-Pedic mattress. It adapts to your body's needs to help you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. You'll wake up feeling refreshed every day. Even Peanut agrees. So ditch the wacky bedtime rituals. Head to Ashley to take home a Tempur-Pedic today.
Time to check out Coastside Medical Clinic, who's dedicated to providing breakthrough remedies for men.
KHTK AM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your local sports leader in the 916. This is Sactown Sports. The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then
boom, with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
All right, Sam Amick in about 30 seconds. I want to take a moment here to talk about Aril Armstead. Nice enough to join us. Always love for the 916 from this guy. He always represents well during all of what's going on right now. He's trying to focus on beating the Eagles and getting a ring. I want to tell you about Arik's nonprofit, which we're all so proud of, the Armstead Academic Project, which is actively working on education equity both here and in the Bay Area at large through providing programming to help youth read, explore their interests, connect with college and career experiences, and stay well through community events. Here's the deal. Coming up in Sacramento this spring is a free Teacher Appreciation Wellness Day and a summer free kids football camp. So join the Armstead Academic Project newsletter. Subscribe to that. You can go to Eric's website at ericarmstead.com. Remember, that's A-R-I-K, Eric, ericarmstead.com. Or follow the Armstead Academic Project on Instagram. And any donation made, big or small, helps them provide services that kids need to ensure a zip code isn't limiting a kid's opportunity to succeed. Eric is always, he's awesome on the field, but I think Aril Armstead is a better person than a football player, and he's one of the better football players there is.
Great at both.
He's absolutely awesome, and we really appreciate him joining us each week throughout the playoffs. Joining us each week, apparently joining everybody each week, from The Athletic, the one, the only, Sam Amick. Hello, Sam.
Good morning, gentlemen. How the heck are we?
Good. Haven't heard you on the station in a while. How you been?
Wow.
Do you have anything new for us today, or should we just replay yesterday's interview, Sam?
You're just coming in hot, aren't you?
We actually had an off-air conversation. It was like super nice. I'm like, oh, no, that's great. Big news broke yesterday. He was on with Deuce and Mo, which is awesome get. And obviously you want Sam on to break all that stuff down. No problem. But Sam, you had to kind of know I was going to play Jolted Ex-Lover today.
Yeah, I was going to say, is this how you are with Melissa?
Yes.
When she goes to the grocery store? Like, I saw you looking at that guy in the frozen meat aisle.
Aisle 3, keep your eyes off the meats. Wait, okay, never mind. Yeah, that did redirect. Let's just redirect here. Well, let's start off with what the big news of the week. Obviously, I know you talked about it yesterday. I know you wrote about it as well on The Athletic. But hey, guess what? The Sacramento Kings have a coach and a GM. Their contracts are aligned. I don't know what to do with my hands.
Yeah, they do. Timing is everything, as they say. Although in this case, it's like timing didn't matter. You had Mike out there, Mike Brown, on a 4-year contract with the somewhat awkwardness of hey, I'm good to go with the Kings contractually, and then the GM was a lame duck for quite some time. And as you guys know, there was never that serious angst around the situation. At least I didn't think that was the case. I think there was some from Monty's side, as far as, a desire to get a deal done, but it was never this thing that was, tugging at their group. And in all, I think that all parties seem to handle it pretty well, but now they get the deal done. They settle on a 3-year deal with Monty that, like you said, gets Mike and Monty, and I believe Wes Wilcox as well on the same timeline, same track, pulling in the same direction. Good things are happening for these guys.
Yeah, Sam, all of it makes 100% sense based on the success they've had, based on the moves Monty has made. Just that last part, I guess, you said there was no real angst. I think we all thought it was going to happen, but it still has to. Why? I guess the question is why now? What was that final push to make sure it was all locked in?
There was, even though Monty had, publicly and privately, even in my experience, not been, like I said, having angst, talking about it a lot. And I guess to maybe juxtapose it a little bit with a story we wrote yesterday about the Bob Myers situation with the Warriors, that one I would say is very different. He has no contract for next year, and there's tons of behind-the-scenes conversations with people who love Bob saying this is garbage, this is ridiculous, how do they now lock him up? And so there is a lot of angst there. This one, the why now component, I think, is that all of that being said, Monty's, representation was pushing, with Monty's blessing behind the scenes to get something done. And I think there was a sense that, if you wait toward the summertime, and this is just common sense in life, is if person A has a lot of success at this job and then hits a period of time like the off season where other opportunities might come their way, then it's only natural to consider other stuff. And I think they, if you're going to troll me, Dave, I'm going to quote Deuce and Mo on your show. One of them mentioned yesterday, that just the general mentality of yesterday's price is not today's price. And that was, I think, from a market standpoint, some of that was happening with Monty. Listen, if you become the GM, and this is where it gets tricky, we'll get into this. If you become the GM that got the Kings back in the playoffs, that's a pretty darn good thing to put on your resume, and would come at a steeper price in the summertime.
Yeah, and I think that, to your point, Sam Amick joins us from The Athletic. I think, to your point, the Kings are hypersensitive right now and always to bad PR. And obviously, the team making the playoffs, there's just, you can't let him go. It seemed like with every win, Monty had more leverage. And then I also find myself wondering, is it a coincidence that a week ago they kept showing him on TV with Daryl Morey, who was in town, and maybe Daryl was saying, he was saying really loudly, "Hey, Monty, if it doesn't work here, you can always come back to me." Somebody heard it and signed him, but he had a lot of leverage, I would imagine, with the Kings.
Yeah, and I only Monty knows where his head is at, but it's funny you highlight that. I did find that interesting. Again, this is just regular life stuff that everybody can relate to. saying this somewhat lightheartedly, but if Sactown Sports decided they weren't sure if they wanted me to be a friend of the show anymore, I'd tweet out pictures of Dave and I going to dinner.
Right.
like Monty was hanging out with Daryl Morey, who was a guy who, it's pretty widely known that Vivek Ranadive had, thought highly of and kind of, the type of executive he'd been interested in for quite some time. In that same vein, Sam Hinkie, formerly of Philadelphia and Houston with Daryl Morey, was in town recently, and Monty spent time with Sam sitting at a game. It was all very public, and it did kind of feel like it was a bit of an optics flex, if that makes sense.
Talking with Sam Amick again. All guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Sam, if a coaching staff, a head coach has some success over time, generally an assistant, a lead assistant might get picked off of that team and go and start another, lead another franchise. Kind of in that same sense, Monty and the whole front office, Wes Wilcox, you mentioned him, and others this has worked. They've done a really good job. What are the odds that anybody in that front office also gets looked at elsewhere?
I think typically that would be the case. It could be the case for now, and this could change. I sense, I don't necessarily foresee that happening. Wes seems to click well with Monty, and honestly, to his credit, has kind of convinced me and a lot of others that is truly the case. When there was a time when, we're all kind of guilty in the media of like you kind of look at power dynamics and you go, well, this one guy, meaning Wes, used to be a GM, and surely he'd like to be on top again. So what does that mean for Monty? And we were all kind of waiting to see if those power dynamics shifted, and instead they've had a very comfortable, cohesive partnership that I think they're both good with going forward, and really seem to have really good chemistry. And personality-wise, they complement one another. Roster-wise, obviously, they've done some good stuff. So, I could see it happening, but I also think that this Sacramento story, if it does continue down this arc, that, everybody with this group is mainly just excited to try to see it through, because it will be something that you're talking about, a very passionate fan base and a vibrant market. It is going to feel, honestly, like it's part of the NBA again after this incredibly terrible 15, 16-year stretch.
Sam Amick with us. Sam, last thing. I'm not going to ask you specifically about Monty. That's unfair. Let me ask you philosophically from a GM's point of view in your experience. When a GM gets locked up, does that generally, more often than not, enough to notice, affect his decision-making process both now and for future deals? Do you see a difference at all over time?
Yeah, generally speaking, I can see that being the case. But who knows? It's hard to handicap this stuff. Earlier this year, Rob Pelinka was the Lakers GM, of course, was moving in the kind of way that you I remember wondering, I don't know Rob's contract is, is he doing this? Is he doing that because he's a little desperate because, he might be in trouble? And then we found out that, unbeknownst to us, during this time of analysis in my head, he had already been given an extension. You know what I mean? So that theory certainly fell flat. So they have, without question, though, been examples of executives that made moves that were just, to save their own hide and propel their own career. So it's a factor. Monty's pretty even keel, and I give him credit because he's just not. He just does the job and almost seems to kind of holistically and organically just kind of see where it takes him, and he just kind of focuses on the work, and so I give him credit for that. But yeah, again, I go back to human nature. If you're not as angsty, then you're gonna inevitably look at the long road a little more, maybe, and make sure that what's best for the organization is kind of the absolute top priority.
That's Sam Amick from The Athletic. Sam, really, really, really appreciate you giving effort this morning. I know it's been a long week for you on the airwaves here at Sactown Sports. Appreciate the double duty, and we'll talk to you in a week.
Okay, guys. Be good.
Thank you.
Sam Amick. Each Thursday at 8 a.m. You know what I say? You know what's better than doing a Sam Amick interview, honestly? Sam Amick more than once. Sam Amick twice. Sam
That's
Amick
right.
10 times. You can't get enough. There's enough Sam to go around.
Sam's great.
That's not a weight joke. He's in good shape. I'm just
Yes.
saying. We'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about some of the things Sam talked about. If there's going to be a move, what makes the most sense? And also, just for funsies, I want you guys to think about this. Think about this during the break. What player in the NBA since 2012, so the last 10 years, what player in the NBA since 2012 has the most wins, has won the most games?
JaVale McGee.
I'll tell you the answers when we come back.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find: happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Carmichael Dave.
He has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say.
He's good at what he does.
On Sactown Sports.
Thanks to Sam. Check that out on the website, on all the apps, on the YouTubes. And speaking of YouTubes, hello to everybody. And
Hi.
Looks like Zebra and MC and Earl are about to get off topic here, which is, you know, we try. We're very light moderation here. You know, we consider them part of the family, and you know, there's going to be conversations. But here comes Jose just saying what I agree with. Optics flex. That's a wonderful term Sam used on the Sam Hinkie / Daryl Morey visits with Monte McNair. Our thanks to Sam. Want to remind everybody, you can watch us on YouTube. Just go to Sactown Sports' page, like, subscribe, and more. Also, you can test us at 916-339-1140. You can call us 1-800-920-1140. I asked you before the break.
Yeah.
Over the last, since 2012, so let's call that the last 10 seasons. What player has the most wins?
Okay. Obviously, it's someone that's played that entire time.
Mm-hmm.
I got a couple of entries. You told me it's not a star.
Not a star. This is like the, I mean, no disrespect to Samuel L. Jackson, but he has more box office made than any actor in history.
Yeah.
He's not the best actor in history, but he was also in Star Wars. He had a bit part in a bunch of movies that were, you know, in some of them he was the star. In this case, this is it's kind of like this a Samuel L. Jackson situation.
I'm gonna just take a couple of shots and then maybe ask for a hint. Brooke Lopez.
Brooke Lopez, not in the top 20.
Eric Gordon.
Those are two really good guesses, by the way. Not in the top 20, but where you're going,
I figured it was someone like
the
that.
right road to go down.
Okay, now I might need a hint or two. Kevin Durant, too big of a star.
Yeah, Kevin Durant is what is he? 12th, 13th in there. Player obviously has multiple rings, I believe. Did most of this in a small market. Smaller market.
Kevin Love? No, he doesn't have enough wins.
No, Kevin Love not on the list. Let me see how many rings this person. 3 rings for this person. 3 rings for this
Iguodala?
person. Iguodala is a wonderful guess. Incorrect. Andre Iguodala, by the way, he's just ahead of Kevin Durant, actually, as a matter of fact. 673 to 664. By the way, this person also has rings
Udonis Haslem.
Udonis Haslem. That's a great guess because he's been around. He's been on the Heat all that time. Nope. Let's see. This person has 3 rings. I won't give you the years yet, but he won them. I'm pretty sure I am correct. Here you go. Here's a good hint. Here's a really good hint. He has 3 rings. This could give it away, actually.
With the same team?
No. None of them with the same team.
So all 3 separate? Kawhi? No,
Kawhi Leonard. That's a great guess. Nope. Kawhi Leonard's about 18th. You want another guess or another hint?
Yeah.
I'll give it away here because we got to move on. I don't want to say that one. NBA All Defensive Second Team in 2017. He won an NCAA championship at North Carolina.
Danny Green.
Danny Green has won more games.
He's coming back soon
than any other player in the NBA since 2012, followed by James Harden.
Okay.
James Harden's actually second. Chris Paul, LeBron James, Steph Curry, Serge Ibaka, who's out there.
Okay.
Draymond, Russ, Patty Mills,
DeAndre
Jordan, Andre Iguodala, Kevin Durant, Klay Thompson, et cetera, et cetera. One more thing. Here's a fun one. Somebody put out a list of 500 unique players blocked by Rudy Gobert. Number 1 on the list. He has been blocked by Rudy Gobert 22 times. Ladies and gentlemen, Damian Lillard.
Oh, wow.
Number 2 on the list, blocked 19 times. Karl Anthony Towns.
Oh, teammates.
He's blocked Jonas 17 times. Andrew Wiggins 16. I don't know why I like this list. Nikola Jokic 13 times. And let me see here, 12 times or 11 times a number of players, including Brook Lopez, who you mentioned earlier, Russell Westbrook, and DeMarcus Cousins.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Sam talked about it. We talked about quite a few things with Sam. I think it's interesting. It's a real fascinating topic with Kings fans, Jason, because this isn't a championship team. This is somewhere between, I would say right now, odds makers probably have the Kings making the playoffs. They do. And I would say, I don't even know if this is a bet you could make, but over under on series the Kings will participate in the playoffs, I would say is 1.5.
Okay.
They're either a first round out or a second round out. So I think everyone knows there's improvements that need to be made.
Right.
In order to be a championship contender, in order to make more noise in the playoffs. But I think the large, vast majority of Kings fans have what I like to call Shumpertitis. They are so deathly afraid. I mean, I think you were here yesterday when they said a bunch of guys were saying they wouldn't trade Harrison Barnes for LeBron James.
Right.
Straight up.
Yeah.
I think they're so deathly afraid of messing with chemistry, which I understand, by the way, that they're just saying they got a good thing going. We're a 3 seed. Leave it there. Then anything else is greedy or ill-advised. And I understand you don't want to mess with chemistry. You want to keep the group together. All great teams but that's their core that's together.
Right.
Got to do something.
Yeah, you know what's interesting, and I know what you meant by it, because I wouldn't sit here today and say this is a championship team either.
Mm-hmm.
But if they end where they are as a 3 seed, I think the top 3 to 4 should be considered. Generally, are considered as teams that can win it all. I don't think anybody right now says the Kings could.
Sure,
but if they finish 3rd for the 82-game season, I mean, you have home court a lot of the Western Conference playoffs, not all of it, but a lot. Or, especially if the 2 seed were to be upset, then, things could go well there. And the reality is the team might even be better next year, another full year together, but they could have a worse standing because, look, think a full year of a healthy Warrior team. The Kings have had incredible luck, knock on wood, in the health department. And they could be a better team even next year. And you go, oh, man, but look what the Lakers did. The Clippers fully healthy. The Warriors, whoever the other teams that did their adjustments. It's kind of interesting how it can change that fast. So I wouldn't throw away an opportunity like this, but also you can't compromise your future.
Unless this is an obvious answer to the question, I'm just having a brain freeze here. I would love the audience to participate in this during the break. Has there ever been, we talk about NFL all the time as we go to break. Has there ever been an NBA champion that didn't make the playoffs the year before? Think about that during the break. Maybe there's an obvious one I'm missing. I don't think so.
I think Phoenix would have been one.
But
But
has there been?
Yeah.
We'll take a break. We'll come right back.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
He's older, he's wiser, and he is back! Talking Money with Jeff Tarbell returns to Sactown Sports, Saturdays at 10 a.m.
Talking Money!
Don't miss your final chances at $50,000 with Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge Big Guy Vince Bloom and Sactown Sports Pick'em Contest. Win a Twin Peaks gift card and a chance at $50,000 at the Hard Rock Casino Resort at season's end. Visit SactownSports.com for details.
Hagen Oaks wants you to know about the exciting Ping G430 line of drivers. The Max is still the Max, as the 460cc model remains the most forgiving and fits most golfers. The LST with carbon fly wrap technology is best for faster swing speeds, and the SFT straight flight technology features an adjustable back weight. Ping has something for every player. Ask about the full line of Ping G430 woods and irons at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at hagenoaks.com.
This week during RC Willie's Winter Savings Event, you'll find incredible savings in every department. Plus, enjoy coupon savings from $50 up to $200 on your new purchase. Come in today and save in our Rockland or South Sacramento store near Elk Grove. RC Willie.
It's hard to find a better selection of 4x4s in stock and ready to drive home today than you'll find at M&S Auto on El Camino right off the Cap City Freeway. New truck prices keep rising. M&S invites you to tour their selection of super clean 4x4s and trucks and save thousands. Tacomas, F-150s, Jeeps, Rams, Silverados. Great deals today on hundreds of 4x4s, SUVs, and muscle cars. First-time buyers are welcome. M&S Auto Sales, El Camino, just off the Cap City Freeway. MSAutogroup.com.
American Energy wants to make sure you and your family are safe this winter with a $49 furnace tune-up. Plus, if you're ready for a new one, get half off with American Energy's 50% off furnace special. With 0% financing and payment plan options available, there's no reason to keep putting off making your home safe, warm, and comfy for you and your family this holiday. Call American Energy today at 916-520-9990 or visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. 50% off furnace when you purchase a whole home HVAC system. Limited time only. Cannot be combined with other offers or specials.
It all started with a group of cowboys who broke from the mold and wanted more. 30 years later, the ride continues, and the professional bull riders have never been more ranked.
The best ever! We were here for it!
Don't be a... Celebrate 30 years with 3 huge nights this February 3rd through 5th at the Golden One Center in downtown Sacramento. Tickets are on sale now through Ticketmaster.com or the Golden One Center box office.
Time to check out Coastside Medical Clinic, who's dedicated to providing breakthrough remedies for men.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was a rough evening for the Sacramento Kings as they wrapped up a 4-game homestand with the loss to the Toronto Raptors, 113-95. Toronto beat the Kings on the boards, out-rebounded rebounding Sacramento 41-34, while also having their way with the Kings' defense in the interior, scoring 58 points in the paint. Sacramento begins a season-long 7-game road trip Saturday in Minnesota. 5 San Francisco 49ers were named finalists for NFL awards, including quarterback Brock Purdy for Offensive Rookie of the Year. The other 4 were Kyle Shanahan, nominated for Coach of the Year, Nick Bosa, nominated for Defensive Player of the Year, Christian McCaffrey was nominated for Comeback Player of the Year, and defensive coordinator DeMeco Ryans was nominated for Assistant Coach of the Year. Former Denver Broncos head coach Nathaniel Hackett has been named offensive coordinator for the New York Jets, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. Hackett was 4-11 with Denver before being fired after a Week 16 loss to the Rams. Those are your headlines. Back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
They bleed black and purple. It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on your local sports leader, Sactown Sports.
So, Jason, you brought up what I think is a very fair point. We're going to get to some Super Bowl matchups here in a second. You know, if you're a top 3 seed in either conference, you should, by definition, be considered a championship contender. You're,
I believe so.
Top 6 best team.
General.
Things can happen, hot streaks, injuries, whatever.
Maybe if you would pick you, but you did the body of work's pretty good.
And so it made me think, you know, Phoenix, as you mentioned, would have been one. But unlike in the NFL where non-playoff teams make that every single year, a lot of times teams have to build up, and we've seen that through history. You know, the Kings tried to get through the Lakers, they couldn't. The Bulls had to get through the Pistons, the Celtics, then the Pistons had, you know, there's all of that. So I really can't remember, at least in modern memory, but I also have a feeling I'm forgetting of a team that did not make the playoffs one year. And there's 2, Jay.
There's 2 teams.
Oh, well, okay. Since what? Don't give me the year, but about how long ago was the most recent one?
Within the last 5 years.
Oh, God, was it the Lakers?
And the Heat.
Well, because LeBron was hurt the year before.
Right.
Walton got fired.
And the Heat didn't make it in 2019 when they when they played each other. They actually played each other, the 2 teams that missed.
Did the Spurs do it too, from the Robinson to Duncan? You know
But
how
the Heat didn't do it in 2019.
They didn't make the playoffs in 2019.
And then in the bubble, they were in the finals together.
Oh, I gotcha.
The Spurs made the playoffs in 98, and then they won it in 99 because they drafted Tim Duncan. They made it his rookie year.
But
they won the title his second year.
But there's one team that won it without making the playoffs.
Which was the Lakers.
Because
they were playing the Heat, but either one would have done it.
Right. Interesting.
But you also have to look, like Jason said, LeBron missed, or else they would have been in it. And I believe that was the offseason, Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, that they grabbed Jimmy Butler.
Correct.
Interesting, actually, because that generally, again, that's tough to do.
But it goes to show there's a select handful of teams in the NBA because of market and who they are that can do that. It's only a handful, whereas the NFL, I mean, all 32 teams can actually have a shot at it. The NBA, it's 5 or 6 teams.
I would very much love to be wrong, and I'm sure you guys, despite that, we're all in agreement. Obviously, that'd be great if the Kings. Hey, that'd be great if the Kings won the title this year. I think we can all agree on that. But doesn't it also seem like if you told me they were going to win a title in the next 10 years, I'd say, okay, well, this is probably the start. It's going to be very much like a 99, 2000. They're going to get closer and closer. If we're going to win it, if you told me we're going to win a title in the next 5 years, I'd say that is awesome. I love it. I'm over the moon. I'm also going to prepare for some very serious heartbreak between now and then as you get to, let's not forget, a lot of people don't know this because they're, 16 or younger, but making the playoffs is awesome.
Yes.
Losing in the playoffs is a horrible feeling.
Yeah.
It's a horrible feeling.
And that's the thing. That's why I think it was a lesson I learned earlier. And look, the measurement is championship. So this organization, or the Sacramento Kings, I should say, have never had one. But if you don't enjoy the ride, you're just going to always be miserable. And as far as a fan, I'm not saying as in life. But I remember the first example of that for me, Dave, was the Kings kind of kept flirting with the playoffs and made it, and then just the first time they advanced with that series win over Phoenix and then lost in the second round of the Lakers that year, I remember being so drained and so exhausted, and I went, this is round 2.
That was a sweep, right?
Yeah. Round 2. I'm like, they weren't even halfway there. And I went, man, could you imagine? And then the year they went, I mean, it was draining and exhausting because the emotions of the wins and the loss, it's a lot. It's great. It's a lot. You go, man, it takes a lot to win the whole thing.
Well, then go forward to 2002 when we all remember that the Ori Shot series, Game 6. And that was more soul crushing than any loss I've ever experienced before as a fan. But even then, we're all thinking, this is crushing.
Yep.
We got you next year.
Yeah,
we
absolutely.
We figured out the secret sauce. And then, and by the way, next year, they slayed it. That's the championship team.
I 100% have said that everyone points to 02 because of how close they were.
Mm-hmm.
I think they were more stacked in 03. And they also didn't have the same, 02 was the year, look, what's the difference? Let's get home court. Let's be the 1 seed. They were the 1 seed.
Right.
Everything was in their advantage. I think the next year, they kind of just went through the regular season, but they were deeper. They were better. They had so much more talent. And that's the year Chris Webber in the playoffs shreds his knee. And they still went 7 games with Dallas without C-Web. It tells you how good they were. I think that team was so good. They had added Keon Clark. They had added Jim Jackson to go with everything else. They still had Hito and Peja and Vlade and Webb and Doug and Bobby and Bibby. They were loaded.
I think that 59 and 23 team, that 02-03 team,
Mm-hmm.
I think if they play the 02 team, I think they win that series in 6. Mm-hmm. And no disrespect. That was the title team.
Yeah.
So had we known, as crushing as it was, had we known at the end of game 7 in overtime in 02, on top of everything else we dealt with, and then had we known that was your closest shot, and you're about to experience, very soon here, a record for longest stretch without making the playoffs.
Yeah, completely different because I think I took the game 7 loss. I don't want to say better, but I was certainly disappointed. But I thought, you know what? It's part of this process. It hurts. But just the NBA evolution, I'm like, man, I felt like they were the better team in this series. They lost. This is awful. But wait till next year. And the next year was really good.
Yes.
But I did not know the peak was 02. I did not feel like it was going to be.
Do you still every once in a while, do the old man thing I do and wonder what would have happened if Adam had brought a recovering Weber off the bench the following year? They were killing it the following year too.
And a lot of people do and say that.
I don't know how he does that.
Yeah. I also fast forward to that playoff run, and when they actually played Minnesota in that series, Weber was one of the better players. Yeah. And so it's like he's so talented, they were rolling, and it was a great team, but that's also really difficult to do.
That's the ultimate, Monday morning quarterback.
Bring him off the bench. There's a lot of not only politics, but that's a tough thing to do.
Speaking of quarterback.
Yeah.
We put out a poll yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Put out a poll asking y'all's, and keep in mind the market we're in, of course, but asking y'all's, what matchup would you like to see the most in the Super Bowl? There's 4 possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like these in order? How would you like these percentages?
Well, I feel like it's going to be weighted towards the 49ers based on region and market, and it should be.
Yeah.
But let's go from worst to first.
10% of you would like to see the Eagles versus the Chiefs.
That's the lowest?
That's the lowest.
Huh.
The Eagles versus the Chiefs.
I would have guessed Eagles-Bengals.
I would have agreed. However, Eagles-Bengals popped that up to 18% in number 3.
Why do you think that fourth one? Get the Eagles. The answers 3 and 4 were going to be Eagles and whoever. But is it Mahomes fatigue?
It's Chiefs fatigue.
Is it?
I think so.
Gosh, I think they're an exciting team.
I agree with you.
I don't prefer them.
I agree with you. Shout out Pete Youngman. I have no problems with the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Eagles-Bengals, 18%. Just 5% behind number 2 at 23%. Niners-Chiefs. There's your fatigue. That's your fatigue.
Wow, number 1?
49% of all of you out there, Niners-Bengals. Maybe that's a lot of old heads that want the trilogy. The matchup.
Sure.
Imagine how a Joe does in the Super Bowl. Niners versus Bengals.
You're
surprised at those results.
Because my personal one would be Niners Chiefs. That's what I would like to see the most. Obviously, number 2 is number 1. And I would just have the Chiefs in that first and third spot.
I will tell you, and this is dangerous talk right here, especially given what's going on. And I'm of the assumption, Patrick Mahomes is playing this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
You get 2 weeks off. I'm under the assumption once the Super Bowl hits, if he makes it, that he'll be fine. As a Niner fan, I hate even saying this out loud. I want to see Niners Bengals
because
I think the Chiefs will work. No, I don't know if they'll work us. The Chiefs. Oh, okay. First off, the Chiefs already worked us. Granted, things are different.
True.
Granted, things are different, but they already worked us at Levi. And it really is a coin flip. Like, I don't mean to disrespect. The Bengals have what the Niners have right now. It is the same thing. If they end up meeting in the Super Bowl, I got to think this. I don't have the numbers in front of me, Jason, but I'm pretty confident in saying if the Bengals and 49ers meet in the Super Bowl, it will be the largest combined winning streaks of Super Bowl matchups ever, and probably by a decent margin. So you've got the two hottest teams in football are the Niners and Bengals, but God, the Chiefs, dude. I can't handle Jackson Mahomes doing Instagrams anymore. I can't do it, dude. He's such a wiener.
Yeah, I think I'm really, as a football fan, I love this Final Four. I think it's really good. I think this weekend, based on point spread, you're even telling me the future point spreads has all four of those matchups being incredibly close, no matter how this weekend plays out.
We've both done this a long time. I've never seen anything like it. Chiefs versus Eagles, and this is from Bet Online right now. So, books will be a little bit different, but Chiefs, Eagles. The Chiefs are 1.5 point favorites. Chiefs, Niners, pick them. Bengals, Eagles. The Eagles are 1.5 point favorites. Bengals, Niners, pick them. Both possible matchups the Niners could be in are pick-ems. And the largest spread for both other games, the only spread, it's 1.5 points.
Yeah.
It's going to be an absolute blast.
Barring injury, I wonder if any of those lines can move. Like if someone just, oh, wow, what a surprise that the Niners won by 24 or something.
I think if we get a massive blowout in one of these games on any side, I think that team either switches to the favorite or is going to extend that point spread by another point and a half. We'll take a break. When we come back, who's hot? Who's not?
Who?
And a former King. It's going to be in a documentary next month. I know we're very excited about this. We'll get to that next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
I'm in the great outdoors doing a little Dodge watching with Vince Bloom, the big guy at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Would you look at that? You know, those are some pretty high-powered binoculars you got there, Vince.
Yeah, I use them to spot all the Lasher license plates out there.
Well, there's bound to be a lot because, you are the big guy after all, and the big guy's known for making great deals on new Ram 1500 Bighorns and Longhorns, Tradesmen and Laramies, crew cabs and quad cabs, 4x4s and 4x2s.
I know. Hold on. I see another one.
Another what? Looked like it might have been a new Dodge Challenger.
I think so.
Or a new Dodge Charger. Elk Grove Dodge sells a ton of those, And new Durangos, Chrysler Pacificas, Jeep Cherokees, and the new Grand Cherokee, Jeep Compass, Gladiators, and Wranglers, and the all-new Wagoneer. I've heard Elk Grove Dodge has great deals on those, too.
Oh, he's taking off.
Oh, I'm sorry. You lose him?
Oh, no. Just another happy customer migrating back to Elk Grove Dodge.
No surprise there, because for over 40 years, the name Lasher means a great deal.
Only at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. The Elk Grove Auto Mall and online at elkgrovedodge.com.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions available on all levels. Hey, small business owner, when's the last time you checked your workers' comp rate? For many small businesses, workers' comp insurance is one of their biggest costs, but some don't check their rate often. Did you know rates can vary? In fact, taking 3 minutes to check your rate with Pi Insurance could save you up to 30%. Just go to trypi.com, share a few details about your business, and get a quote that's customized for you, with no hassle or hidden fees. We know you're busy, but spending just a few minutes to check your rate could save you money. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. See how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote at trypi.com. That's trypie.com.
sleepwalked.com.
Everything in America is bad? No. But wherever the bad is, there's a Muslim.
What's going on? Joined as always by Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Chad, what's up with the Chrysler Start Something New event?
Hoblet is the most trusted dealer in California and is known for having the largest inventory of heavy-duty trucks in the state. We have every type of Ram 2500 heavy-duty available and zero dealer markup. In fact, right now you can save up to $12,000 off MSRP on new 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cabs, with financing starting at 1.9% and prices as low as $39,630.
Oh, is that all?
No, that's not it. We also have up to $8,000 off MSRP on new 2022 Ram 1500 Laramie Crew Cabs as well.
What are you waiting for? Stop by the Hoblet Ram Truck Center off County Road 102 and I-5 today, or search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com. Best prices, best selection, period.
$12,000 in total net savings after $6,000 factory rebates and $6,000 dealer discount. Rebates include $2,000 Chrysler Captive bonus cash. Must finance with Chrysler Captive qualify. 1.9% financing available for 36 months on approved credit. $28.61 per $1,000 borrowed. $8,000 total net savings after $2,000 factory rebates and $6,000 dealer discount. 10 at each net savings. See dealer for details.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
What's hot and what's not? Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot. And what's not?
It's not good.
Brought to you by American Energy Air and Solar, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
Who's hot?
Ooh.
Mike.
Wasn't me this time. Wasn't me. Hey, wasn't me. Go ahead.
Hey. But in real life, Damian Lillard.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw his line last night.
Oh.
It's 60 points. That's a lot, even in today's NBA.
Sure is.
7 boards, 8 assists, and an 89.8 true shooting percentage.
Dude, that is ridiculous.
The most efficient 60-point game in NBA history.
That's insane.
Who's not?
Who is not?
The Pelicans, can't get a win.
Well, put the L in Pelicans.
They're currently on a 6-game losing streak. This is the longest losing streak currently in the NBA.
Lose Orleans.
What? Lose Orleans? New Orleans.
Lose.
Foxyoxaholic on Twitter. It's a good name.
Okay.
When Chris Webber came back from injury, the Kings were 43-15. They played 500 down the stretch, lost home court advantage, and ultimately lost to Minnesota in 7. The decision to start him over Brad Miller cost the Kings a title. Dun, dun, dun.
Cost them a title. What I do remember is had the Kings won that series, they would have had another crack at the Lakers. And that would have been the Karl Malone, Gary Payton.
Was smashed him.
Think so?
Smashed him.
Detroit did. Yeah. Smash those fools.
That's why Carmichael Dave doesn't bet anymore.
But also, isn't that the same series the same playoffs where Fisher hits with 0.4?
Against San Antonio?
That would have totally happened to the Kings.
Yeah, actually, you're right. Seriously. I bet, but at least San Antonio had other titles to fall back on. That was, people say that's their Ori shot. No, it's not. Yeah. They had titles.
Their Ori shot might be Ray Allen.
Yeah, that's actually true. Because
Game 6, they were about to celebrate
in Miami.
Yeah.
February 3rd on Showtime. There's a documentary coming out on the life of former King, former Nugget, former a few teams, also LSU Tiger, Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf. Now, when he was at LSU, he was Chris Jackson.
Yeah, former Chris Jackson.
Mm-hmm. And we've seen this before. Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali, Lou Alcindor, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Chris Jackson. Once upon a time, he found Islam. He changed his name. He became very devout, religious. And first off, Chris Jackson was at LSU. By the way, was he there with Shaq?
Yes.
Yeah. Like early basketball memories for me. But I remember seeing Chris Jackson. In fact, I think I actually remember a debate in elementary school where I want to say one of my buddies was debating whether or not Chris Jackson would have a better career than Shaquille O'Neal. I mean, that's how good he was. Now, obviously, And in the NBA, he was not as good an NBA player as he was a college player, because I think he's one of the most electric college players of all time. But he had a good career. But it wasn't about that. Listen, this is always, and I try to be careful here now, especially with everything we've gone through over the last 3, 4, 5 years, where politics and sports are mixing. I'm not trying to be political here or whatever. Agree or disagree. Before Colin Kaepernick, but before a lot of these demonstrations were going on, Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf sat for the national anthem.
Mm-hmm.
And oh my goodness, that did not go over well with a lot of people. He also, Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf suffered from Tourette syndrome as well, and he would have tics on the floor. I don't know, and I'm very curious. I'm no doctor, but to see in this documentary if that was exacerbated in any way by the anxiety and stress he was put under. Death threats, defiling of his home, a ton of stuff that he went through. The NBA, this is in 1996. This wasn't in 66.
Right.
This was in 96. And I'm actually curious, Jay. Jay, can you look this up real quick? I'm sorry, because I want to read the rest of this. When did the NBA institute the Iverson dress code? I want to say it was around then. Like, the NBA went through this phase where David Stern got real.
I feel like that was early 2000s.
05.
Okay.
Oh, wow. It was that far apart. Because to this day, I think there's some people that can't believe that once upon a time the NBA instituted a travel dress code, and some of the requests, or should I say, orders in that dress code were a little questionable. But when people hear Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf's name, they think about the Star Spangled Banner in a lot of cases.
Right.
He said it was a symbol of oppression. The United States had a long history of tyranny. The NBA suspended him for his refusal to stand, costing him $31,000, almost $32,000 per missed game. He worked out a compromise 2 days later where he would stand during the playing of the national anthem, but could close his eyes and look downward. And he would usually recite prayers for that time. 4 employees of KBPI, that's a Denver radio station, were charged with misdemeanor offenses related to entering a Colorado mosque and playing the Star Spangled Banner on a bugle and trumpet in a response to Abdul-Rauf. Now, I will say this. I'm not trying to make light of that at all, but that is one of the lighter, less controversial things that were done against Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf. Jason, I'm going to play the trailer, and then we can talk about it.
This Mahmoud thing has really touched on some nerves.
One of the greatest players in history was cheated out of his career.
Hold on, stop. Go back before that, because this is important.
I never saw somebody shoot like that.
Who was this dude torching the Lakers? He was Steph Curry before Steph Curry.
The quickness and the creative flair he had.
He wasn't good. He was great. The one player I was watching God play basketball.
To watch him have Tourette syndrome is still destroy the best players in the league.
I could have 9 shots in a row. If there's one glitch in the move, I have to start over. I couldn't embrace success. This is too good to be true. Things like this don't happen to people like me.
I don't think anybody could have foreseen what was about to happen.
I was having issues with my faith. I embraced Islam, and life changed.
I noticed that Mahmoud was not standing for the national anthem.
He believes the flag symbolizes oppression.
Am I saying that everything in America is bad? No. But wherever the bad is, as a Muslim, we don't stand for it.
That's when a lot of people turned on him.
Mahmoud never said, I'm going to burn the house down, but the Klan burned his house down.
I thought I was going to die every day.
We should have covered him. We should have had his back, but we didn't.
His willingness to take a stand in an era where very few pro athletes did this. We should be celebrated for that.
Yeah, I'll be on Showtime. And I think it's incredibly interesting. There's going to be people out there. There are already people, obviously, shockingly, showing up on the text line in the chat that are highly offended by what he did. And without getting down that rabbit hole, one thing I pulled from this, Jason, and watching it, have you seen the trailer?
Yes.
Okay. I know that especially folks that have been around like you and I are thinking about this more and more and more, but I'm sitting there, I'm looking at Chris Jackson, and I'm going, that's an old man.
Yeah.
That's an old man.
Yeah. I saw when he was in the Big Three for a little bit, and I went, whoa.
Yeah.
But
gray beard.
Yeah. But that was one of my early days covering the team, and there's, I don't know, you could have a shootout to find out who's the best Sacramento Kings shooter, but I always felt like there was nobody that, it was almost a little bit like what they say about Steph and Clay. Like, people say Steph's the greatest shooter of all time, but Clay can get hotter than anybody. Mm-hmm. And I felt like Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf, like when he got hot, it was something like, no one else you could see. It was incredible to watch.
He would get on these runs, and he's unbelievably unstoppable.
Mm-hmm.
And the moves he would have, just so quick. His handle was insane. I'm not here to say that, hey, if none of that had happened, you'd have been Hall of Fame. But it's incredibly interesting, especially since, again, it's not the 60s, it's not the 50s, it's not the 70s. It was the 90s when all this happened. We'll take a break. When we come back, let's get into a sound check here. We'll talk about the Kings from last night. We've got audio from Mike Brown on both the game itself and his frustration level. We'll get into that next.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality. And Safe Credit Union. Let us put you first.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I remember as if it were yesterday. I reached down to move a nightstand and was astonished at the weight of the piece. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. At that moment, I instantly recognized the difference between Naturewood's quality furniture that will last a lifetime versus lesser quality furniture found elsewhere. Now, I suppose there's a huge difference in what you'd put in your first apartment and what you would live with in the comfort of your own home. Right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings Made in USA sale is a great time to fill your home with solid, superior quality furniture to reflect your own love for life. With brands like Sam Moore, Stanton, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and many more, Naturewood Home Furnishings has tables, chairs, couches, and, yes, nightstands, and more at their Made in USA sale. Find furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
I'm Craig Ashton of the Injury Law Firm of Ashton & Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton & Price in your corner. When you call Ashton & Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real-life person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
I'm here at the Big Game headquarters. Total Wine and More, scoring huge savings on the perfect bourbon. Local craft beer.
Forgetting something?
Oh, yeah. Cabernet, seltzers, and so many low prices.
Valentine's Day is right after.
Whoa.
new game plan.
You got this. Total Wine can help you score the perfect bubbly, too.
Thank you. I would have been so...
You sure would have.
Your big game headquarters. Love what you find, always at the lowest price. Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks. Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Jiffy Lube's Country in the Park, Northern California's biggest country music festival of the year, is back May 5th and 6th at Cal Expo, starring Lady A,
Chris Young,
Brett Eldridge,
I wanna be that song.
and so many more. Plus, a Boots Boot and Line Dance Saloon, interactive lounges, and Sacramento's best food trucks. Weekend passes start at just $85. Tickets are on sale now at SactownSports.com. Country in the Park, brought to you by Coors Light, Public Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center, and the United States Marines.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the flagship station of your Sacramento Kings.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was a rough evening for the Sacramento Kings as they wrapped up a 4-game homestand with a loss to the Toronto Raptors 113-95. Toronto beat the Kings on the boards, out-rebounding Sacramento 41-34, while also having their way with the Kings' defense in the interior, scoring 58 points in the paint. Sacramento begins a season-long 7-game road trip Saturday in Minnesota. 5 San Francisco 49ers were named finalists for NFL awards, including quarterback Brock Purdy for Offensive Rookie of the Year. The other 4 were Kyle Shanahan, nominated for Coach of the Year, Nick Bosa, nominated for Defensive Player of the Year, Christian McCaffrey was nominated for Comeback Player of the Year, and defensive coordinator DeMeco Ryans was nominated for Assistant Coach of the Year. Former Denver Broncos head coach Nathaniel Hackett has been named offensive coordinator for the New York Jets, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. Hackett was 4-11 with Denver before being fired after a Week 16 loss against the Rams. Those are your headlines. Back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Boys to Men, Motown Philly, doing a little East Coast swing. We got it going on. Not too hard, not too
soft.
We're having a BBD, or not BBD, ABC. There's Boys to Men, ABC, BBD, the East Coast family. I feel like ABC got a lot out of that. Another bad creation. Where are they? Well, I hope they're all still with us, actually.
Not really.
Yeah. You never know. Shout out ABC.
Easy as 1, 2, 3.
Speaking of ABC, which is also known as alcohol, beverage, and control, I just sent Jay some audio that he may or may not have gotten. And if we get a chance, I just saw this during the break. It's 2 minutes of Knicks owner James Dolan going on. Yes.
Going on what?
Going on, it looks like a local, like Good Day Sacramento, but in New York.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, the liquor licensors out there in New York are threatening to remove MSG, Madison Square Garden's liquor licenses because of the facial recognition technology that they've got for people coming in and out. Now, that's a whole different conversation. And we'll play it if we have time a little bit later. But James is like, okay, here's what I'm going to do because you're not taking our liquor license. I'm going to pick a Rangers game, and I'm going to shut down liquor sales for the whole game. And at all the concession stands, I'm going to put a picture of the head of the commission and his office number and say, hey, if you want to have a drink here, call this guy and let him know. Now, I think James Dolan is a dingle-dong of the highest order. I'm not entirely sure I'm in disagreement with him here because you're not removing Madison Square Garden's liquor license. Good luck with that.
Right.
Good luck with telling Knicks fans and Ranger fans and whatever fans, all the teams that play, you can't have a beer. Now, you and I aren't drinkers. We don't drink. But I certainly understand what would happen if there was no drinking allowed at a game. It would not go over well, Jason.
So you're pro dingle dong.
I mean, again, it's a nuanced conversation because then you get into the facial recognition stuff and all that stuff. But that wouldn't. I mean, honestly, I'd be curious. Let me put it this way. And again, everybody, not against anybody drinking at games. Just to be clear. Let me ask you something. Other than loss of revenue for the establishment, and other than people not getting to drink, can you give me a downside if they cut alcohol at games?
Other than what you brought up?
Yeah. What you need more unruly people? You need more drinking. And
it's like anything. When we have something that for some is a good thing, it can be a good thing. It can be a source of enjoyment. We tend to push things too far, right? Because right away you're thinking of unruly people and people going out of control. If someone goes there and has a beer, too, some area enough to where they're comfortable and feel good about themselves, I see nothing wrong with that
at all.
But a lot of times, what do I see is the video of people fighting, and I assume they're all based on stances and how quickly they fall. Maybe they didn't even take a punch.
Right.
Okay, you've had too many, and what does that lead to?
How many bad incidents at sporting events would not have happened if people were drinking 16 ounces of water or soda or iced tea?
Yeah, I think people's judgment is a lot better if you're the other team's fan and I'm the other team's fan and you and I are arguing. I don't know that automatically we're going to fight, but there's some liquid courage in each of us. It might be go time.
Yeah, it's a whole different ball game. Again, to be clear, everybody should be able to drink a game. Just remember, we're just bringing up the philosophical point.
Yeah.
Nobody is going to shut down booze sales. Now I'm starting to think, though, this is a good summer topic. What sport would it go over the worst with? And why is it soccer?
Because immediately I was thinking football. But
No, I'm pretty sure. Here's my guess. Soccer, hockey, football, basketball, baseball. That's my top of the mind.
Baseball might be ahead of basketball in that case of consumption, in a sense where it's a long game.
It is. Yeah, you're
not
right.
as much action. I don't know. I could be wrong on that.
I think there's more consumption, but it's over a longer. It's a very, very interesting topic. All right, let's get to the Kings. Notice I'm doing everything I can to avoid this. Let's get to the Kings and Raptors from last night. Mike Brown's opening thoughts.
They just flat out kicked our ass. It's simple. Their length, their athleticism, their switchability, their ball pressure, their physicality sped us up. And we didn't do a great job of handling that at all. We always talk about winning the possession game, and we weren't even close. They kicked our behind on the glass. They kicked our behind in the turnover area. It's hard to beat a team when a team gets up 24, 25 more shots than you do.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about last night, there were some straight line drives, some season long things that happened, rebounding, the inability at times to stop them. What was the biggest punch to the gut, or kind of like, whoa, nobody's done this really to the Kings, is they took them out of their game. And when you look at the Kings offense, and Coach Brown just said it their day, that was a little surprising. The Kings took 73 field goal attempts, only 73 shots. 35 makes, 48%. That's fine. The turnovers were a bit high. They had 29 assists. So there were things that they did that if they didn't turn the ball over or were able to keep Toronto off the glass, maybe they would have had a chance. But it felt like Toronto was one step ahead of them of their offense, which is the Kings' best thing they do on a nightly basis. The best offense in the league looked like it couldn't function at times, and that has rarely happened. Usually it's like, oh, man, everybody was missing tonight. I didn't feel like that was the case. I felt like Toronto was everywhere and actually agitated and bothered the Kings.
Yeah, I think so. They got right in on them.
Yeah.
We talked about this as a possible we know this is a weakness, but if I'm a coach around the league,
right,
I'm looking right, and not every team is capable,
correct,
of being as physical and as good defensively at times as Toronto was last night. They've got some real players on that team, and their record, I don't think, we talked about this earlier, is indicative of how good they are.
Yeah.
But if it seems, and we went over the Kings' losses for this year and kind of matched them up to a lot of really good defensive teams, it seems the Kings, here's the rub on the Kings. They can keep up on. Don't try to keep up with this team offensively because they will run you into the ground. There's maybe 3 or 4 teams in the league that can keep up with the Kings offensively and just say, screw the defense. We'll have it be 37-35 every quarter. There's maybe 4 or 5 teams that could do that, give or take a team. But if you try to slow this game down, if you try to disrupt this team, if you get in their passing lanes, if you lean on and double team and get physical with Sabonis, if you get up in the guards' faces and you don't give them room to move, you can't get them in a rhythm. They're going to get frustrated. And what happened last night? 95 points. This was their worst offensive performance of the year.
Yeah, and I think the two guys that had what I would say would be the best games were Kevin Huerter and Keegan Murray. And usually those are the complementary pieces because you go, Fox and Sabonis are going to be great or really good. I didn't think they were very great. And to their credit, they're both all-stars. They've been awesome.
Yes.
So, they're allowed to have this, but I felt like it wasn't even necessarily that, like I said, like they were missing all these shots. I felt this was Toronto doing this to them. So if you take one, if not both away, Huerter and Murray, Barnes, they all could have been pretty good. I don't know if they could have won. You kind of need those staples to be there and those others as add-ons. And Toronto had a great blueprint. I think of other Western Conference teams that are built like Toronto, it's like the Clippers to me. Very switchable.
Very switchable.
They can run out a lot of 6'7" to 6'9" guys out there and guard everybody. And not many teams can do it. I think they have the right game plan, and they executed it perfectly.
And the Kings have had a little bit of success against the Clippers this year, but the Clippers had and have had, and I don't buy in a heartbeat if the Clippers are full strength, that is a terrible matchup for Sam.
Yeah.
Really, arguably, I would say Sixers, Bucks, Clippers might be the 3 worst matchups in the league.
Memphis is a pretty tough one for them.
Memphis
too.
is as well. 95 points. 95 points. Sabonis was just all kinds. 9 turnovers for him.
Well, and they're on a streak. I think it was 11 straight games of 110 points or more. This is the number one offense that, 130 is pretty common for these guys to get to. And the fact that their best scoring quarter was the 4th, and that got them to 95.
Yeah.
Man.
Domantas Sabonis in his last 4 games has 27 turnovers.
Yay.
That is almost exactly 7 turnovers a game. And by the way, he had 9 yesterday. It's not like he had like 14 in one game. He had 6, 4, 8, and 9. Now, usage rate.
Sure. It's like Magic Johnson would always lead the league in turnovers. Yeah, he had the most assists as well.
But something's wrong here because he last month averaged 2.6, month before 2.6, month before 2.3. He's averaging this month an even 4, and he was about at his average, maybe slightly higher, maybe around 3 when he got to this latest stretch. You have to wonder, is it just a coincidence? Is his thumb bothering him? And he's not talking about it because he wouldn't. Or have teams figured something out? We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll get more into that. Also, let's hear the rest of Mike Brown here, his frustrations as well. We'll do all that next.
The only place you'll find Kevin Huerter is Sactown Sports.
Huerter's open, steps into 3. He's got the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Kevin Huerter, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Jason Ross here to tell you about my friends at ACR Solar. Go to acrsolar.com to find out all the different things they can provide because there's also home services. As you know, solar, it's in their name. That's what they do, and they do that very well. For us, it was about a roof. We are in a position last year where we were really nervous about our old roof. We had a shake roof, a house that's 20 years old to us. It's an older home that was built a long time ago, and the roof was older when we bought the house. So we knew at some point that day would come. Well, that day came last summer when we decided, look, we can't make it through another winter without getting this addressed. And so we addressed it by talking with multiple roofing companies, and we landed on ACR Solar and Home Services because we met with John, the owner, Joe, the roofing expert. We knew that this was the right partnership and pairing for us, and the results are fabulous. The roof looks great. Took Christmas stuff down, lights, all that stuff a while ago, but just look how great and impressed I am by the roof. And then we've had all this rain, and it's just been it's good for the region as far as how much wet weather we've had, but it's a little stressful if you have a situation like we had in the years past where we had a roof that would occasionally leak. So we don't have that anymore. Everything feels great. We have peace of mind. The house looks great. And we know we're going to have a roof for a long, long time. So if you're in a spot like that or any other things around your home, check out acrsolar.com.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sactown Sports.
Welcome back. Is Mike Brown frustrated last night? Yes, he was.
I wasn't frustrated.
Well, okay.
Because we got it behind kick bad. And it's a lot of great teaching moments from this game. And so I hope at the end of the day we can utilize this game, the way we played against that team, in a way that will help us a lot going forward because they're longer than us. They're more athletic than us. They got up in our chest and they were very, very physical with us, and it sped us up, and we didn't handle it well. Sped us up in a negative way, I thought. And so trying to learn from this game more than anything else is where I'm at. I don't know if I can sit here and say I'm frustrated, with it. Yeah, I'm pissed that we lost, but more so want to try to learn from this and grow from this game.
I feel like he's frustrated.
Yeah.
Of course he's frustrated.
But he's always a teacher, too,
right.
I think.
And I think he also wants to protect his players.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's being disingenuous in any way, shape, or form. I just think whether it's consciously or subconsciously, he'll lean certain ways publicly.
Yeah.
Keep it straight-faced in public, and, he's going to do his yelling, screaming, consoling, loving, whatever tack he takes behind the scenes.
Well, plus the other part too is, okay, we threw out the idea. Could this be a blueprint of how to bother the number one offense in the league? Sure. Maybe, or was it for a night? Like, hey, look, they slipped into this like matchup zone. They did pick up a little full court pressure. We mentioned that earlier about what they did to Sabonis. So now there's time. There's film. What's the counter? There's always a counter to whatever anybody else does. And maybe they were caught a little bit off guard, or also their execution of it was really good.
Yeah.
So the next team that tries it, let's say Minnesota tries that this weekend. All right. Now you'd be more prepared for it. Yeah. You've seen it. You've lived through it. And hopefully you've learned from it.
When you look at some of the teams coming up, Minnesota, they have Karl Anthony Towns is still up, but they have Rudy. But Rudy's not Mr. Physical. He's a shot blocker. San Antonio, Indiana, New Orleans, obviously, depending on New Orleans' health-wise, both Houston's. There's not a lot of teams coming up that necessarily. Dallas might be able to if they lock down.
Yeah.
But boy, the loss of Jalen Brunson on that team,
right?
That hurts. Yeah. One more, and it's Brown specifically on Domas's turnovers.
You hope it's one of those stretches, but the reality of it is they've gotten up in him and they've pressured him, and when he puts it on the floor, they're shrinking. And so what he has to do, and we talked about it in there, what he has to do, he just got to make the simple pass. He may have to get this is funny because it's Toronto, I guess, and it's hockey, but he may have to get the hockey assist instead of the assist because of the pressure that he's facing, because of the defense's ability, the defense shrinking the floor and making it tough on him. And then, in the post tonight, they did a great job of mixing up some double teams and not mixing up some double teams, which caused not only confusion from him, but confusion from the rest of our guys tonight too. But it's more so just making all of us, it's more so just making the simple pass, not getting too deep. in allowing them to use their length and athleticism to get deflections.
Okay. Well, there you go. One other thing from the basketball world last night. Most of you've probably heard about this. The Loyola of Chicago Ramblers. That's Sister Helen? Sister Jean? Sister Jean, thank you. And the Duquesne. Who's Duquesne? Anyone?
Dukes?
Yes! I can always count on you. The Duquesne Dukes. They were playing. 16 and a half left in the second half.
Dukes of Dukes.
Duke, certainly Duke. Auntie Beaver, Beaver, rebounds. And I'll let the announcers explain what's going on here.
Okay. We'll let it go into the bench, and Loyola would take over 10 minutes before we get a stoppage. And we got an official's timeout. And somebody came on the floor on the far side. Looking for an Uber Eats delivery or something there. Is carrying some McDonald's.
Oh, this has to be one of the all-time
I'm
greats.
actually not kidding.
No,
I
this
think,
is the
I
truth.
think that's what's happening.
This guy's in the corner. Looked like was he going to deliver the McDonald's to somebody on the court? Can we rule that out?
He's. I think that's an Uber Eats sticker. Is that what that is? I'm trying to get confirmation. Uber Eats, yes.
Maybe I'll put my hand up. I'm getting a little hungry. You can bring it over here.
So we saw the stoppage. The man was usher. Let's see if we can see this. No, this is going to be the turnover in the
There he is.
There
There
he
in
is.
the corner. Yeah.
This guy's actually, who's he delivering it to?
The ref.
The
ref
official?
said later. Give it to me later, not now.
Philip Alston's done a lot. I didn't think he needed a Big Mac for sustenance in the middle of the game.
I know, but I'm not. Well, the official out there, Tim, he distanced him like, I didn't say now. Later. That's got to be unbelievable. That's got to be something that the highlight shows are going to have a blast with.
Bit? Is this a bit? Not the broadcast.
Sure. So you got to, by the way, I invite you. The video is everywhere. Go see the video because it makes it funnier. According to Abby Schnabel, who writes for the whatever Gazette there, the Pittsburgh, she says that the ref came by, said that was a first. Apparently, also the guy who's supposed to get the food runs the video board and eventually got his McDonald's. Now, to your point, what a viral bit if it's a bit.
Yeah.
You have to hand it to him. And honestly, I don't know what the happiest person is today, but I'm going to imagine Jonathan Uber Eats, the owner of that place.
Yeah.
How much free advertising are they getting today?
Right. And, the deliverer played it like he just looks so, what? Where does this go?
All right.
Like, and I'm going to stand on the corner of the court. Like, what's he doing?
What is he? That's the thing.
I would assume they've been to a sporting event sometime in their life.
Somebody has to get a hold of the deliverer.
Yeah.
And you got to find out, he can't, first off, how does he get access? Secondly, okay, maybe he gets access. Oh, hey, I've got to deliver. But who's getting food deliveries in I need to know everything. Are there not concessions?
I'm sure there are.
Let me tell you something right now. If I find out that at Golden One Center I can get food delivered to my seat, it's a game changer, but I'm pretty sure that's not the case.
Right.
Did the Uber Eats guy have to have a ticket?
What are you ordering?
What am I ordering? Oh, I'm getting a pizza dog.
Okay.
I'm getting not a pizza dog.
Yeah.
Did he have a ticket? Did he have a pass?
Because generally you can't enter without that.
No.
You're going to say, well, I'm delivering food. Okay, I'll take it in.
Yeah, why don't you try during a game at any ballpark, anywhere, arena, stadium?
Say that line. I'm delivering food.
I'm delivering food. See if it gets you in the game, because you would have a legion of people that would grab a bag of 3 cheeseburgers and go buy a McDonald's uniform off of eBay and ham in the NFC Championship game.
Just blend.
So how does this guy get in? And then how high is he that he's delivering the food? Oh, there's a basketball game. They won't mind me. I got McDonald's.
Right.
I mean, who's having a better day here, Uber Eats or McDonald's? Or the driver who's probably going to do a media tour. It's probably going to be a book in 3 years. Delivery. How I broke all the rules.
So did the guy get his food?
Yes, he got his food.
It's cold. No tip.
Here's the thing. That guy better have got the tip for that guy. Better have been whatever the bill was.
He went the extra mile to take it all the way inside a game.
He did. He's delivering McDonald's.
I'm loving it.
I was loving it. I mean, that's just. I need. Honestly, we need to call Jason here. We need a 30 for 30.
He'd do it.
What if I told you?
Done.
We'll take a break. When we come back, let's look at 3 of the key last night. I think I actually nailed this one. I do. Said famous last words. We'll also look at last night in the NBA as well, including a couple of returns/debuts for your Los Angeles Lakers. We'll be right back.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, continues their $500 primetime football giveaway through the playoffs. That's $500 per game for the late games played Saturday and Sunday night. Still located conveniently downtown in a friendly environment for the best food, best service, and best actions. It's Capital Casino, open 24/7. And please, as always, remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Milk, eggs, $42. Ma'am, you okay?
Need bucks? With Jackson Hewitt, don't wait weeks for the IRS to send your tax refund. Come in now for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee refund advance loan when you file your taxes. That's up to $3,500 today. Don't let high prices get you down. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes. So get to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
American Energy wants to make sure you and your family are safe this winter with a $49 furnace tune-up. Plus, if you're ready for a new one, get half off with American Energy's 50% off furnace special. With 0% financing and payment plan options available, there's no reason to keep putting off making your home safe, warm, and comfy for you and your family this holiday. Call American Energy today at 916-520-9990 or visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. 50% off furnace when you purchase a whole home HVAC system. Limited time only. Cannot be combined with other offers or specials.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Intelligence runs in the family. Innovation runs in the family. Extraordinary runs in the family. The 2023 Mercedes-Benz SUV family. Each of the impressive models feature world-class innovations ranging from MBUX voice-activated assistance technology to safety features like attention assist that can detect drowsiness and alert you when it's time to take a break. The SUVs include the sleek GLB with room to seat up to 7, the category-leading GLE. How about GLS, one of the smartest SUVs on the road, the capable and stylish GLC, and the striking yet robust GLA. Each model pack cutting-edge technology every driver deserves. Best-in-class technology, too. Leaders in innovation and intelligence not yet seen from SUVs. A family of distinct models, all equally impressive. The 2023 Mercedes-Benz family of SUVs. Extraordinaries one test drive away. Learn more at MBUSA.com.
Welcome, Doug Christie here for the Good Feet Store with a question. How is the game of basketball like the Good Feet Store? And the answer is the very best basketball players do it all. Shoot, defend, rebound, they do it all. And the Good Feet Store does it all too. Good Feet manufactures their own line of arch supports, over 300 styles, sizes, and flexibilities. Good Feet arch support specialists at every store personally fit every customer for free with no obligation. Lastly, Good Feet sells its arch supports exclusively at over 200 Good Feet stores nationwide. Sore feet, aching back, knee or hip pain, even plantar fasciitis? When nothing else works, come to the Good Feet store and experience the comfort, balance, and support of the Good Feet 3-step arch support system. The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville off Nut Tree Parkway by Sprouts, online at goodfeet.com.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win. Unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion, persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khtk.com.
Sactown Sports
Headlines. With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was a rough evening for the Sacramento Kings as they wrapped up a 4-game homestand with the loss to the Toronto Raptors 113-95. Toronto beat the Kings on the boards, out-rebounding Sacramento 41-34, while also having their way with the Kings' defense in the interior, scoring 58 points in the paint. Sacramento begins a season-long 7-game road trip Saturday in Minnesota. 5 San Francisco 49ers were named finalists for NFL awards, including quarterback Brock Purdy for Offensive Rookie of the Year. The other 4 were Kyle Shanahan, nominated for Coach of the Year, Nick Bosa, nominated for Defensive Player of the Year, Christian McCaffrey was nominated for Comeback Player of the Year, and defensive coordinator DeMeco Ryans was nominated for Assistant Coach of the Year. Former Denver Broncos head coach Nathaniel Hackett has been named offensive coordinator for the New York Jets, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. Hackett was 4-11 with Denver before being fired after a Week 16 loss to the Rams. Those are your headlines. Back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sactown Sports.
All right, coming up in the next hour, the Jason Ross Hour. You got your top 10 at 10, except it's at 10.
Yeah, it's at 10.
And
that's where we put it.
Yeah, there's a lot. Top 10. That's impressive. That's impressive. A 20-year anniversary. We got a lot of stuff in here. Dame Lillard. I'm just reading through, actually. I'm looking forward to this. I'm tuning in on the way home. Kings Raptors, of course, do some lacrosse talk.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to get to 3 in the key here in a second. We have news, notes, celebrity birthdays, all that stuff. What's followed tonight coming up next. But I want to jam here because there's a lot to get into this segment. I told you in the last segment about this clip that just surfaced. James Dolan, the owner of the Knicks, was on like Good Day New York, whatever that is, some news show. He was talking.
They copied Good Day Sacramento, New York.
Yeah, they did, right? I mean, come on, give him credit. And he's talking about how. He's talking about how the people that run the alcohol in New York are threatening to take away his liquor licenses at Madison Square Garden because of the facial recognition stuff. And he's like, okay, go ahead.
What are the fans saying about this?
They don't care at all.
Wrong.
I mean, we're talking about a small group of attorneys, right? Of lawyers, right? Why would the Knicks fans or the Rangers fans or the concert goers care about them? They don't. But I will tell you one thing: the SLA, right, is way, way beyond their skis. And so,
have they reached out to you, the state liquor authority?
Oh yeah, no, they're being extremely aggressive, and they're saying we're going to take away your liquor license. So I have a little surprise for them, right, to help because they're basically doing this for publicity. So we're going to give them some publicity. All right, what we're going to do, right, is we're going to pick a night, right, maybe a Rangers game, and we're going to shut down all the liquor and alcohol in the building. Now, this isn't going to bother me because I've been sober 29 years. I don't need the liquor, right? But instead, what we're going to do is where we serve liquor, we're going to put one of these up, which says, if you would like to drink at a game, please call, right, Sharif Kabir, Chief Executive Officer, or write him an email at this number, right, and and tell him, right, to stick to his knitting and and to what he's supposed to be doing, and stop grandstanding and trying to get press. So.
Wow. Okay. Now, this could be a double-edged sword. James?
I don't know what.
Because liquor sales are important to the bottom line of your business.
To be honest, right, our values are important to us too, right? The garden has to defend itself, right? This is why I say people say, you're too sensitive. You shouldn't defend yourself. It's like something out of The Godfather. It's like, hey, it's only business. It's not only business, right? And if you sue us, right, we're going to tell you not to come, right? And if you're grandstanding, right, with the press, et cetera, and threatening my liquor license, I'm going to tell you, you know what? Go ahead, take away my liquor license, right? The people still going to come to the games, right? Honestly, yes, alcohol, but we don't make all our money on alcohol, right? Like I said, I'm sober. I'm not a big.
Okay, James.
He says right a lot.
He does.
Right?
I always like when people, and a lot of people say, no, they don't.
Yeah.
A lot of people are not saying this, James. You're making that up. Would you mind naming the people that have said this?
The people.
The people. Nobody cares. I mean, good for you being sober, for real. But James Dolan being sober is not, nobody's going to be sitting in section 202 during the Rangers Blackhawks and go, yeah, James can't drink. I can't drink. It's fine.
Yeah. I won't do it.
And by the way, if James wanted to drink, he could just sneak a little booze in there. I don't think anyone's going to say anything. But I do I get, as much of a ding dong as he is, I do get him saying, hey, yeah, go ahead. Little grandstanding. Take away our liquor license. See what happens in your next election if you pull liquor from Madison Square Garden. Anyway, James Dolan is an interesting individual, much like the three of you, or should I say the two of you are very interesting individuals when it comes to 3 in the Key, making your picks. We won't talk about what happened earlier this week. We're trying to move on. Day by day, it's getting a little easier.
Benchmark was made. Heights we've never seen before.
Very curious about this one because I don't think anyone saw 113.95 Raptors. So we'll see how that affected our guesses.
Okay, let's start with the first topic we had yesterday in 3 in the Key. Predictions for the game with the Kings Raptors. 3-pointers made by the Kings. Dave, you said 18. I said 17. Jay said 21. We all had high hopes. Yeah, the Kings at 13.
Yeah.
So that one goes to me, but not that close, really.
But you still won.
Okay. Free throw line numbers for the Kings. Dave, you said 22 of 26. I said 19 of 24. Jay went with a low one of 16 of 18, and that was the right choice.
There it is.
Jay was the
And
closest.
whoever got the lowest on these probably won.
12 of 13.
I should have just bet $1 on everyone. Just $1.
And
1 point.
Our last category, there's 5 starters. We had 3/5 of them covered for who would make the first basket. Dave, you said Fox. I said Harry Barnes. Jay said Keegan Murray. And it was Domantas Sabonis.
Felt like that was the last basket he made all game.
That was pretty much an epic fail by us yesterday.
Yeah.
Much like the team.
No, the team failed us, not the other
That's
way
a good
around.
point,
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Is that what the team failed us. Who are these? Whose idea was it to extend Monte McNair? Guy.
Yeah.
Look what happened. Extend one GM, the whole team falls apart. Wasn't that way in the rest of the NBA last night? We had some.
It was a big night.
It was a big night, as a matter of fact. Damian Lillard, as Jay mentioned earlier, not only goes absolutely ballistic, 60 points, and you know what? He also had 7 rebounds and 8 assists. Let's not forget that. 7 rebounds, 8 assists, and this is kind of bananas. 42 minutes. Obviously, you score 60. Your usage rate is through the roof. At 40 minutes. And you go 21 of 29, 9 of 15 from beyond the arc, 9 of 10 from the line. And really, honestly, 60 points with only 9 free throws made is also quite impressive as well. Good for Dame. And anybody not rooting. And by the way, wasn't this his first game after getting a little testy after the game? We talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
I believe it was. What else is going on? The Warriors, a Jordan Poole game winner. And this was after Steph Curry got ejected.
Warriors could have run some more clock there. Poole misfires, 116-114. A technical foul has been called on Curry. And he's been ejected. Jedamitis Petritis ejected him.
Excuse me?
Jedamitis Petritis?
Ejected him.
What a great name.
Yeah. That'd be cool to get ejected by him.
Jeremias Petraeus?
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to do that. Make it a thing. Make it a line. Make it, pay admission. Jordan Poole, though, said, Steph Curry, LOL, you're washed. I'm the future.
Thompson curls right. He's not open. Pass to Poole inside. Layup is up and good. He scored it with a second to go. Zaire Williams will throw it in the baseline. Waiting, looking, throws into Bane. Bane will just chuck it down the floor. It's no good. The Warriors get the win.
Tim Roy.
Yes.
Golden State Warriors radio network.
That has become a pretty good rivalry. Memphis and the Warriors. They don't like each other.
Who was it last night that said this? Was it KD? I think Kevin Durant said this last night. Said rivalries are dead in the NBA.
I don't think so. I don't
know. I'm trying to think of like your big.
But I think they're evolving.
Yeah. I think rivalries almost always evolve. There's some that are never going to change.
Right.
Anthony Davis returned last night, did his thing, came off the bench, 21 points, 12 boards, 4 blocks, and the Lakers beat the Spurs 113-104. And Brandon Ingram, I always want to call him Mark, Brandon Ingram returned for the Pelicans, but the Timberwolves, who the Kings will be facing here coming up next, the Timberwolves beat them 111-102. You know, we don't even ever think about this, and we're going to take a break right now with this road trip coming up. Not the best time to visit Minneapolis for those Kings.
The temperatures.
Think about that.
And they're there for a couple of days, too.
Yeah, they are.
I think they have the hamster trails.
Oh, my goodness gracious. We'll take a break. When we come back, news, notes, celebrity birthdays, and what to look for tonight. We'll do that next.
Join the Sacramento Kings on Thursday, January 26th for the Kingpin Classic Charity Bowling Tournament, presented by Rayleigh's. Bowl and mingle with your favorite players, coaches, Kings dancers, the 916 crew, and Slams It, all while supporting the Sacramento Kings Foundation. Learn more at kings.com/bowling.
The world has changed a lot these last few years. You can do pretty much anything from your home, including order your new Honda from Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Check out our great selection at StocktonHonda.com or come in today and get pre-approved all in the blink of an eye. Stockton Honda makes buying a car simple and stress-free.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
This is Monster Jam! See the legendary Gravedigger and more tear up the dirt with massive stunts, all-out racing, and crazy skills. It's adrenaline-charged fun for the whole family.
Let's hear it! Make some noise!
Monster Jam, as big as it gets. Coming to Golden One Center this weekend. Tickets start at $20. Brought to you by BKT Tires.
We all know the pain of being stuck in the past. But with Roseville Electric, you can get current with clean, reliable electric solutions for your home or business. For more info, visit getcurrentroseville.com today.
Why have over 2 million people trusted their bath remodels to Bathfitter? When a normal day is anything but normal, we fit your schedule with our unique tub-over-tub process installed in just a day with no demolition. When high quality is the only quality that matters, we fit your standards. We've been remodeling baths for over 35 years, and every bath we install comes with a lifetime warranty. Get the bath you want in a day with quality that lasts a lifetime. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation. Why have over 2 million people trusted their bath remodels to Bathfitter? When a normal day is anything but normal, we fit your schedule with our unique tub-over-tub process installed in just a day with no demolition. When high quality is the only quality that matters, we fit your standards. We've been remodeling baths for over 35 years, and every bath we install comes with a lifetime warranty. Get the bath you want in a day with quality that lasts a lifetime. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Need new tires? The experts at Tire Rack have been crushing it for over 40 years. Go to TireRack.com/Colin. Tell them what you drive. Try their easy-to-use tire decision guide. They'll show you the right tires for how, what, and where you drive. They've got the full lineup of Sumitomo tires, test results, tire ratings, and consumer reviews. Also, fast free shipping, free road hazard protection. That's TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jiffy Lube's Country in the Park, Northern California's biggest country music festival of the year, is back May 5th and 6th at Cal Expo, starring Lady A, Chris Young,
Brett Eldridge.
I wanna be that song.
And so many more. Plus, a Boots Boot and Line Dance Saloon, interactive lounges, and Sacramento's best food trucks. Weekend passes start at just $85. Tickets are on sale now at SactownSports.com. Country in the Park. Brought to you by Coors Light, Public Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center, and the United States Marines.
It's time for the news of the day.
The latest headlines, the biggest stories, hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah, this is none of those things. And now, here's Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross.
That's right. Celebrity birthdays coming up in just a moment. Let me do some time here. So we've got 13 minutes. 13 minutes between now and the end of the show, and then top 10 at 10 coming up next. You got a packed hour,
Yes,
Jason Ross.
one more hour to go after that. Yeah, on our 5-hour block.
Want to remind you, whether it's Sam Amick, Aril Armstead, Kevin Herter will be with us tomorrow, wherever you can get those interviews on the Sactown Sports YouTube page. Please like and subscribe. And also on the Sactown Sports app. Get alerts.
Yeah.
Turn on the ringing dingy so you know when something important's happening.
Absolutely.
By the way, I want to acknowledge this too. Last night, the Rockets lost to the Wizards 108-103. That's fine. Who cares? No big deal. Alperen Sengun, 21 points, 11 rebounds, 10 assists. We're really seeing the birth of, I think, a future superstar in this league.
And the center now has evolved to that kind of player. Sabonis, Jokic, Embiid's doing it some too.
Sure.
Sengun, like a big that can spread the floor, be outside, facilitate. It's fun.
Remember when the big man was dead not that long ago, as a matter of fact.
But it's remade.
It is remade. For this month, by the way, Sengun is averaging 18.7 points, 9.8 boards, 6.2 assists on 63% shooting, including 71% from behind the arc.
Wow,
that's strange.
Got his first triple-double here, so we can remember that game forever.
Exactly. He's turning it on. And by the way, in this month, the Rockets have won one game. That was back on Monday over the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah, snapped their 13-game losing streak. Way to beat the team.
Yeah. What to look for, by the way, tonight, as far as what the Kings are doing, not a ton, but you got a couple in here. The Clippers host the Spurs. Clippers favored by 12.5. Mavericks at Phoenix. Is it me or have they played like 7 times in the last month?
I know.
That's going to be a raucous crowd. Chris Paul is back. No Devin Booker. Phoenix favored by 1.5 over the Mavs. That's the difference that Chris Paul makes.
Is that a Game 7 rematch from what the Mavs did to embarrass them last year?
Well, it's the rematch of the rematch.
Yeah.
I think this is the third time.
It is the third. They had, I think it was opening night. I know they had another one. Yeah, I think it's at least the third.
Wasn't there one? Wait a minute. Didn't something happen at the end of a game? Oh, no, that was the Pelicans. Pelicans and Suns, right. Yeah, okay. What day is today? Today is National Spouses Day.
Okay. You have one.
Nice reaction.
I have one.
That's going to go over real well.
Yeah.
How to observe it. It's been a while since you've expressed appreciation to the one with whom you were married. Why can't it just be the one that you're with? Why does it have to be spouses? That's offensive to long-term relationship people that aren't married. I don't know. Maybe so. Why shouldn't they have to go through it is, I guess, my point. This day is not about giving gifts, but spending time together, enjoying each other, and appreciating each other. Use hashtag National Spouse Day to post on social media. No, I do not think that I will. Today is National Australia Day. Hey. Anyone been to Australia here?
I have not. I actually would like to go.
I haven't.
I have not.
Verlad, you been to Australia?
You been to Australia?
You go everywhere.
He said no.
No? Oh, okay. By the way, here's some surprising facts. Australia is really big, right? 24.6 million people. That's it. That's absolutely it. The Australian Alps get more snow than the Swiss Alps. How about that? 6th largest, I think, in land size country in the world. It's almost the same size as mainland USA. So what do we have? Like 500 million people, something like that here in the United States. They have 24.6. That's a lot of empty space.
What do you think of when you think of Australia?
Kangaroo.
Yeah,
that's the first thing.
Like again, that's like the stereotype. So you get off the plane, hey, there's a kangaroo. Like that's not going to be the case, right?
Let's see. I'm trying to think. What is it? Top of mind or whatever that is, where you give the quick answers. I think kangaroo, the Outback.
Okay.
Steve Irwin. And then that weird looking, what is it, the Opera House in Sydney?
Oh, okay.
That's what I think of, man. The Great Coral Reef or Barrier Reef or whatever it is. Australia is home to the world's longest. What? Australia is home to the world's longest golf course, which is 850 miles long.
Wow.
Okay, we're gonna need to find out a little more.
What's par? 211.
Going to play golf, honey. I'll be back next week. Australia exports some of their camels to the Middle East. Over 1 million live in Australian deserts, and there are 10,000 beaches in Australia. How about that? Today's National Green Juice Day.
Okay.
No, I do not think I will celebrate that.
It's healthy.
Can be.
I mean, sure, but how does it taste?
Green.
Grab a bottle of cold-pressed green juice. Start off your morning by making your own green juice at home. I do not think that I will, by the way. No.
Well, your morning already started, so you can't.
Great point. And finally, and I've been waiting for this one today to present to you guys. Today's this is a very controversial subject. Today is National Peanut Brittle Day.
I love peanut brittle.
Okay, so you are a pro peanut brittle person.
Are you not?
I'm asking you. Well,
I am. I'm pro.
100%, man.
Are there not?
There's
I mean,
people
unless you have an allergy, 100%.
Oh,
understand
yeah.
that.
If you have an allergy, I would.
Yeah, you know I'll eat it anyway.
It's
No,
worth
if
it.
you have an allergy, fight through it.
Yeah, it's worth it. We are best friends that we always vacation with, hang out. Their kids are the same age as my kids. One of their children has a very severe peanut allergy, but he's my guy, and we're both Cookie Monsters. And this wasn't that. This was maybe a year ago. Like when we hang out there, we play spades together. This is so bad. I'll bring over, like, when they come over, he'll bring like cookies. Get his mom to buy him, and then I'll bring over cookies for him, and we get excited. We eat cookies. That's like our thing, right? I don't know. It was about a year ago. I roll over. I'm super excited. I bring in one of these beautiful Safeway chocolate-covered peanut butter cookies, and he just looks at me. Are you trying to kill me? He's got a huge peanut allergy. I didn't think about it. Chocolate and peanut butter cookie.
You thought about it more for Dave.
That's right. Oops. Sorry about that. Oh, whammy. I immediately run to the store. Celebrity birthday.
Celebrity birthdays. Pretty good list today.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see how you and Jay do here. I'm going to start with those that have left us because it's a pretty good list here. But I mean, it's a good one. I want to acknowledge these fine people. How old would old Blue Eyes Paul Newman have been today? I don't know if he's old Blue Eyes or if that's Frank Sinatra.
That's Frank Sinatra, but that's fine.
But
he
Paul
did
Newman,
a beautiful
yeah,
blue
just
eyes.
piercing.
Paul Newman would
like
have been
pools of a lake.
I get lost in them.
I do too.
Debbie Gibson style.
Yes.
I would say Paul Newman would have been 96.
104.
98.
Ha!
Dave.
Jay.
Gene Siskel left us a long time
he
ago.
did. He had
I didn't
the
realize
brain.
it was in late
Yeah.
90s. I thought it would have been 2000.
Yeah. Let's see. Gene
Siskel and Ebert.
I grew up watching that.
Me too.
I mean, we all did. Gene Siskel would have been 94.
86.
77.
Oh, wow. He
left us way too early. And we also lost this person recently, but a legend, Eddie Van Halen. I think in 2020.
Yeah, it was not that long ago. Eddie Van Halen
would have been how old?
Now I'm thinking of the beginning of Eruption. That's just, you want to know what it's like to be a god at guitar. Just listen to that. Eddie would have been, better yet, go on YouTube and watch it live. Eddie would have been 70.
72.
68 for Edward Van Halen. All right, now let's get to those celebrating birthdays today. Still with us. Happy birthday to Ellen DeGeneres.
Ellen. I love me some Ellen DeGeneres. Ellen today is 63.
He took mine. I'm going to say 63 as well.
Oh, he's sticking with the number. I thought you might round
Can
up.
I change mine?
Okay.
Sure.
62.
Wrong way. Oh, Jay, it worked. 65 for Ellen DeGeneres. Happy birthday to the great one, Wayne Gretzky.
Hey. Wayne Gretzky, whose daughter is married to golfer Dustin Johnson.
Correct.
Wayne Gretzky is 66. His number
Literally
upside
was
down.
going to.
Okay, well, now you picked the different
All
one.
right. I'll go up. Pauline's dad is 67.
Okay, 100%. Wayne Gretzky is 67 or above. Watch.
100%?
99.3.
62.
Oh, yay. Hey, there's always a chance.
Yes. Happy birthday to former King Vince Carter. What was his dunk thing?
Oh, I thought you was like riding a motorcycle.
I know, but that's what Vince would do. I don't know what that was, but that was Vince Carter's.
Vince Carter is 43.
44.
46. I didn't realize he was 46.
Wow, old man.
Last
Vince.
game for Vince Carter, if I'm not mistaken, was the night the league shut down.
Yep.
I think you're right. Vince Carter's retirement.
Vince Carter shut the league down.
Yeah. The only thing that could stop Vince Carter was
COVID. That's it.
Man. All right. Giving you the best that she's got, Anita Baker.
Don't we all need a Baker? Yes.
Anita Baker. No, Anita Baker.
Yes.
Wait,
Anita,
what?
Yeah, you do. Anita Baker, wonderful voice.
Yes.
Did Anita Baker do sweet? But we both want them both.
All right. Remember this guy? He got catfished. Manti Te'o.
Oh, Manti Te'o. Why do we say it like he died?
I know.
He
He's
got
just
catfished.
fine.
Yeah. Manti Te'o, 7.
29.
32.
Really? Wow. What was he? 26 at Notre Dame? Has it been that long?
It's been that long.
Manti
Te'o.
See, it works.
Happy birthday to Montrezl
Harrell. Montrezl Harrell is 31.
30.
29 for Montrezl Harrell. Happy birthday to former coworker of mine. I don't think you ever crossed paths with him, Dave, but Jack Youngblood, Hall of Famer.
That's right.
Former Ram, played in the Super Bowl famously with a broken leg.
Jack Youngblood. Jack Youngblood's he's got to be around 80.
83.
Boy, 73.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn.
Jack was the nicest person,
Yes.
but one of those things you used to talk about being intimidated coming in the studio, and like Grant and Lamb were in there.
Yeah.
We had a much smaller
Yes.
little closet thing, and go do an update in there. I'm like, with Jack?
Jack Youngblood.
And he's got the newspaper spread out. He's got his smell good on, and I go, in sports today.
Yeah.
The back to you.
Hello, Mr. Youngblood.
Bob Euchre.
Bob Euchre.
Uke.
Jeff Levering, play-by-play voice for the Brewers from Carmichael, California. Actually, I tweeted out a picture of he and Bob walking away with their arms around each other. It was super cute. Bob is 81.
Bob is 90.
Bob is 88. But
Wow.
Mr. Belvedere.
I know what you're thinking about. Mr. Belvedere is sat on him, and he can't live for 2 weeks. Oh, freaks on the turn, never mattered before.
Ouch.
We'll take a break. I'm out. Jason's in. Professionalism will ensue. We'll see you tomorrow. Don't forget, Kevin Herter, Greg Papa, and more. Bye-bye for me. No.
The only place you'll find De'Aaron Fox is Sactown Sports.
Spins away from the defender. In the paint. Soft floater. That's a great play by De'Aaron Fox.
Hey, Sacramento. It's De'Aaron Fox, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
American Energy wants to make sure you and your family are safe this winter with a $49 furnace tune-up. Plus, if you're ready for a new one, get half off with American Energy's 50% off furnace special. With 0% financing and payment plan options available, there's no reason to keep putting off making your home safe, warm, and comfy for you and your family this holiday. Call American Energy today at 916-520-9990 or visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. 50% off furnace when you purchase a whole home HVAC system. Limited time only. Cannot be combined with other offers or specials.
It all started with a group of cowboys who broke from the mold and wanted more. 30 years later, the ride continues, and the professional bull riders have never been more ranked.
The best ever! We were here for it!
Don't be Celebrate 30 years with 3 huge nights this February 3rd through 5th at the Golden One Center in downtown Sacramento. Tickets are on sale now through Ticketmaster.com or the Golden One Center box office.
Hi, guys. It's Mark with Coastside Medical Clinic,
Are you struggling with ED and sick of the pills? Well, we have a major medical advancement that has helped thousands of men. Our WAVE technology is backed by 60 clinical studies, including from Cambridge University. It's been shown to increase blood flow by repairing blood vessels. No pills and no side effects. If you're ready to put a stop to your ED, call us now. And not only will the assessment and blood flow ultrasound be free, but we'll also include something unique that produces powerful results. You're going to love that one, guys. Trust me. This unprecedented offer is worth $600, but it's free to those who call in the next 2 minutes. Call 916-603-2000. That's 916-603-2000. Guys, put a stop to your ED and get your life back. Call Coastside Medical Clinic now to qualify. 916-603-2000. That's 916-603-2000.
Wolf & Shepherd is the dress shoe made and worn by athletes. Their founder is a former track athlete and designer who brought athletic shoe innovation to dress shoes, inventing the crossover. Wolf & Shepherd's crossover is a business meets athletic shoe that features full-grain Italian leather and an athletic, agile sole. This cross-functional design provides all-day comfort and style, making the crossover game for anything. Rob Gronkowski joined the Wolfpack while winning his 4th Super Bowl with the Buccaneers. Gronk can't wear cleats all the time. Join the pack. Visit wolfandshepherd.com. That's Wolf and Shepherd, spelled S-H-E-P-H-E-R-D. Wolf & Shepherd has a simple mission. Equip professionals with footwear they'll feel comfortable in all day. With that taken care of, Wolf & Shepherd believes every obstacle becomes a bit more manageable. Once Wolf & Shepherd shoes are part of your routine, I'm confident you'll feel the same. Better footwear for the workday. Join the pack at wolfandshepherd.com.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Hagen Oaks wants you to know about the exciting Ping G430 line of drivers. The Max is still the Max, as the 460cc model remains the most forgiving and fits most golfers. The LST with carbon fly wrap technology is best for faster swing speeds, and the SFT straight flight technology features an adjustable back weight. Ping has something for every player. Ask about the full line of Ping G430 woods and irons at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at hagenoaks.com.
This time check is brought to you by West Coast Men's Health Acoustic Wave Therapy.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was a rough evening for the Sacramento Kings as they wrapped up a 4-game homestand with a loss to the Toronto Raptors, 113-95. Toronto beat the Kings on the boards, out-rebounding Sacramento 41-34, while also having their way with the Kings' defense in the interior, scoring 58 points in the paint. Sacramento begins a season-long 7-game road trip Saturday in Minnesota. 5 San Francisco 49ers were named finalists for NFL awards, including quarterback Brock Purdy for Offensive Rookie of the Year. The other 4 were Kyle Shanahan, nominated for Coach of the Year, Nick Bosa, nominated for Defensive Player of the Year, Christian McCaffrey was nominated for Comeback Player of the Year, and defensive coordinator DeMeco Ryans was nominated for Assistant Coach of the Year. Former Denver Broncos head coach Nathaniel Hackett has been named offensive coordinator with the New York Jets. This according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. Hackett was 4-11 with Denver before being fired after a Week 16 loss to the Rams. Those are your headlines. Time for the 10 at 10 with Jason Ross right here on Sactown Sports.
It's the 10 at 10.
10 hotly debated topics
On Sactown Sports.
That's right. The final hour of our 5-hour block, which is a marathon, but this is a sprint here with the 10 at 10. J. Mars, let's go.
Number 1.
What's better for the Chiefs on Sunday? Or excuse me, what's better for the Bengals on Sunday? A banged-up Patrick Mahomes or a fully healthy Chad Henne?
Well, better for the Bengals, I think it's the lesser of talent. I know a fully healthy player is probably more optimal for any team. We're talking about Patrick Mahomes. And even watching him last week, I don't think, Jay, there's a better thrower of the football in the NFL that's off balance, off foot, off timing, behind the back, left-handed, shovel pass, deep throw, timing throw. He can do everything and anything. So even whatever version of Mahomes, that if they're comfortable enough suiting up, that's a problem.
Yeah, no, I'd rather play Chad Henne if I'm the Bengals than I would even if Patrick Mahomes was on one leg. If Patrick Mahomes' throwing arm fell off, I would rather play Chad Henne than Patrick Mahomes. And like that, I am going with as well. On the Bengals, I want to see Chad Henne.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Domantas Sabonis' streak of 23 straight double-doubles came to an end last night. The Kings still have enough games left for him to break that streak. Will he?
No. 23 was pretty special. It obviously was a Sacramento Kings record. We did point out that the all-time record is Wilt Chamberlain of 227. Sabonis got to 23. Great record. There are enough games for him to do it. I don't know what last night did, but there's been other games where the points usually is an automatic. He didn't get there. The rebounds are usually an automatic. Didn't get to that one either. Assists, he flirts with that all the time. He's had some other games earlier this year, too, where he might have 24 points and 8 rebounds. So I just think the numbers game, the way the sport goes, and I don't want to say any kind of injury, but I would just say no, I don't think he will.
Yeah, I don't think he will either. I think Toronto kind of keyed in on him last night. I think you're going to see a lot of defenses do that from here on out. They know, listen, if you really want to stop the Sacramento Kings, you got to stop Domantas Sabonis. And he's going to have more games like this where he's not a double-digit scorer, or he's going to have more games where he's not a double-digit rebounder. So I'm sorry, 23 is the streak this season.
Pretty special.
Number 3.
Brock Purdy has been nominated for NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year despite only starting 5 regular season games. Okay or not okay?
I mean, it's okay, but I wouldn't give him the award. I mean, I guess what's the field? And I think, obviously, it's one of those things where you feel it's enough for him to be put in that group. Oftentimes, I think we get caught up in when the games are played, too. At the end of the year, it seemingly seems to be a little bit more important. But a guy could play a few games early, miss a few, and then by the end you go, hey, they only played 12 games, 10 games, and they're still on the list. So, okay, I would say I'm fine with it, but I just can't see him winning the award.
As much as I love Brock Purdy, as much as I love the Niners, and I've enjoyed this story, give me a big thumbs down. You didn't even start a third of the regular season games.
But he's been great.
I get it. He's been great. He won the Rookie of the Week award twice there towards the end of the season. But come on, man. I need to see you start minimum half the game. So, no, that's a thumbs down from me.
Number 4.
Dame Lillard scored 60 points last night. It has been a season of big numbers. The biggest is still Donovan Mitchell, 71. Will that be surpassed this season?
Yeah, we have had so many players go north of 40, north of 50. We've had a couple now at 60. Luka had 60, Dame had 60, and then the 71 just jumps out there. I mean, 60 is so great. And to pass this number, you're still 12 away. And I know that may not seem like a lot, but getting 12 more points when you've already had 60 is a ton. I'm going to say no. I think people may chase it. I think we're going to see more 50s and 60s. But 70 to get to 72, I don't think it's happening.
No, I mean, 71 was the most we've seen since the great late Kobe Bryant, who,
Didn't Booker have a 73?
Booker had 70, I thought. And then Mitchell had 71.
Anyway.
Either way, no.
But what Kobe did was ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a ridiculously hard number to get to. I don't think we will see 71 surpass this season. However, the way we're trending in the NBA, the way defense goes, where, let's just face it, there ain't much anymore, I do think that will be surpassed here in the next season or two.
Yeah.
Number 5.
6 games currently separate the 3rd through 12th seeds in the Western Conference. Which of those teams needs to make a splash at the trade deadline to separate themselves?
Well, I don't know internally what teams that I think were considered to do well and have a past track record of doing well think if they need to make a move. And the 2 teams I'm thinking of, Jay, that I feel like are so dangerous are the Warriors and the Clippers. I don't think they're going to overreact to their record. I think there's some reasons for their record. I don't think we're looking at them as strictly poor play. It's been health. So, you could add more players, but what's the net win? What do you have to give up to do that? I'm looking at a team like Dallas, where they're good. They've got a terrific player, one of the best in the league, and they may have, we were talking about it earlier about the 0-2 Kings. We did not all realize at the time that was going to be the peak of their run. I don't think Dallas was Western Conference Finals material, but they made it last year. That might be the peak of their run. Now they're a 6th seed. And it just feels like they're good, not great. And so when you've tasted it and you've got a generational player, I think that's the team that needs to be aggressive, not compromise Luka, add to them. I don't know what that piece is. That's the team that should be aggressive.
I think the team that needs to be aggressive to get a big splash, bring in somebody that is going to kind of turn things around for them is the Portland Trailblazers. You can't expect
that move there.
I don't know if the move is there, but if any team needs one, it's them. They do this all the time, and they've done this, I feel like, throughout Dame Lillard's career, is they just put some nice little pieces around him. They incrementally improve, but they've always hesitated to pull the trigger, and I think they are wasting him. Dame's only got a little bit left of time in his prime. I think Portland needs to make a move, and they need to make a move fast.
Number 6.
Reports from Indianapolis indicate that Jim Irsay has a desire to hire Jeff Saturday as the Colts head coach. Do you like this idea?
You're leading the witness.
I am a little
reading
bit.
The question. It was bizarre when it happened in the regular season, but it was almost like, well, I get the roots, the connection. Jeff Saturday bleeds that organization. Has talked about how it changed. It ushered him into adulthood, what that franchise means to him, and it was a guy that was clearly passionate. Hey, look, you and I are passionate about the Kings. I should not be the coach. Maybe you should. I should not be. There's certain things that, but we're talking about someone with a football background, knows the sport, and really as a head coach, can you be the leader of men? It seems a little bit out there. I know Saturday wants the job and is all about the organization. I think they just have to be prepared for the critics. And the only way to fix that is if Saturday wins. But if they pick him, they're going to get ripped for it. That's the bottom line.
Monte McNair said it yesterday. They don't try to win the headlines when they make moves.
Which
if
they wouldn't.
Colts hire Jeff Saturday, not only are they losing the headlines, they will be losing when it comes to NFL next year in the records.
Yeah.
Because they will be crap. Jeff Saturday has no business being a head coach. He's never coached before in his life. You can't just make that transition, especially in the NFL.
Yeah.
And he already showed last year. Listen, guy's not cut out for the job yet. Go get some experience somewhere else. I think the Colts would be crazy to hire Jeff Saturday as their head coach.
Just a reminder, too, his first win was against the Raiders.
Everyone's first one's against the Raiders.
Ouch.
Number 7.
LeBron James.
LeBron James.
And Giannis will be picking their all-star teammates live shortly before the game. If Fox and Sabonis are both all-stars, would you rather see them play against each other or with each other?
The charm of them against each other is if they ever guarded each other. I don't think that would happen, but it's an all-star game. And I say guard each other. Like, we'd have to see, like, a legit, the switch, they're teammates. And then them, like, everyone acknowledge that and, like, okay, can DeMontis stay in front of De'Aaron or vice versa? Because I wouldn't really want to see DeMontis back down De'Aaron. It's like, okay, that's...
you think DeMontis could stay in front of him?
No, but you'd want to see... That's the charm of it. I'd probably rather see them be teammates, I guess. But by the way, Jay, I love the idea of them picking that live on TV. I remember when this was first thrown out a couple years ago. I'm like, this draft thing, who cares about it? It's not going to be cool. But then when they put it on TV, I go, it's fantastic. And you see who gets picked last. And you're getting picked last moments before tip-off. There's going to be a little edge to that player, I think.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I'd like to see them play against each other. I just think it's more fun that way.
Yeah.
They're teammates. We see them play with each other all the time. Listen, it's an all-star game. I'm not trying to see Sabonis and Fox run the high post offense.
Right.
Let's see them get at it with one another. Let's see those two play against each other if they're both all-stars.
Yeah, side note, by the way, if they both are, I bet, just my own bet, I bet Fox gets picked higher.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Dave had the complete opposite opinion.
Okay.
Number 8.
What other game would you compare last night's Kings loss to?
The Knicks loss in New York is the only other time they were below 100 points. That Knicks game, I think, if I remember right, all these games blend together. I don't believe De'Aaron played. So at least there was at least you didn't have De'Aaron. The Kings weren't playing very well that game at that time. They had lost to Philly, and then they went to New York, or maybe I have my timetables flipped here. But they just looked lethargic. New York kind of took them out of everything. Last night was just a weird vibe, too, in the building. The building's been so good this year. And, Jay, I feel like there was a basket and then a Keegan 3 in the fourth. It was a 5-0 run, not like some crazy. And it's like, here they come. They've done this. They can do it. And then maybe 4 or 6 straight points, back up to 19. It's over.
I think everybody, including from the players to the fan base, we all had a little Monte McNair extension hangover last night. The one it reminded me a little bit was Washington coming in earlier, a game that you looked at on paper like, dude, there's no way the Kings should lose this game. They have a similar record to Toronto. Neither team is very good. Eastern Conference team. Come in there and just handle the Kings. And the Kings didn't really put up much of a fight.
No. To be down 20 Toronto's okay. I think they're underachieving,
okay.
But down 20? Come on.
Yeah, no, they should have definitely been in that game more last night.
Number 9.
20 years ago today, the Raiders were blown out in Super Bowl 37 by the Bucs. is this loss worse than the Tuck Rule game?
Yeah, you know what? I feel like the Tuck Rule game is talked about more, but I would say, yeah, you're that close to a Super Bowl. The fact that it was Gruden, too, I mean, that beat you. I would say yes, even though I feel like the lore and things change over time. The Tuck Rules just kind of has its own little place out there, but I would say yes.
I think the Tuck Rule game and how much it's talked about as one of the most just over-discussed things ever. It's definitely Super Bowl 37. I mean, you have the, RIP to Barrett Robbins. You have that whole incident that took place. And then John Gruden just came in and exposed you. Rich Gannon, who I believe was the offensive MVP that year, throwing 5 picks in the Super Bowl. It's one of the worst losses, if not the worst loss in franchise history. Number 10. De'Aaron Fox picked up another technical foul last night. He is getting closer to 16 on the season, which would mean he would have to miss a game. Will De'Aaron miss a game this season because he has picked up too many techs?
Yeah, I was looking at this. So 16 is the number. De'Aaron got number 10 last night. So he is tracking it. Those higher than De'Aaron right now: Kevin Durant 11, Luka 12, Anthony Edwards 12, Dylan Brooks 13, and there's Draymond at 14. And I don't think of De'Aaron as a hothead. These are just kind of quick turns and talking to the ref. I am a little concerned, but since it's not really overtly in his nature, I think De'Aaron could probably get to 15 with 3 weeks to go and not get that 16.
Yeah, I think he will get to 16 this year, right on the dot. And I think
Game 82.
I think what's happening is he's trying to employ a little bit of John Morant strategy, is just basically wear down the officials and complain about everything. He's got to go through this initial set of technicals first, but eventually I hope it turns into him getting calls his way.
Yeah, let's hope so. Well, there's your 10 at 10. We've got more to get to in last night's game. We talked about it a lot earlier today, but we'll hear more from Mike Brown. What did Toronto do specifically? I mean, again, this Kings offense has been spectacular, a special, number 1 in the league. It did not look like it last night. We'll discuss why when we come back.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
What's going on? Joined as always by Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Chad, what's up with the Chrysler Start Something New event?
Hoblet is the most trusted dealer in California and is known for having the largest inventory of heavy-duty trucks in the state. We have every type of Ram 2500 heavy-duty available and zero dealer markup. In fact, right now you can save up to $12,000 off MSRP on new 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cabs, with financing starting at 1.9% and prices as low as $39,630.
Oh, is that all?
No, that's not it. We also have up to $8,000 off MSRP on new 2022 Ram 1500 Laramie Crew Cabs as well.
What are you waiting for? Stop by the Hoblet Ram Truck Center off County Road 102 and I-5 today, or search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com. Best prices, best selection, period.
$12,000 in total net savings after $6,000 factory rebates and $6,000 dealer discount. Rebates include $2,000 Chrysler Captive bonus cash. Must finance with Chrysler Captive qualify. 1.9% financing available for 36 months on approved credit. $28.61 per $1,000 borrowed. $8,000 total net savings after $2,000 factory rebates and $6,000 dealer discount. 10 at each net savings. See dealer for details.
Jason Ross, weekday mornings on Sactown Sports.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Also, 1-800-920-1140. Like to call into the show. Text line, like we said, 339-1140. You can check in with us on YouTube. We thank everyone that is there as well. Deuce and Mo will be joining me in the last segment here for a little crossover. And then, of course, they get started at 11 o'clock. Yesterday, though, kind of a head-scratcher in the sense of, it's okay to lose games. You're not going to win all of them. But just the fact that you want to be in, coaches always say this, especially on the road, you want to be in position to win the game. Never felt like the Kings were in that position. Never felt like they had control of the game. Never felt like they were able to do the game into their terms, the way they play, the way they wanted things to go. Toronto didn't completely take the air out of the basketball, but they made possessions less, right? The Kings only attempted 73 field goals. They did turn the ball over quite a bit. Shot the ball at an okay rate and had 29 assists. I mean, the Kings did some of the things in their DNA, but just not enough. And the night really belonged to the Raptors and Pascal Siakam.
Fox pulls up at the free throw line. Ball stripped out of his hands by Van Vliet. Leads it out to Siakam, and you can turn out the lights. This ball game is over.
109-91, 2:45 left in this one. Toronto has come in here and dropped the hammer on the Kings.
Jay, we were talking about it earlier. Early third quarter, the Kings cut it to 60-56. They're down 8 at half. That's easily a game you can win. They get it to 4. They go in the right direction. And then before long, it's up near 20. And you're just thinking, again, you can come back from this. They can hit a couple of threes. There was no extended run. To Nick Nurse's credit, if there was a mini run, and again, it wasn't 8-0 or 10-0, it would be 2 baskets. He called a timeout. He stopped it. And generally, out of every timeout, they got a hoop, and the momentum just kept going.
Yeah, I think I forgot who was saying it, but it's very similar to what Mike Brown does, right? It's a little bit of micromanaging, but you have a team that's struggling in Toronto. And again, credit to Nick Nurse for having that's more of a veteran team to be able to still sit there and be able to coach them up like that. I thought was a big thing. But what really struck me is I felt like Toronto really took Domas out of the game, and I thought Nick Nurse really strategized and schemed to do that well. It seemed like once that happened, the Kings offense had no idea what to do. And we've seen this before throughout the season when Domas has had to sit for extended periods of time, that offense just goes so stagnant. And last night with him being out of the game, you're looking for somebody else to, step up and do something, but you just got poor performances overall from everybody. Then you look at the bench. We had talked about the game before how Trey Lyles and Malik Monk, them coming off the bench and really leading those that unit in scoring really kind of pushed this team over the edge. It's the complete opposite. And we talked about this kind of what the Achilles heel is. I feel like if somebody, especially 2 or 3 of the starters are kind of taken out, if the bench doesn't show up, it's lights out.
Yeah, which is weird because you feel like the offense that's this good, there feels like there should be more outs. And maybe it's all started if Fox and Sabonis are great, and they weren't yesterday. Credit to, like you said, Jay, to what Toronto did. And when we were talking earlier with Dave about the blueprint, is this something other teams can do? I don't know if they all can execute it the same way, but I think one thing every team could do, that Toronto's the first team that I saw do this, and it seems so simple and so basic, but Sabonis would so many times gets a rebound and then just starts a fast break. I mean, he's capable, and a lot of times you'll hear a coach like, get the rebound, take 2 dribbles, and get it out. He just goes, and he puts pressure on the defense. He's so good at seeing the floor. It just creates a lot of opportunities. Well, the first time he did that, and this was early first quarter, Scotty Barnes met him in the backcourt. And Sabonis didn't turn it over, but he wasn't a fast break anymore, and he had to go left, he had to go right, and now the defense is back set, and Sabonis is in the front court. And you went, well, there's no more advantage, all because they just picked him up full court. Not everybody can guard him, but you could turn him and get him off his path. I think that's something other teams can copy.
No, they can copy, but again, you have to have kind of athletic guys to be able to do that. And you look at that front line in Toronto with Siakam, Boucher, and Scotty Barnes, who you mentioned. They're all athletic guys that can pick up Domas. So if you have front court guys that can pick him up, full court, then it's going to be a problem throughout the year. But it's something Mike Brown's going to have to make an adjustment on, and they're going to have to figure out a way that if teams are starting to pick him up in the backcourt, okay, how do we go into that? Do we get the ball to Fox more and let him run the fast break more? So it is interesting, and I don't know. It just, to me, it didn't feel like going into a 7-game roadie, which is coming up here with back-to-backs in Minnesota. That's not how you want to end that, and you also don't want that getting exposed and then trying to figure out the solution on the road.
Right, yeah. I mean, the good thing, I guess, is today is off, tomorrow is off, travel day coming up, and the fact that there's an extra day here. So the point being is that they're going to look at this, and Mike Brown was asked about that, about just kind of how he's feeling about that performance.
I wasn't frustrated because we got our behind kicked bad, and it's a lot of great teaching moments from this game. And so I hope at the end of the day we can utilize this game, the way we played against that team, in a way that will help us a lot going forward, because they're longer than us, they're more athletic than us. They got up in our chest and they were very, very physical with us, and it sped us up, and we didn't handle it well. Sped us up in a negative way, I thought. And so trying to learn from this game more than anything else is where I'm at. I don't know if I can sit here and say I'm frustrated, with it. Yeah, I'm pissed that we lost, but more so want to try to learn from this and grow from this game.
It's interesting that he said they were longer and more athletic. I think that The Kings, I thought, addressed some of that in the offseason. Last year, I remember almost across the board, they were just a smaller team.
It's been that way for a few seasons, actually.
Yeah, but I also feel like they increased their athletic ability. I mean, they have a little bit more dynamic. I mean, Malik Monk's a terrific athlete, and just more skill all around. I think when you have more skill, it just kind of makes you look more athletic in a way. You can make some big highlights because of your overall skill ability. But Toronto, I would say, is underachieved based on what we saw them do to the Kings last night. And again, a lot of times the league is about matchups. It's a tricky one for the Kings. They had a lot of trouble with them, Jay, in Toronto, and the Kings had the great finish to beat them. So I don't know. I'm hoping it's just isolated like that, but you can't ignore what happened last night.
Yeah, you can't ignore it. And the one thing with the length and the athleticism there that stuck out to me, and I put it in my update, 58 points again in the paint. And that's just, I know we're beating a dead horse with that one, but man, they got to figure out that interior at some point when it comes to defending.
Yeah. Too many straight line drives, too many guys getting in there, and that versatility to be able to play that size and defend all 5 positions. All right. So Jay just mentioned it. 7-game road trip is coming up. Kind of have an outlook on that. We'll take a look at that when we come back.
The only place you'll find Harrison Barnes is Sactown Sports.
He's got the bucket at the buzzer. Harrison Barnes.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Harrison Barnes, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Confession, I'm a hopeless romantic, and I love a deal. I just went to Kohl's and earned Kohl's Cash, plus got an extra 15% off already great deals, like 60% off a necklace for my mom and 40% off PJs for my daughter. Not to mention, I found myself a fragrance set from Sephora at Kohl's for less than $50. With more gifts and more savings, what's not to love? Select styles. Offers end January 29th. Sephora coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
The show is sponsored by BetterHelp. When you're at your best, you can do great things. Working with a therapist can help you get closer to the best version of yourself. BetterHelp is a great therapy option. It's flexible, affordable, and entirely online. Let therapy help empower you. Visit betterhelp.com/herd. betterhelp.com/herd to get 10% off your first month. BetterHelp, HELP.com/herd.
Welcome, Doug Christie here for the Good Feet Store with a question. How is the game of basketball like the Good Feet Store? And the answer is the very best basketball players do it all. Shoot, defend, rebound, they do it all. And the Good Feet Store does it all too. Good Feet manufactures their own line of arch supports, over 300 styles, sizes, and flexibilities. Good Feet arch support specialists at every store personally fit every customer for free with no obligation. Lastly, Good Feet sells its arch supports exclusively at over 200 Good Feet stores nationwide. Sore feet, aching back, knee or hip pain, even plantar fasciitis? When nothing else works, come to the Good Feet Store and experience the comfort, balance, and support of the Good Feet 3-step arch support system. The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville off Nut Tree Parkway by Sprouts, online at goodfeet.com.
Jiffy Lube's Country in the Park, Northern California's biggest country music festival of the year, is back May 5th and 6th at Cal Expo, starring Lady A,
Chris Young,
Brett Eldridge, and so many more. Plus, a Boots Boot and Line Dance Saloon, interactive lounges, and Sacramento's best food trucks. Weekend passes start at just $85. Tickets are on sale now at SactownSports.com. Country in the Park, brought to you by Coors Light, Public Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center, and the United States Marines.
Sactown Sports headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was a rough evening for the Sacramento Kings as they wrapped up a 4-game homestand with a loss to the Toronto Raptors 113-95. Toronto beat the Kings on the boards, out-rebounding Sacramento 41-34, while also having their way with the Kings' defense in the interior, scoring 58 points in the paint. Sacramento begins a season-long 7-game road trip Saturday in Minnesota. 49ers defensive coordinator DeMeco Ryans has won the Pro Football Writers Association NFL Assistant Coach of the Year award. Ryans is the first 49ers assistant to win the award since defensive coordinator Pete Carroll in 1995. Former Denver Broncos head coach Nathaniel Hackett has been named offensive coordinator for the New York Jets, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. Hackett was a 4-11 with Denver before being fired after a Week 16 loss to the Rams. Those are your headlines. Back to Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
live and local.
Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
It ends up being a very disappointing night for Mike Brown's club. Final score is 113-95. Toronto gets its 22nd win. The Kings are saddled with their 20th loss against 27 victories. And the homestand ends on a rather bleak note. It's the lowest scoring total the Kings have had all season long, only the second time to be held under the century mark this year.
Yeah, that's the great G-Man Gary Gerald there on the call last night here on Sactown Sports. Kings 16-10 at home. That's better than it's been. You wish that would get even improved more, but the point is they played 26 of their home games, only 15 left at home. Big road trip is coming up as far as length of games, teams that they play. And I know one of the questions that was asked yesterday, Jay, to Mike Brown in the postgame was about, well, Coach, you seem to be having trouble with teams below 500. What's been the message? And he kind of quickly – he said, well, first of all, my message is never going to be that, like, hey, we're having trouble against teams below 500. But I think he made a good point. Like, when you have the third best record in the league, if we just do this whole principle on records, you're going to lose to teams that have a worse record than you.
Yes.
And just for a quick exercise on that, let's see, who's the best in the East is Boston. Okay, they've got a great record. They have 14 losses. Going to do a quick look. Chicago below 500. They've lost to Chicago actually twice. So maybe that's a matchup thing. They're below 500. They've lost to Orlando 3 times. Indiana, that's 6 of their losses. OKC, that's 7. So 7 of their losses are to teams below 500. I mean, it does happen in the league. It's happened to the Kings that no one's asking for it. Denver's the best in the West. Utah's below 5, or Portland's below 500. Let's see who else they've lost to. Theirs might be better with Detroit. I believe Atlanta's below 500. New Orleans is not below 500. Let's see here. The Lakers again, and Minnesota, OKC. So, I mean, it happens to every team. I think by and large the Kings have been pretty good. It's just some head scratchers, and last night probably is in there, and it's more about how Toronto made them look as opposed to losing to Toronto.
Yeah, I was going to say this is more of the context than the actual win-loss for me, because as you pointed out, everybody loses to below 500 teams. It's just a thing. It's the law of averages when it comes to the NBA, but it's how did you lose? So I kind of look back at the last 4 games. Let's look at that. All right. So you beat OKC, but that was a rough one. I mean, OKC is up and coming. They're scrappy. Yeah. Listen, they're a trade away from at least being in the play-in picture, and they have a lot of picks, and they might be, again, a team that is very active at the deadline. Then you go to the Sixers. That was a bad loss. I don't care how you say it. They still have a lot of really good players, but when you're missing Joel Embiid, James Harden, I know it's the second night of a back-to-back, but I don't use that excuse. That's not a great loss. Then you look at the win against Memphis, again, coming in without 2 of their best players, Ja Morant, Steven Adams. The box score, the score says you win by 33 points, but let's face it, that game was a lot closer than that score indicates. You know, the Kings finally broke away after a while. And then last night, you just kind of came out and were stagnant. You got hit in the mouth by Toronto early, and there's just no real response.
Yeah.
So to me, it's just over those 4 games, you're 2-2, but it wasn't a pretty 2-2. It doesn't make me feel great going into a 7-game road trip.
Yeah, so that's what's ahead of them is 7 games. Again, now you go to standings. That's all we can do is measurements of these teams, and you look at it and you say the first 2 are against Minnesota. You haven't faced them yet, but that's a team that right now is kind of scuffled and certainly doesn't have one of their key players in Karl Anthony Towns. You got San Antonio, you've got Indiana in there, New Orleans, and then 2 at the end, I know, for Houston. Let's hear Kevin Huerter talk about this upcoming roadie.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, we took care of home here. Obviously, it's a sour taste going on the road, but for the most part, the last 10 games or so, I think it's 8 out of 10, you take that 10 games ago when you're looking at the schedule. So the road is tough. This year, we've been pretty good on the road. Obviously, we got to go take care of business.
Yeah, they're going to have more road games coming up. They have 11-9 on the road. At one point, that was the best record in the West as far as road teams. It's been surpassed. Well, let's see. No, the Kings still have the best win percentage of road teams. If they could do that, and really, as far as the road trips go, Jay, I mean, there's still other more difficult teams to play than what this 7-game trip has in store.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I sound like I'm beating a dead horse this morning, but man, you cannot look at these teams and their records as an indication of how the Kings are going to perform.
Right.
I think the last 4 games, we just really experienced that. So you don't ever want to look too far deep when you go into these road trips. So I look at it right now. You got a back-to-back with Minnie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is a team that, I get it, they're exactly 500, but they're the same as the Kings. They're 16-10 at home.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is a team that can win home games. I don't really like their squad, although I really like Anthony Edwards.
Yes.
And he has been playing great this year. I don't know. We talked about this earlier. I think you, at the very least, need to split these first 2 games, right? If you want to start to get the feeling better, is go in and split with Minnesota, because you go in and you lose 2 straight there. I feel like we're going to be in for a long road trip.
Yeah, it's the tone. It's the tone you set. Also, the first game after a disappointing game it's always the response to me. It's, Toronto happened, and you want it to happen for a reason. You don't want it to just go, Toronto worked us. That's the way it went, and we're not motivated in the next game. You want the reaction to be a strong performance against Minnesota, and that's why the tone setter could be the first game. And just anytime you get a win to start a trip, you're not coming home empty-handed. It sets a good tone. Then you start to get greedy. I agree. If you can split that would be fantastic. I said it earlier. I think maybe the most important game of the trip might be New Orleans, just because of where you are standings-wise related to them, the impact of beating them in their building, tiebreakers, all that kind of stuff down the line, I think is important. And the non-conference game, there'll be stuff on it for Sabonis going to Indiana. But again, I'm never saying, hey, if there's a game to lose, all games are important, but everybody you could beat in the West is far more important to me than the East.
Absolutely.
Last night hurt, but it's not a Western Conference team that you lost to.
Yeah, and especially when you're looking at a team like New Orleans. I know they got Brandon Ingram back last night, but they've lost 6 straight. That team is really struggling without Zion Williamson. That's, again, one of those games we talk about, games you should win. That's one of those that's there for the taking. You mentioned all the stuff about the statistics, but as much as I'm with you on the Western Conference stuff, I think you need to go in there and get a win against a team like Indiana, especially for Domas.
Right.
Like, you'd like to see that. You want to feel good because you're going into 2 games with Houston. Listen, Houston just split 2 with Minnie.
Yeah.
Like, Houston's playing a little bit better. You beat them earlier in the season, but that was no easy win for the Kings. So you want to get that win in Indiana, because I don't think they're going to walk into Houston and win 2 straight. I think that's another one you got to look at, like Minnesota, where we're splitting. So you got 2 wins there. You need the Pelicans win, and I think you really do need that Pacers win. Because, again, they're going to lose to probably a team like a San Antonio. Again, it's just the law of averages in the NBA. They're going to lose to more below 500 teams that we're going to scratch our head at. But realistically, I think if they come out of this trip 4-3, you're feeling really good.
Yeah, if they do that, if they're 4-3, they would come home, 31-23. You've knocked out so many games. You're getting less and less. You're going to be what's the trade deadline's 2 weeks from today. And then you also did know that last night, just observing the league, I know we all kind of check out standings watch and look what happens. AD did come back. I mean, now you're getting better. You're getting and Hachimura played. You're getting closer to the whatever the best version of the Lakers is going to be. And if that's not good enough, it's not good enough. But that's what they were hanging their hat on. And if that's what they believe, Well, yeah, I think they're going to be a lot better with AD, but how much better? And you've already played him 4 times. Let them beat up on some other teams. You also did see Ingram come back. He wasn't very good last night in his first game back. He's going to get better. He's going to get closer to that all-star form. Zion will return at some point. The Warriors are getting their pieces back. Chris Paul is back. It's just some of these teams that the Kings were able to take advantage of in the standings are getting healthier now.
Yeah, and like you said, they only have 16 home games left. So if you can go 4-3 on this trip, that will put them, and to me, this is really important when you're looking at the grand scale of things, that would put them at 15-12 on the road.
Yeah.
So far this season, if you can stay 3 or 4 games above 500 on the road and just kind of pace it where you're at right now, 6 games above 500 at home, I think this year, the way the West is split and with everything being so close, I think that will put you as a playoff team.
Yeah, and then we said it yesterday, it might be pie in the sky, but Memphis losing Steven Adams, wondered how big of a deal. And that's only 1 game last night, and they could have won. It was a buzzer beater by Jordan Poole, but now that team who had not lost 3 in a row until the Kings beat them, now has lost 4 in a row. And had the Kings won, they'd be even closer to Memphis right now.
Yeah, that's why a loss like that hurts. But again, it's another team to watch. And I think the big thing, and we don't talk about this enough when it comes to how good a team is your ability to stay healthy. Knock on everything you can. The Kings have had the ability to stay healthy this year. I think that's why a team like the Lakers, again, I hate the idea of, they would be good if so-and-so was healthy.
Mm-hmm.
So-and-so is not healthy, and especially when it's guys that have consistent injuries like John Morant. This is a guy that gets hurt. That does factor into whether or not a team you can consider them good or not. You have to look at that. I know it's a bit unpredictable, but some of these senses, it's very predictable, and I think we need to talk about that more with the Kings, as the biggest reason why they're so good is because they have a lot of guys that stay healthy.
Yeah, and it's always my formula when the playoff starts. I say take the best team, go by record, best team, healthiest team. So if the best team is not healthy, you almost got I don't say remove them, but who's the best team that's fully healthy? That's the team that has the best chance. That's why when we do the exercise before the season and go, look at the 8 teams that were in the playoffs, which one's going to miss? Who's going to be hurt?
Look at when Phoenix went to the NBA Finals. What was the big thing? Everyone was like, well, they wouldn't have never got there if the Lakers were healthy. They weren't.
Right. That's why
they're not that great of a team. That's why they were a 7 seed, because they're not healthy.
And it helped the Suns, right?
Yes.
That's part of the deal. Exactly. And the Kings have benefited from that so far. All right. That's it for that segment. When we come back, Deuce and Mo in the building. We'll have them for a little crossover. That's coming your way next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local
from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m., followed by the return of Deuce and Mo
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports, your local sports leader.
At Ashton & Price, over the last 25 years, we've won just about every injury case you can think of. Slip and fall, falling merchandise, fell through rotted decking, we won those. Dangerous stairs, falls into holes, dog bites, won them. Injured while pedestrian or on a bicycle, auto, motorcycle, big rig, company vehicle, Uber, or Lyft accident, we've won them all. And the best news is there's no fee until you win. So no matter how you got injured,
remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
It all started with a group of cowboys who broke from the mold and wanted more. 30 years later, the ride continues, and the professional bull riders have never been more ranked.
The best ever! We were here for it!
Don't be a... Celebrate 30 years with 3 huge nights this February 3rd through 5th at the Golden One Center in downtown Sacramento. Stop by Loop Neighborhood Market, where Monster Energy is available now.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use, so bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com, that's ANGI.com, to get started.
Remember the last time your family visited the forest? It's a place of wonder and imagination for the whole family, where stories come to life, and it's closer than you think. Ready to plan your next visit? Make the forest part of your story today at a local park near you, or find one at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
The NFL playoffs are here, and the easiest way to get into the action is with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers, join today. Get started with $150 in free bets, free guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Sign up, promo code HERD. So football fans, don't miss out. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL.
21 plus in select states. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable free bets that expire 14 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit fanduel.com/RG in Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Illinois, and Virginia. 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT STEP to 53342 in Arizona. 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat in Connecticut. 1-800-9-WITH-IT in Indiana. 1-877-770-STOP in Louisiana. 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in New York. Tennessee Redline 1-800-889-9789 in Tennessee. 1-800-522-4700 in Wyoming or visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net in West Virginia.
The Black Crowes live. A night of all their iconic songs. Saturday, May 6th, a special set from the Crowes at the all-new and all-incredible The Venue at Thunder Valley. Tickets on sale now at ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss the Black Crowes at the Venue at Thunder Valley.
Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
All right, show rolling on. Jason Mo will be in here in a moment.
Or is it?
I guess.
Did you text him, sup, bro?
I did. Just get ignored.
No. Wow. Well, hey, you know, Jason, one of these days, they'll make it to the big time.
Maybe.
They made it to the big time. They forgot the small person.
Yeah, that's the way it works. It just got a sign last night from Sign Lady.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Has Sign Lady ever made you a sign? Take that as a no.
Yes, she has in her heart.
You know what? I think what's happening is she's still like creating it in her mind because you deserve an extra special sign.
Okay. She's great, by the way. Great at her craft, because it is a craft, like timely and just on the money. That's why, she's a Hall of Famer.
Do you think she has the exact count of how many signs she's made over the years?
Oh, yeah. I know they've done stuff with their family and talked about, well, I say that not with 100% confirmation, but they've got to know, right? And they've got them all stored and saved and then
cataloged them.
Exactly. But the fact that, the reality of the sport is this team, not different than any others, but has changed players a lot.
And it only gets worse when it comes to that.
Well, that's why I used to say, and still have maintained to say, that when people just do the blanket statement, oh, this guy's going to be the point guard the next decade. This guy will be the center for the next decade. Nobody has been on the Sacramento Kings for a decade. Not one player.
That's
ever,
crazy to think.
Ever. Now, I hope Fox is tracking like he could make it. Some other guys are tracking like they could make it.
This is your 6 for De'Aaron, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's tracking.
Yeah, but I think 8's the most.
That's JT?
Yeah. So.
God, that still kills me.
It is.
But still, I think that's one of the most random stats in the NBA if you throw that at somebody.
Hey, here's Jason Mo. They arrived.
Yeah.
Hey. You guys doing?
Better late than never.
Where you guys been?
Busy morning.
Yeah.
It's a quick turnaround. It's getting used to this new schedule is interesting.
Am I on? Oh,
yeah. Now you're on.
You move slightly to your right.
Yeah, we need more Mo over here.
We need you guys more
I forgot.
Yeah, remember
I don't even know where.
You guys okay? What's going on here?
We just got here like 5 minutes ago. We're just trying to get stuff in order. We zoomed on in here.
Yeah, it's good though.
It is good.
It's great.
What's up?
Nothing. Yeah. What happened last night?
What did happen?
Man.
Wait, there was a game, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah. That was rough. The Raptors are just one of those teams that you just go, they're just a bad matchup too. And they're just so long. And I felt like when Sabonis gets rattled, when he gets frustrated, it's over.
Yeah.
He loses composure a little bit. He rushes things. He's trying to force some passes. And the one great thing about him, though, is when other guys are down, he can bring them up.
Yeah, he's a good cheerleader.
Someone's got to lift him up during these tough times when he's frustrated because he gets banged down low. He's getting knocked around, and he really lets it get to his head.
Yeah, and he's such an important piece, and it feels like he's been so reliable. They get so much out of him every night, And then the other filler pieces are a nice compliment. Then it felt like, I don't know what you guys felt. It felt like Herter had a nice game.
Yeah.
Maybe Keegan.
I thought Keegan played well.
But the list kind of ended there.
No, and they looked rattled from that defense.
Yeah.
You guys, they don't do well against lengthy, long teams. We were talking about Boucher and him being 7-foot wingspan.
Yeah.
I mean
7'4".
Wait, yeah, it's 7'4" wingspan. I thought in my mind I said 7'4"
Yeah.
loud.
You did not. Just so you
Okay.
know, you did not.
I heard 7 foot.
Yeah, 7'12"
Yes.
wingspan.
Good.
And I think sometimes with that, you just have to remember you have to play differently when that length is in front of you, right? Like even if it's how you fake the pass to make the pass, even if it's how you throw it up a little bit higher or you make more bounce passes because of that. It's just a small change, an adjustment that you need to make that you have to be knowledgeable of going into games like this.
Yeah, I don't know how many teams have that exact kind of personnel that can do that. I feel like the Clippers are a team like that, maybe a few others, but they have to be able to do it. And I'm glad the Kings went through it, at least to see it, because this is the best offense that looked subpar. I mean, to not have a 30-point quarter, Deuce, we were talking about that in the radio broadcast.
So weird.
They had 47 the other night against a good Memphis team in the first quarter.
It was bizarre. And then I felt like, just watching them, you're seeing like what the Raptors have. And I mean, Boucher would be perfect here.
Mm-hmm.
Precious would be perfect here.
Why are they 22 and 27?
And they have 14 games that they've lost by 4 points or less. That's crazy.
Right.
A lot of close games, and they've had there's been a disconnect there. Siakam's missed time, OG's missed time, Van Vliet. I feel like they're better than their record, but yeah, I just feel like the Kings, we keep talking about like, hey, what do they need? A backup big. The backup big needs to get after. They need a guy that's going to go in there and knock someone around, go grab a rebound. I could honestly care less if he can step out and hit a three.
Mm-hmm.
I want a guy that's going to go mix it up. I feel like you watch a lot of these teams in the league, and there's always one of those guys coming off the bench for the good teams.
So it's 2 weeks from today. You think Monty does something like that?
Ooh.
Yeah, I do. I don't think he's going to do anything big, but I do think he's going to make a subtle tweak. And some of the names out there that are thrown around, yeah, I mean, Naz Reid.
Okay.
That's intriguing. And he's kind of in this weird spot in Minnesota.
They
got Gobert and Kyle Anderson.
I'm so for all this and I agree with all this, but at the same time, I'm kind of like, what teams are going to budge and make these moves? Like we keep talking about what we want.
Mm-hmm.
What do they want? Why do they want these things done? I think sometimes we can look at contracts, expiring contracts. You can look at Masai and the Raptors and them wanting to really break things down and go in this direction. Sure. But like, we don't really even know this. So that's why whenever we say we want Monty to make a move, it's not going to fully depend on him. I think so many people are just going to be so ticked off if nothing happens. And it's like, it takes two to tango, and we've already seen him be aggressive. We've already seen his ways with the way that he got Kevin Herter from the Hawks, and that he was aggressive with the Pacers, but it's like, you don't know what can actually happen. It takes two to tango.
I think they're in a tricky spot in this sense because I feel like in the past they made the moves to try to get in the play-in. Right now where they are, they're a 3 seed. Now you may not think they're a 3 seed team, but a 3 seed team is kind of championship caliber. This doesn't look like a championship caliber team
not
to
at
me,
all.
but if you go in as a 3 seed, that's kind of on the short list of teams generally. So I don't think you want to compromise anything you have, but you also then go, wait, are we a move away from jumping up to beating Memphis, jumping up to beating Denver?
You're not, you're a 3 seed, but are you?
Yeah.
I mean, like you look at the teams right there. It's not like you're a 3 seed with like a 4-game cushion.
Right.
You're a 3 seed.
But you're also not a 10 seed.
But the difference between 3 and 10 is not crazy,
Right.
And
but
I
it's
think
stretching as we go along.
And they still
Last
have a
year-
3 in front of their name.
last year the Warriors were the 3 seed. They won like 50. They won 50 plus games.
Well,
there might
Kings
be
can get to
maybe
50.
one team, or maybe 2 in the West that gets to 50 wins this year.
Okay.
And so,
But the Warriors did win it all. Now they're a different team, but that was a 3 seed.
they all, this team is not a championship team
I'm
at
not
all.
saying they are,
I
but
think now it's like, can you make a move that solidifies your spot in the playoffs, and maybe you can win a series this year?
Wait, people don't really think that.
No, I would hope not.
You guys don't really think. No one here thinks that, right?
No, but what would be okay? Let's
what's
not even
but.
dream, but they're 27-20. Let's say they get to one of the teams that makes 50 wins. So the way the league is gone, if you are one of the teams that made it to 50, how are you not maybe on the last team considered to be as a contender?
No, here's why. Here's what I'll say.
So only the 1 and 2 can win.
Yep.
I mean, when you watch it, Denver and Memphis and like those are the teams that are clearly like.
So the Kings are 2-2 against Memphis and 1-1 against Denver.
Time out. Stop, everyone.
Memphis has missed a lot of guys, and Baines missed time. Jaws missed a game.
Knock it off. This is what I was saying last night on our post-game show. I was talking about how it really has to do with experience, right?
Right.
And you even saw last year in the finals with the Warriors and the Celtics, it came down to at the end with the Celtics, Jason Tatum not being as in the same conditioned as Steph Curry. Why can't I talk? His conditioning was not at the same level as Steph Curry, right? And so he's going to figure it out this offseason and go, okay, I need to take my conditioning to the next level, right? It's that experience that you learn from step by step, and you can grow more and more from it. The Kings are starting here, even if they're in the play-in or if they're in the postseason in any way, shape, or form, they're starting here. So just because their number, their win-loss column is something different, doesn't mean that they have the experience to win in the postseason.
Well, I also would say, just from the contender perspective, it's just I would stop even looking at the 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, just look at the record. You're 27-20. That's a good spot. You're going to be in the mix of things. You are not a championship contender if you are in the 20s in defensive rating. Just flat out. You have to be able to get stops in the playoffs. And if you can't do that, that doesn't matter, because we've seen in the playoffs, you see these crazy high-octane offenses. All right, what happens? Are you going to be able to get a stop? Can you switch? Can you deal with some of these elite wings in the NBA in a playoff series when stuff is ramped up? The Kings haven't proven they could even do that against teams that are shorthanded at home, let alone some of the premier teams in the NBA. So I'm more than satisfied with where the Kings are at. I think the fact that we're having a conversation about, hey, like, I think they can actually stay in the top 6, that should be more exciting than anything.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's I guess my whole overall point is, if they do a fringe move, is Naz Reid. Are they playing Naz Reid over Trey Lyles, over Chimezie Metu?
Yeah, I think if you need to upgrade the spot where you're not playing Metu or Holmes. It doesn't seem like they want to play Holmes. I like it. Metu, I just don't. I can't count on the guy. And even last night, it's like the Kings are trying to make a little bit of a push here. Precious straight line drive to the basket,
right?
And that can't happen, And what does he do great? I know he's got some elite measurables when it comes to his athleticism and body type. He's good in the dunker spot sometimes. On occasion, he can defend a little, like in the right. But it's not consistent at all.
Fair. He had a leg and a half too, but even when he has 2 legs, he's still allowing those line drives at times, right?
And I'm not acting like the guy's a bum, but it's just like we're talking about how do you get to the next level as a team. That's all I'm saying.
All right, what's coming up real quick?
Oh, jam-packed show. We got to talk about the Kings and Raptors. Zach Lowe talked about who he's naming to the NBA All-Star team, so we'll talk to him about that. We got Chris Biederman on the show, and me and Morgan will try to figure some things out because we're clearly struggling this morning.
What is happening?
Yeah.
Hey, you get time. Get it together.
I have a rash forming on my leg. I think it's from stress.
Get away from me.
Yeah. All right, we're spreading rashes and more next.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sactown Sports.